What'd you bring me?
A 1973 Peterbilt 352.
They're super unique and they're super desirable. They just got a rugged look. 1, 2, 3.
This is gonna be one of the biggest builds we've ever done. Well, you know this thing runs.
It runs?
Whoa!
You know, I have a few concerns about this engine as far as safety goes.
I think I remember this truck.
The 2018 Velociraptor is only 5 to 6 years old, but they put a lot of hard miles on it.
This transmission was built to only handle so much power, and we're going to be going way beyond that.
Oh, I hear it. Oh, wow.
Here in Texas, we want our rides built bigger, badder, and louder. These 3 custom shops go for speed, performance, and power. This is Texas Metals Loud and Lifted.
What's up, Johnny?
What you doing, man?
Man, good to see
Good to
you.
see you.
What'd you bring me?
1973 Peterbilt 352 cab over.
Man, I love those trucks. Peterbilt designed the cab over because back in the day in '73 when this was, the law was you could be only 65 feet long. So in order for trucking companies to make money, they had to have so much length so they could carry more of a load. And to do that, they made the cab over, which was shorter, so they could have a longer trailer to carry a bigger load.
I've looked all over the country trying to find me one to play with. They're hard to come by, and when they're all fixed up, you know, you just can't beat their looks of them.
Oh, you can't.
I'm about to retire, and when I retire, that's gonna be my toy to play with. Been looking for a Peterbilt cab over for a while. I just like them old trucks. I always wanted one, and I finally found one that was in good enough shape that was restorable. Most of them I find was all beat up and all that. Found this one on the side of the road and talked the guy into selling it to me.
Well, you know, I see we got some really good bones. So what are you thinking you want to do with it?
Well, I'd like to stretch it to about 250-inch wheelbase.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna do away with that old bumper there and a paint job that's out of this world.
Well, you got any colors in mind? That
Dark blue, silver, and white.
that'd look awesome. I like that color combination.
Yeah. I want to keep the old Peterbilt cab over look, but modernize it in the same deal.
Absolutely. So you know what engine's in it, or
It's got a Detroit in it.
Detroit in it?
Mm-hmm. The truck runs. You know, it won't move out of its tracks, but it runs.
Let's go over and put our hands on it. Let's look at it. So if we stretch this frame, is there anything you want to do with that new area?
I mean, I thought about plating the top, and then, you know, where you got your pogo stick, your air lines and all that, make it where that all plugs down in the frame.
Agreed. Yeah, that would be clean, nice.
Mhm.
I love these COEs stretched low, not too low, but, you know, lowered, more compact, I guess you could say, to the ground. You know, stainless steel fuel tanks, polished the crap out of them. Same thing with wheels, tires, everything. We want everything shining.
Definitely.
And then all stainless piping with, you know, some huge stacks on it. This thing will look beautiful.
Sounds like you're gonna do just what I had on my mind.
Well, good, man. That's what I'm talking about. What's the inside look like, Johnny? That bad, huh?
You got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, he's had a few miles put on it, for sure.
She's been well used.
The interior is rough. It's dated. I mean, it's wore out, 100%. All that's gonna have to be pulled out, redone. Yeah, I can see we're gonna have to update this quite a bit. But I do see a lot of potential in this truck. They make a lot of cool gauges, gauge clusters, all kinds of stuff that we can incorporate and put in this thing to really spice it up, bring it into 21st century. We're gonna fix all that. You know, no power steering, it's got to go.
Mm-hmm.
New AC, and then these seats. No air ride or nothing. So anything that tire hits, you feel it. So yeah, a lot of that stuff has got to go. But you got a lot of room to work with and make this thing really cool.
I'm putting it in your hands.
Man, I'm excited about this one.
Start it.
Start it. That's impressive.
Rev it up.
You know, even though this old Peterbilt still runs, you know, it's got 50 years of wear and tear on it. So looks can be deceiving. So, you know, we really don't know what we have here until Chase, Clay, and I open this thing up and check everything out. Man, Johnny, I am super excited to get started on this. You know, I can't wait to see your face and get this thing back to you just like you want it.
Well, I can't wait.
Let's get it done.
Let's get it done.
Yes, sir. You know, as far as size-wise, this is going to be one of the biggest builds we've done. But it's nothing that we can't handle. You know, it's fabrication, design, and applying all that stuff and getting out a product that Johnny will be proud of and happy with.
Bro, what is this?
You know my buddy Johnny dude?
Yeah, I know Johnny.
He's been wanting to build one of these for a long time. Man, this is a 73 352 Peterbilt, one of the coolest trucks out there.
I can see why. I mean, cab overs are really cool trucks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're super unique and they're super desirable. And I think they have a cool style. You know,
I do too.
They just got a rugged look, you know, and they're kind of like an intimidating factor when they're going down the road, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
But what does Johnny want us to do with it?
So first of all, he wants to stretch it,
That's what I'm talking about.
stretch the frame. We're going to lower it, but, you know, Johnny owns a wrecker service, and that's one of his pet peeves, is pulling up to one of these trucks that's too low, and he can't get under it. So we can get it low, but not too low.
There's a few ways to get around those.
I know.
Yes, there
I
is.
figured you'd come up with something. Then we're gonna redo the cab, do all our body work, strip this down to metal, start over. He wants a cool paint job, the classic airbrush, you know, to fit the era that this thing was made in. Lots of chrome, which, hey, for me and Johnny, that's what we grew up loving, and that's what we're gonna do with this one. And then full interior. Basically what he wants is a show quality truck that he can drive every day if he wanted to. He's not going to, but instead of trailer queening this to one show to the other, he wants to drive it to it.
Totally doable.
It's definitely doable, man.
Well, you know this thing runs.
It runs?
Yes.
Oh, man. That is an old Detroit 8V92 two-stroke. And you know what's super unique about them? Is they were supercharged and they were turbocharged. And there's millions of them out there, but they are very underpowered. You know, for back then, they had power. But now, you know, 250 horsepower is all they made.
You know, if we can get 400 horse out of it, I think you'd be happy with that.
That's plenty.
That's not near enough.
That is plenty for what
Where
he
are we
wants to
putting
do.
the nitrous at?
No nitrous. Show truck.
Okay.
Daily
All right.
driver,
All right,
show
all
truck.
right, all right.
Well, we can sit here and just keep talking about this all day long. Or we can go eat lunch.
You get to tell the guys about this one.
Yeah.
Okay, after I eat.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have to get this thing in and get this truck tore all apart. So I'm having Eddie pull all the panels off, the doors, the bumper, you name it. I want everything off this thing. So when the sandblaster gets here, he can blast the structure of this cab and we can start with a good foundation.
First thing we're gonna do is strip this bad boy to pieces. It's a 1973, got nuts and bolts. Some of these might have to drill out, might have to bow out. One way or the other, I'm fixing to get this bad boy tore apart. Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
You just thought you was gonna get away from helping me today?
No?
I got this beast unbolted. Let's see just how heavy it really is. Oh, it's not as bad as I thought.
Very nice.
Now we're gonna finish taking some of these handles off that's riveted on. Just gonna use the old faithful belt sander. Okay, we've got these drilled out. Everything's moving free. Let's go ahead and take this sucker apart. Let's see how easy this door is gonna come off. We're still dealing with 1973 screws once again. Yeah. All right, now that we got all our doors off, we got our grill, we got our bumper, we're just that much closer to get this bad boy media blasted. I'm ready to see what's underneath this skin. I'm either gonna run or I'm gonna be happy. I'm ready for it.
All right, Big Daddy. Let me gently take this off here. Now that Eddie's completely stripped the cab, me and Chaz got to get the engine, the axles, and everything off the frame so we can cut it, stretch it, give it a killer look, you know, but we got a lot of work to do. We got to get these stacks off, these tanks off, get everything clean so we know exactly where we're going to cut. You know, this is a one-time deal. You don't cut this more than once. So you measure twice, cut once. So once we get this all cleaned up, we'll get our markings, we'll exit out, make sure we get our wheelbase correct, then we'll move to the next step. All right, so today, me and Chaz are gonna be prepping this 1973 Peterbilt 352 cab over so we can stretch it. You ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Let it fall. You ready?
What the? What? Hold up. It's hung up on something up front.
Hey, you know what? Hang on. Keep doing that. Keep pumping it up when it's loosening those. I bet you when it gets loose all the way, then it starts jacking the cab up. It's got to.
Oh, baby.
Right there.
We finally got the cab unlocked. We got it tilted off the frame. We got the whole motor where we're able to work on it. So I'm starting tearing everything down. I'm gonna unhook the radiator, get the drive shaft off, all that simple little stuff, and we can yank this motor out.
You know, I have a few concerns about this engine as far as reliability, safety goes. I mean, they were notorious for running away, and there's several things that can cause that. They run off of oil, so if your turbocharger seals are pumping oil into the intake, it's gonna run away. If it's somehow getting some kind of external source of fluid that's combustible, oil, transmission fluid, it can run off of that. Running away means that this engine continues to go up and increase in RPM, and you can't shut it off. No matter if you turn the throttle off, no matter if you cut the fuel to it, it still runs. It's scary if you don't know what's going on, you know, and I've dealt with several runaways. It's not fun. That's one of the bad things about this engine, especially if they've been sitting. Just judging by the looks of this truck, they haven't been on the road in several years. Let's pick this fine specimen up. And when the engine's been sitting for that long, there's no telling what's wrong with it. You know, you get so many parts that are all rusted up, it causes a ton of issues. And if this were my truck, I'd be throwing some kind of new platform on there with cruise control, with all the modern amenities. So I think I'd like to sit down with Johnny and see if we can maybe come up with some options and do something different.
Yeah. That wasn't fun.
That's a beast, dude.
I think I remember this truck.
Yeah, this is Alan's truck. We did the brakes, some basic maintenance on it, you know, tail end of last year.
Well, I liked this truck before, and I like all the upgrades he had. What's he coming in for this time?
He wants to be able to beat anything out on the road.
Okay.
Yeah, I think when the TRXs kind of came out, their 700 horse kind of started that itch.
I can get on board with that. I wouldn't mind using this truck to put a TRX in its place.
It's around 600 engine horsepower right at the flywheel, and he's wanting more like 800 wheel horsepower. That's a massive jump.
So probably go out for a fully built block, because I know he's got some miles on this. We probably wouldn't want to go into that block.
No, we got 100,000 miles already on it, so we're going to want to put in a built 3.5.
I think even the 3.5 makes sense. It's what it came with for reliability, drivability. We want it to last another 100,000 miles.
It needs to perform like a race truck and perform like a normal truck.
That's our MO.
The engine trans is going to be a lot. We're going to put a lot of our time into. We're going to be building the trans so they can handle all the horsepower. Yeah, the diffs and everything like that, I think, should be strong enough. And then we're going to be going in and doing a stock plus suspension. We changed the upper control arms. There's some bump stops in the rear we're going to put in to really help dampen out a bunch of things. And then also Diva rear leaf springs and a couple other small mods. I think the thing to really take this build to like that next level would be to run some of those Fox live valve shocks on it.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Because they adjust actively to what you're driving on. So it's like having multiple shocks in one.
He's going to have a ride that is so nice. He's not going to want to go back to anything else.
No.
And then what are you thinking for a cosmetic?
We want it to like make this look like a completely different truck, but still be the same truck and about the same color. So we got it's kind of putting us in that box, right? So
you took me out of the box and then you put me back in the box.
Right. I thought about the Expel Stealth that we have on your Hummer.
Subtle, but a big change.
If he's doing Raptor runs, going through brush and stuff like that, it'll keep the scratches off of it.
Yeah, and that'll really hold up too.
Then we're gonna rock tire and wheel package. We're also probably gonna change the front bumper.
Front bumper for clearance purposes.
Yep. What we're gonna do is raise it on the sides. So we're not lifting the truck, but when you put a bigger bumper or the bumper that's tucked up higher, you can see all the cool suspension stuff.
Well, cool. Let's look at a couple things and get this arranged in.
Yeah, let's go get it torn down.
Cool.
Boom.
Thanks. First thing we're doing with the Velociraptor is we're tearing it down and we're pulling the body off the rolling chassis.
We'll remove this bumper. You got it? All right. I think we can go up now. All right, buddy. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. No matter how many times you see it, it's always a good feeling to see a body come off the frame.
Body's off. Everything's disconnected. Next step's gonna roll this out, get the forklift, pull the engine trans out.
This should be good.
Let's go slow. I'm gonna knock out the front suspension. Go ahead and remove all the parts we're not gonna use, and then we'll go from there. We got the bed unbolted, ready to pull out.
3, 2, 1.
That way we can access the rear suspension much easier. Thanks, guys.
We've all driven trucks that have had way too many miles on them and they bounce and don't quite come back. This particular suspension has over 100,000 miles on it, so it needs refreshed anyways because it's pretty tired. We're gonna put some upgraded stuff that will far exceed the original equipment that was on it and really make it more comfortable, but also add more performance.
So we're upgrading the leaf springs. We're going from a stock to a 3-inch Deaver spring. We went with the 11 thin leaf design. That should help with a smooth ride and reduce the axle wrap.
These Deaver leaf springs are a big improvement for off-road performance. And so what's gonna make it do is ride even softer in the rear. So as you're going off-road, your suspension becomes more compliant, which increases your traction levels as you drive, which makes you apply power quicker and have more fun.
I think this one goes here. We'll see.
We're using floating piston bump stops on this particular application. Bump stops are used for many different reasons, and generally in a stock application, they're built into your factory shocks, so the valves and everything is getting beat up whenever you bottom it all the way out. Well, this lets the shock flow how it should, and it kind of like subs out the big hits to the bump stop so that the internals of the shock don't get pounded.
Get the iron fingers, man. Steel fingers. So these are the upper control arms. This is the OE upper control arm, and this is the aftermarket billet aluminum. This looks beefier, looks bigger. You would think it'd be heavier, but it's actually lighter and a lot stronger than the OE. And also they are rebuildable. So once the ball joint goes up, we can replace that. I'm gonna go ahead and install the live valve shocks. So we're going from a non-electronic suspension to a fully adjustable system. It's gonna be connected to the front, and I'll be able to adjust all 4 corners from inside the cab.
These live valve shocks are really cool because they have internal devices sensing what's happening and making adjustments inside the shock as you drive so that it rides even better.
It's done.
We're putting a brand new 3.5 liter V6 into this 2018 Raptor. With what we're doing, we expect to add 300 wheel horsepower. We're definitely gonna need a transmission that can handle all that extra power. So I'm sending that stock transmission to Lyndon. He specializes in building performance transmissions.
Basically, this transmission was built to only handle so much power, and we're going to be going way beyond that. Basically, if this trans was left in the vehicle, first thing that's going to happen is the clutch is going to start slipping, the trans will burn up and fail, because there's not enough clutch capacity to handle that load. The first thing we're going to do is we'll do the disassembly of the transmission and then inspect all the parts and make sure that they will fit this transmission properly and make sure the clearances are right to make sure it functions properly when it's finished. This is a very well-engineered transmission. Just the strength of the case alone can handle quite a bit of power, so that's one thing we don't have to worry about. General Motors and Ford both worked together on this. They spent about 5 years trying to develop this transmission, which is longer than most. That tells you right there that they were really trying to make something that's going to last a long time. This is a little uniquely different than the older style transmissions where you just had each component was separate. Where this one's got a lot of components that are tied together. That's why it's easier to actually disassemble. And that's it. Now that we have the transmission all apart, now what we're going to do is we're going to upgrade the clutches and the capacity. It always starts with a pressure plate on the bottom. Then you'll have a steel clutch, and the last part will be a pressure plate on top with the snap ring. Now we will go to the CDF drum. That's actually the clutch pack that goes here, and this is the clutch pack that goes inside. All these clutches are better material than OEM. They'll handle more heat, they grab a little bit better. And the other thing is there will be more clutches. We're going to add a clutch pretty much to every drum. We've got 5 clutches here, 6 clutches here. More clutches will handle more power, and it will transmit the power through. Now we have updated all the clutch packs. We're now ready to put the transmission back together. This is an upgraded, modified pump. It's got more pressure output and volume output. That's what this valve body is going to need to be able to get the fluid to the clutch packs to hold these clutches. This is the factory converter right here. It will handle 600-700 horsepower, but this converter here will handle over 1,000 horsepower. And there it is, ready to go.
All right, we need 2 people to catch it, 2 people to push, and 3 people to pray. Whoa! All right, ease it down a little bit. Let it fall, boys. So I spoke to Johnny, the owner of the 1973 Peterbilt, and he's fully on board with us doing the engine swap. So while we're searching for a power plant, we're gonna do the fun part. We're gonna cut it and extend the frame. Back in the day when these trucks came from the factory, they had a really short wheelbase compared to what you get today. So we're gonna stretch it right around 6 feet to give it that low and long look. Just gonna give it a better ride and a killer stance.
I'm gonna start drawing out some more measurements, make sure everything's squared. I'll see if all my numbers match up. If they do, that means everything's true, everything's squared. We won't have any frame twist or anything. I should be able to transfer this mark to that side. Everything will stay squared when we cut everything, and the pieces will fall into place perfectly.
So Chaz put all the measurements, got everything squared up, so we know where it's sitting right now. You know, it's actually a little out of square, but that's the cool part. Once we cut it, we can get this thing perfectly squared. You know, these axles have alignment, so you can align them to get everything where it goes down the road and track straight. But we want this thing, we want the frame squared, like perfectly. So we're gonna get to cutting. Once we get that cut, we'll start getting our pieces set up, get them clamped in, start tacking this thing together.
Cutting something this big, this much weight, you always want to start with the cuts on the bottom side. You start at the top and cut all the way to the bottom, you're going to have your head under that weight, under that load. So I always like to start from the bottom, work my way up, then my body will be free, my hands will be free, my head will be free. You know, we don't want no air. This something this big.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's measure her out. That's it. I'm holding it if you want to go grab something. Now we're gonna have to square all that up and make it all nice.
Yeah. All right, pick it up just a little bit. Come up a little bit more. All right.
All right, so we cut the frame on a 1973 Peterbilt 352. So now we're going to stretch the frame about 75 inches, making it a 280-inch wheelbase.
So the original frame is a piece of C-channel. So the piece that we stretched it out with, we made that into a piece of C-channel. We're going to reinforce everything with another piece of C-channel that'll go on the inside. It's a little bit thicker than the original frame, but that's what's going to give us the support and the stiffness that we need on this frame. So once this C-channel is sitting inside the frame, got everything tacked up, I can go through and I can weld up every single one of these holes and then grind it down smooth, and then you won't ever know anything was right there. It looked like one solid piece of metal, and it'll look good. I got 1 out of 4 of these done, so I'm gonna take the other 3 over to the fab shop and get the rest of them cut out, get these cross members out, and then we start fabbing everything up. All right, so I just got the cross member out. I just cleaned up all the metal. I got all the rust out, all the dirt, mud, everything that was in there. The inner piece should be able to slide right in, but before I put that in, I'm gonna go through and measure out every 6 inches, and I'm gonna do the same plug holes. And by the time we put that inner piece in, it'll be able to weld on the top of the frame and on the bottom of the frame. So that'll allow everything to be nice and tight. There won't be a lot of movement to make this frame really stout and strong. I'm gonna start pulling my 6-inch measurements off of this mark all the way down it. I'll do that to the top and bottom on both sides. Get everything cut out, and we'll be able to roll. I just got all my weld plugs all cut out. Just got everything smoothed down, grinded, got all the mill scale wiped off. Pull some measurements real quick for my start and stop on this inner frame piece, get that cleaned up. We start shoving them in and get everything tacked up. All right, you ready? Hey, knock it my way until it hits that line. You good? Mm-hmm. All right. All right, so I just got my inner frame piece in. As you can see, I got all my holes and everything. These are the holes that I'm gonna weld up. We're grinding everything down flush and smooth. I'm gonna start tacking from one end, work my tacks all the way down. That'll allow all the slack to work its way out. We'll get everything nice and flush, and it'll be a good weld. Every single one of these holes, I'm gonna fill them up with a weld, get it flushed out, and then we'll grind everything smooth, and you'll never be able to tell that these holes were ever in here, and it all look pretty good. I'm gonna push this back.
We're installing a brand new 3.5-liter EcoBoost crate engine into this 2018 Raptors. We went with this engine because the owner wants just the right amount of power. Not too much, but definitely not too little.
We're going to get the new motor off the pallet, get the transmission attached to it, and stab it into the truck. Yeah, what he said. We went back with the same platform that was in it, just built out to the teeth. All the internals are upgraded, more upgraded parts. Allows you to make the drivability more practical versus doing a big V8 swap.
We're gonna only be pushing around 750 horsepower to the wheels. Our bottleneck right now is gonna be our turbos. We are upgrading them, but we're not looking to get extreme here. I'm gonna go ahead and install this billet flex plate. It came with our transmission. We're gonna go ahead and put it on there and torque it to the right torque spec.
It seems a lot more than 60 pounds.
It's pretty light, so yeah.
You just seem like you're putting a lot of grunt into it.
All right, go up.
All right. Nice.
Tilt forward, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Nice.
There we go.
You like it?
Yep, I like it.
When we do engine swaps, we don't want to scrap everything unless we have to. And in this case, the old engine had some parts we can still use.
It's a good thing we're replacing the engine because there's oil leaks all over this.
We're removing the accessories and hardware off of this motor, and I'm gonna go ahead and transfer them into the new motor. So So we're upgrading to a Stage 2 turbo, which offers 54% more flow rate. This is the original. This is the new turbo. The inlet is much bigger and also has a bigger turbine, which should push more air into our engine. Go ahead and start swapping the lines. So we had 2 3/4 inch exhaust. We're going through a 3-inch exhaust with high flow cats. That should give us better flow, which means more horsepower. Yeah, this thing's gonna sound like a cannon. This is a trombone resonator delete. This is designed to give it a more aggressive sound. The reason for the loop is to keep both left and right exhausts the same length, which would make the engine run smoother, which in turn equals more horsepower. Doesn't fit there. So we will end up modifying this piece. I installed most of the exhaust on, ran into fitment issues. The pipes are too long. I'm gonna go ahead and get some measurements, then go to the fab shop, shorten these down, and hopefully everything will fit together just right. All right.
You want to try to pull it out in one piece, or
No. Yeah, well, it should slide apart.
Oh, it just slides in right
Well,
there.
hopefully. But as far as saving any of this off the O's, wouldn't worry about it. That's what we need to try to save when we can. So on this 352 Peterbilt, Chaz, Chase, and Brody did an awesome job stretching this frame. I'm very impressed with the work they did. Now our next step is we're going to change these axles. These axles are set up with what they call a bud wheel. With these bud wheels, you're limited to what you can run on these. And plus, they're dated. I mean, they're old. The donor truck that we have, for this build, has got a newer setup in it. It's going to work better. So we're going to go ahead and pull these out, pull them off, and put them on the truck.
So these are the donor axles right here. I'm gonna pull off and we're gonna put onto the Peterbilt. As you can tell, everything's a whole lot newer. There's a whole lot less mileage on them. The way technology has come around nowadays, these axles, they'll just be more modern. It'll be easier to get wheels and tires set up on them. The bolt pattern, everything's a whole lot tighter, and it'll just be overall better ride, better handle, and better stopping. So good. Come on, baby.
We've done some big builds here at the shop before. But, this Peterbilt is going to be one of the biggest ones we've ever done. Just the size of this thing is just next level. We're stretching it, lowering it, all the stuff we're doing, it's massive. So just like getting the wheels and tires for this thing.
Pick it up.
It's not like you can just take the spare off your truck. These things weigh 300 pounds, so, it's a big undertaking. Now that we've got the frame stretched, we've got our new axles, new wheels, now it's time to get this C15 in there and make a bunch of horsepower, new suspension, so we can get that low stance. We're going to put a killer paint job on this, and then we're going to top it off with an awesome interior that's just going to blow your mind. Man, it doesn't look like much now, but I promise you, there won't be nothing like it when we're done.
All right, go down.
The 2018 Velociraptor is only 5 to 6 years old, but they put a lot of hard miles on it. Now that the engine, trans, and suspension are all built out, we're gonna marry the body to the frame.
All right, body's on.
We're adding a brand new front bumper, wheels and tires, and a nice satin silver wrap. The last step of this build is to get it on the dyno and get it tuned to perfection.
With the dyno tune, we're gonna see how much horsepower and torque this Raptor is gonna make. Matt built quite a reputation tuning these Raptors, making good horsepower, so hopefully he can do the same with ours.
The way chassis dynos work, you have a known mass of the roller So how fast you accelerate that roller is the horsepower put down by the vehicle. Obviously, the goal is to make maximum horsepower, but we want to make sure the truck drives correctly, doesn't have any issues with starting in the morning when it's cold. Just everything that goes into what you would expect on a factory high horsepower tune is what we're striving for. The 3.5 EcoBoost is a V6 engine, but since it has turbochargers on board, you can make a lot of power. There's just so much you can do with these engines, especially once you beef them up a little bit. You can make horsepower that'll blow most V8s off the road. When we go to dyno the vehicle, we'll be in a locked gear. We're gonna use 4th gear just so we don't get the tires up to a very high speed. We're gonna finalize the pump gas tuning, lock it in gear, engage the dyno, put the load on it, and then go until red line and see what she makes. Oh, let's see here. Okay, we hit a little higher temperature on that one. We're consistently making between 590 and 600 wheel horsepower on pump gas, which is really good for a street truck running on fuel that you just put in and run. So now we're gonna actually go to E85 fuel. It's got more octane. Now, E85 is a special fuel. It was touted originally as an environmentally friendly fuel because it's made usually from corn, so that's a renewable resource. But the hot rodders figured out a long time ago that you can make a lot of power on E85 because it's got very high octane. That 85% ethanol, 15% gasoline blend can make some serious power. We got 660. Wow, okay. I didn't even really start playing with timing yet. I'll take it.
So we just made 660 on E85 without any adjustments, so we're looking real good. Next steps, make some adjustments, make some more horsepower.
That sounded pretty healthy. All right. Wow. 762, I'll take it.
All right.
So 762 horsepower at the wheels on a truck with this much weight. This is gonna be a fun truck. And actually, typically on this combination, it's a 20% drivetrain loss. So in theory, at the crankshaft, we're making 20% more power than we're seeing at the wheels. And that's very impressive. Well, I think he's gonna be whooping up on some TRXs.
You did good, man.
Only the Lord knows when the last time this bolt was taken out. When I was 15, my dad gave me my first truck. It was a 1954 F100. It was in pieces, and he said, "You can have this if you put it together." That feels good. He obviously helped me and showed me what to do, and my brother even helped me build that truck, and it sparked a fire and a passion for like the customability I could do, just going crazy and having all my dreams be able to actually come to life and put them on a vehicle and, you know, express yourself. So my dad and my brother they built cars on the side, but what really got me interested in vehicles was like video games mostly. That just taught me self-control, and it taught me a good feel for vehicles that I can listen and pay attention to them better. As a fabricator, I think I bring the balance between my father and my brother because they have some crazy ideas, but sometimes they can have too many at one time. You know, I just try to be the calm piece that, you know, sometimes is missing in this world. And I just try to, you know, bring some voice of reason to things.
Today is the day I get to get my new Raptor. I can't wait to drive this vehicle. I can't wait to get in it, feel it, and hear it. I stayed up all night last night, couldn't get any sleep.
Hey, good to see you, Alex.
Yeah, good to see you again. I'm excited about this.
Well, I hope so, man. We put a lot into that Raptor. I mean, we've completely gone through all the suspension, transmission, had the body off, had the body down, alignment, tires, wheels. I mean, I don't know what we didn't touch on the truck.
Well, I'm excited. I can't wait.
Well, we thought the idea would be kind of nice to bring you away from some pavement, really get you into more of a playground, you know, where you could feel the horsepower, feel the suspension really, because the transformation is all about being in the driver's seat.
Well, I'm ready to try out or at least get a taste of the suspension and some of that horsepower out here.
Well, let's bring her out. She's just sitting right around the corner. Miguel, let's bring out the truck.
Oh, I hear it. Here it comes. Oh, wow.
There we go.
Listen to that sound.
Yeah.
It sounds amazing. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, wow. Yeah. And my first reaction when I saw the Raptor coming down the ramp, it sounded great. The second thing is I just noticed that new satin wrap with some black racing stripes on the front, give it a little more aggressive look. It looked nice.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Miguel, good to see you.
Nice to see you. All right. First thing we did was had to pull the body and get the bed off so that we could also get to all the suspension stuff and get that underway. Putting all that live valve tech, which is like what the newer trucks have, but this is even more advanced than that. And with new upper control arms, bump stops, traction bars, should take it to that next level.
That looks awesome.
I think you're really going to be happy with the live suspension. I mean, it's constantly adapting to the terrain. It's making thousands of adjustments per second. And the really cool feature with this suspension is you can dial it in for the terrain. So whether it's just road going, you're off-roading, you know, you can sit there and change the settings for more of what your type of ride you're trying to go after. I think you're really going to enjoy it.
And you don't have to get out of the vehicle to adjust it. You change everything electronically right from the dash.
Wow, that compares just like the next generation of Raptors.
Yes. Suspension's really nice just because of how fast and dynamic it is. It's always making those adjustments and always making that ride just that much better and smoother.
And you guys have got me excited about this new suspension and all these little things that go on it. Tell me about the engine.
We put a brand new 3.5 liter EcoBoost engine in this, and the heads have been ported, high flow exhaust, the twin turbo, all the intercooler piping, oil systems, and then also rebuilt the transmission. So we went through, we had a billet torque converter put in and billet internals, better clutches, better valve body, so it could handle all that power. This ended up dynoing at 762 wheel horsepower.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a really, really cutting edge 10-speed.
All right, I can't wait to get another 100,000 miles on this thing.
Oh yeah, should be no problem. The great thing about this engine is that we built it strong enough and we've tuned it conservatively so that Alan can go drive it worry-free and it's going to be reliable.
Some of the other things we did was we did a little better tire wheel package to handle the big Brembo brake kit. We also ended up working on changing the front bumper, lights, and the wrap came out really nice. Very similar to the original color, but it's a lot more satin, and so it has a different tone to it.
Yeah, no, I noticed the little change in tone of that color. I love it. Well, it sounds like I've got a whole brand new truck. Let's get in there and give it a try.
Here you go.
Here we go.
All right, thanks. I'm really excited that I had somebody like my friends over at Mod Mafia to put together something like this truck. I feel more confident. It's a little more customized for what I want, and I get to keep my old 2018 that I really liked.
Hit it, go. Go.
Takes that stuff smooth.
Yeah. Alan, thanks for trusting us with this project. It is a big project. We went through a lot of stuff on it, and I'm glad to see you like it so much.
This truck's a beast. I mean, it just rips it up. So I had so much fun today tearing up on this road here, feeling the acceleration, feeling the rumble. It gave me a big adrenaline rush. I'm excited. I'm so glad what I did.
As far as restoring a 352 Peterbilt, this is the first one we've done. This thing is huge.
It is massive. We've got this C15. It's going to be a perfect fit for this thing.
We got a big problem.
This is a whole different animal. Holy crap.
You got the big F-450?
It needs some work.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to just cut everything out of here and start over. We took all them bolts out, it's gonna fall.
Oh, man, what?
Oh, yeah, that's what I want right there.
Here in Texas, we want our rides built bigger, badder, and louder. These 3 custom shops go for speed, performance, and power. This is Texas Metals, loud and lifted.
what's up, Randy?
What's up, man?
How you doing, man?
Good.
Hey, you took the wrong exit for the mud park, brother.
Man, I'm telling you, bro. I seen you out there tearing it up with your big trucks, but I had to level up, man. I can't let you leave me behind. Come on, man.
You got the big F450? Man, that's a nice truck.
It's nice, but it needs some work. So I bought this F450 diesel because I don't see too many diesel trucks when I go out there. I mean, it looks like next level stuff, but I just want it to be right. I'm driving it, man, it just feels rough. I need your help.
Okay, let me check it out, see what you got.
See what we got.
Oh, yeah. But I definitely see some things that are wrong, Randy. One thing I do notice here is the 4-link in the front, man. You see how it's entirely way too short, the arms?
Right.
They got the back about right, but that front, man, you don't get enough spread between your top and your lower link. This thing will just bind up.
I could definitely feel that whenever I'm driving.
Right, that's what's giving you that feeling.
It feels scary.
The shocks as well, you know, they don't have them in the right position. Man, when this thing goes to flex, it can't flex right now because the shock is actually binding up. They got it mounted completely wrong. You know, if they're kicked in like that, it's gonna.
Right.
You know, you want them leaned out and lean back a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You know, as far as these axles go, Randy, that's a problem, brother. These things ain't gonna hold up to this big beast.
I'm telling you, trust me, I know. Every time I go out there, it feels like I'm changing the axle, man. These things keep snapping.
These 2.5 tons just ain't enough, man. They just won't do it, man. We have to go with some 5 tons. You know, they got a saying, 5 ton and done. You know, Randy, if you want this thing to perform like the Hitman, being this weight, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm probably gonna have to just cut everything out of here and start over. Man, the only thing we'll probably keep is this center structure here, this cradle, but everything else is gonna go.
Man, I need it right, and I need to be safe.
Yeah, I get you right, man.
Man, appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, if you're turning a big F450 into a mega truck, there's a lot of factors, man. This truck is no joke. Everything has to be built right. I mean, this thing will find every weak link that is possible.
What up, Daniel? What are we doing here?
Man, I got us another little project. Randy done picked him up a truck.
It don't run, huh?
No. Nice truck. You know, heck of a start. He said when he drives it's just uncomfortable. You know, it feels like it wants to body roll, you know.
Just don't handle right, huh?
They don't handle right. Right off the back, I seen that they got the shocks mounted wrong on this thing.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Probably reuse the shocks. We're just gonna reposition them the correct way. We can do all new wheels and tires. You know, the 4-link needs some addressing. You know, it's all wrong.
We've got the top angle and the bottom angle bar fighting each other.
Yep.
So it's not gonna ever work.
Exactly.
Just getting that remedy is gonna be a whole lot better. We are gonna upgrade the axles to 5 ton too?
Man, you know that. Got
Okay.
to. These things are already killing them. He said he done broke axles.
Well, if he's breaking them with these, he's gonna for sure break them with a bigger tire.
Exactly, so.
Especially with a big diesel motor. It's finna just tear stuff up.
And also, I didn't tell Randy about this, but we're gonna do rear steer on this truck.
All right.
Cool. Because, I mean, this thing is gonna be quite big when we're done, if you think it's big now. So,
yep,
a little surprise for him at the end. Basically turning us loose with it, man. We're gonna redo all the suspension underneath this thing, make it right for him. Well, guys, let's get this thing, throw it on the lift, get it blowed apart. That way we give Randy what he wants. He can be happy.
Yes, sir.
I think as far as it goes this way. Well, for everybody that wanted to know how we move these trucks around when they don't run, come on, that's it. A lot of pushing and shoving, moving them around with a forklift. Nothing, it's no pretty way to move it. It just happens. All right, cut it.
So we got this heavy thing on the lift today. We're going to get the front axle out of it, get it broke down, get it out of the way, so we can get it ready for some 5 tons. Oh, yeah. We got to get the forklift in here, guys. We take all them bolts out, it's going to fall. Woo-hoo! Hey, Daniel, come check this out.
Man, look like y'all got it whooped.
What do you think? Is that good enough for you? Or you want some more stuff out of our way?
No, that's perfect, perfect. Let's go out back, go do some shopping, and throw this thing in the pile. We're out here in the field of broken dreams. Man, this is where all the good stuff's at. I got Dad on a whole nother mission, so I get to roam through this all by myself. So right off the rip, we're gonna go with 5 tons or bigger. I got a set of Axle Techs out here. These are awesome axles, but quite frankly, they're getting hard to get parts for.
And when you do find the parts, they're expensive. So I'm thinking we're gonna go with these 2 steer front 5-ton Rockwells here. It's gonna be big, so we're gonna go with 2 front axles. So he'll have rear steer to maneuver this big 450 through the trails. I'm gonna get this thing, get it under the truck, and figure out what's all in our way. You know, so we got rid of that 2.5 ton. We got this big old 5-ton under here. Right now, I'm just kind of mapping out in my mind where the 4-link arms are gonna go and how much clearance we have for this thing. So I'm just kind of simulating if this was a link bar. This gotta go, this is in our way. We're gonna rerun our tabs off the top of the frame rail up here. So we're gonna double triangulate this thing. So it's gonna have triangulation at the bottom, triangulation at the top, which is really, really strong. This truck is real big, real heavy, got a lot of torque. We don't want no issues.
There you go.
Tilt it back.
That's good, buddy. All right, I'm gonna call it 60.5. Okay, so the very first step when you're installing any kind of axle is to find the center of your axle. The next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna find the center of our truck frame and line up his line with our plumb bob. Then we'll know our axle is fairly centered with the truck.
Right there, you got that pretty close. Now what I'm doing is I'm just holding the tape measure to simulate where the link bar would be at. We're gonna build off of their cradle and we're gonna bring it down. Just makes everything a lot more happier when it's not at like a 30-degree angle. Now we're measuring out the rear and make sure our cradle point intersect at the same spot. That way everything matches and everything looks good. Our link bar is gonna run at a totally different angle than theirs and a lot longer.
Yeah, right now Daniel's tasked me with making these little drop downs for this truck.
Hey, yeah, let's test it.
Is that it?
Get a visual. Oh, yeah, what you think?
That looks really good, bro.
Yeah, that's gonna work out. I'll get it cleaned up. You get the other 3 cut. One issue we're running into is this bar here is in the way for our upper links. So we're gonna come in here, we're gonna cut this out, and we're gonna go ahead and reuse that pipe here, notch it, and get it to fit. And that's gonna be what our upper link tabs are gonna run off of. Nice little notch.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna tack the outside up. Then we're gonna come back with the inner plate. We're gonna have to notch it out right here around this piece of pipe. Just a tiny bit, it ain't gonna be much. You gotta come back and modify things as you go sometimes. It's just part of it. Okay, so right now we got everything mocked up where we wanted it. Our outer brace here, we've got it square and straight. And now we're gonna add our little reinforcement pipes. So we're just gonna fit them in there and that's gonna square everything together to keep it from bending or twisting. Got our heims mounted up, everything's straight. I'm ready to see where we're gonna start mounting our link tabs for the top. That ain't going nowhere.
The original links on the 2005 F450 were originally too short and at the wrong angle. That created poor articulation and made this thing really dangerous. The placement of the 4-link is really important. Robert, I got these lower link brackets here all tacked up. Now with these down and back, it's gonna offer the link bar to be a lot less angle, be parallel with the uppers. You know, it's not gonna bind up. And we can build the lower links.
If we measured all this right, should just go right together.
Yeah, we'll just build them all and then we'll tack them. This looks so much better already. All right, now we got everything mocked up, our lower links, our brackets for the lower links. We left the old brackets on here just so you can see the difference on how far we dropped this thing down and back. Now, we utilized the old piece of pipe that they had in here. That is what our top links are gonna run off of. I'm gonna go ahead and clean this up so we can get our top link bars made up.
Right now, what you're seeing me do here is I'm measuring from the center of this bolt down to the center of this bolt because we want the distance from our top link to be the same on this end as it is from this end so that they're parallel.
Like that.
We just like to sit them up there and get our angles right and make sure nothing's gonna hit. You know, you gotta kind of just picture this thing articulating and make sure none of the bars are gonna hit, because once you cut this DOM, that's it, you can't make it longer.
Perfect. That looks good. I like that.
100 times better.
I can look at that and tell you that's gonna work.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There's no doubt that diesel engines is what put one-way diesel on the map. But we've grown as custom builders to the point that we're doing full ground-up builds. The size and scale of these builds is just really, really cool. And one of the biggest builds at One Way Diesel is this 1973 Peterbilt 352 cab over. We're turning this rusty cab over into a fully built show truck.
What's going on, bro?
What's up, Dad? This thing is huge.
It is massive.
It's not something we do every day, making a show truck.
Oh, yeah.
Out of a work truck.
But we've made a lot of progress. We got this thing stretched. You know, we're 280 so inches now from wheel to wheel. Looks real good. I like the stance of it. You know, put the extra bracing in the frame and all that stuff, so it's super, super, super strong.
You know, these things, they twist a lot.
Yes.
And when you stretch them, a lot more movement on that frame.
We changed the axles from the Bud wheels. We went with the newer styles. And then we also changed the front axle, so we'll have brakes up there. The biggest thing, you know, we're scrapping the old Detroit. We're gonna take that donor C15. I've seen what you can do with C15. You can make them nasty.
Yeah, those engines, they talk to me. You know,
I hear you.
You know, Dad, there's no replacement
or displacement. You know, Slick hooked us up with some replacement panels. So now there won't be any more rivets on this thing. It's gonna be slick. We got all the interior stripped out of this thing. The possibilities are endless.
You know, give it some modern look. New steering wheel, new gauges, air ride seats.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, let's go all out with it. Everybody on these trucks, they go on top of the frame rails and come up with their stacks. We need to go under. And when you look at it from the side, you just see the stack come up. It's gonna make the truck look lower, and it's gonna be one of a kind.
All right, I'm gonna go grab play. We're gonna get this engine ready to sit in this truck.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's get it. You know, the old stock Detroit engine that was in this Peterbilt, that thing's been sitting a long time. No telling how many miles is on it. Plus, they don't make a whole lot of power. So, we've got this C15 from the donor truck. It's gonna be a perfect fit for this thing.
Well, there's a chain already down here.
So what we're gonna try to do right now is we're gonna try to slide the bucket under the frame, pick it up, get the weight off of it, and then push it up to the shop where we can get this thing tore apart. Hopefully everything goes as planned, but in our world, probably not. So compared to what we had in the 352 Peterbilt for Johnny, this is going to be a world of difference. I mean, it's going to make a lot of horsepower and get down the road quickly. We're going to pull the front, all the stuff in the front of this engine that's broken out of our way. We want to get down to the crank, and we want to make sure this engine rotates because it took a pretty good lick underneath. I'm wondering if we don't have something in the transmission holding us up either. I can't get it in neutral.
And definitely ain't gonna move if it's in gear.
Well, the drive shaft's out. Yeah, it's broke. I guarantee you that's what our problem is. Well, the main thing we want to make sure of is that nothing's broke internally on the crank itself. If it won't rotate, then we know we got a problem either with the crank or in the combustion chambers of the pistons. So that will determine whether we're going to use this or not. feels good. We got it to rotate. I'm pleasantly surprised. With that said, we still got a lot of work to do to get it out of this truck. And it's hot, real hot.
Ah, yes you do.
You don't want to cooperate. That's awesome. Got a fun little game going on over here. No, you never did fix that trampoline after the hurricane, so I'm having to get creative. I never skip leg day.
All right, well now I guess since we got it out, get the parts ordered for it, go through it, make sure it's good, and hand it off to Chad and say, hey, put it in there.
Yeah, see what he says.
So on this 352 Peterbilt, as you can see, all these panels are riveted on. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take all these rivets out and we can get in here and make sure this cab is prepped and there won't be any issues on down the road. And we'll be able to make some cool panels to fill in all the stuff that we wanna do. So I'm gonna have Eddie come in, take all these rivets off, take these panels off, and then we'll redo them.
This thing is as rough as an alligator's back. You can tell it's been painted so many times you really can't even see some of these hook rivets. Unfortunately, I got chose to grind every one of these hook rivets out. The old panels we'll use as a template to make the new ones. These panels are aluminum, so we're naturally gonna go back with aluminum to match the factory truck. All right, so we got almost all of our skin off this big truck. We got the cab lifted forward. Now we get the task of taking this big bad boy off. We'll get our horns, our lights, antique air conditioning unit. When we got our cover off, we noticed now the unit itself is in the way of getting the bolt out of the cab lights. So now I got to take the AC unit off in order just to get the lights off. All that just to get to that. All right, like my grandson says, 3 hours later, I think I got this bad boy ready to try to get the roof peeled off of it so we can get another skin put on it. I'm pretty sure there's something else gonna be holding it. Kidding me. Okay. So after we took our cab lights off, this is what they call swell nuts. It went through naturally this panel and our reinforcement panel. So I'm gonna take all our gaskets off, grind these off just like I did these. And then we'll see if we can't get this bad boy off of here.
Oh, wow, you back got it, huh?
I think we might can get this bad boy peeled off. Timber, buddy. All right, we got the top off. Pretty much got us a big old humongous antique skeleton right now. The main thing was we had to get these pieces off, but we did keep them in good enough shape. We can make a real good, accurate template. So let's get a truck. Let's get these bad boys sent off and get them fabbed.
All right, so today's a big day. We get to start putting the metal back on this cab. And I'm gonna get Eddie and Chaz to help me. We're gonna test fit this thing. This thing was put together with hook rivets. We don't want to use that. We want to go with a slick look. So what we're going to do is we're going to self-tap it in there with panel bond. We're going to attach it with panel bond and then come back, pull the self-tappers out, spot weld those in. So when we're done, this thing's going to be slicker than my head. I'm talking about slick. We got our new roof skin installed. We checked out our fitment of it. Everything looks good. Now we're pulling it back off. We're going to put our panel bond, which is something that they use on all new vehicles today. They did not use it in 1973 on this Peterbilt. It's an epoxy glue, basically, on steroids. And once you put this on here, you better have it right where you want it because you ain't moving it after that. So we're going to reinstall it, screw it to it, and then we're going to ratchet strap it down to that so that panel bond will adhere. This will give us the look we're looking for, which will be a slick look. I'm excited to get this thing on here. Can't wait to get all the panels on here, and it's going to be slick. Can't wait.
You're good. I think we're 59.5.
We have a good system here. We start by mocking up the suspension and shocks on the F450 build. Then Enrique comes through and welds everything out just perfectly. So we know it's just rock solid.
I just got finished welding out the F450. Now we can install the hydraulic steering lines, and this baby will be ready for paint.
We're using a front axle on the rear of the F450. We're ready to add rear steer. One reason being, this thing's gonna be big, it's gonna be a monster. It's hard to maneuver these things, especially when the rear ends are welded up. They do not like to turn. In order to steer the rear, you gotta have this valve or electric over hydraulic pump. The main line is gonna run here, and then it'll run back out to the power steering pump. And then these two fittings here are gonna control the rear, which will be left or right. These are our main hoses, but these are gonna run all the ways up into the truck to the valve, running all the hoses from the cylinder on the rear all the ways up to our splitter. They're gonna run inside the truck. Then we gotta run the front lines the same way into the cab. So we're probably gonna mount it off the front here so it could be in my hand at all times. Or, you know, you don't wanna be reaching over here trying to steer this truck.
One more.
All right, we got all the hoses ran and all of them hooked up. Now it's time to start this bad boy up, see if the rear steer works.
Oh yeah. Steer it.
He's steering tremendously fast, just like I like it. Nice and smooth, nothing binding up. We got no leaks. Everything works great. We pretty much had to rebuild everything under this 2005 F450. Custom suspension, rear steer, 66-inch tall tractor tires. Got it all painted and clean, and it's just in time to get it dirty at the park. You know, I wanted to show Randy what a real mega truck can do, and he told me when he took this thing out before, the slightest articulation, he felt uncomfortable. You know, I wanted to take the truck out so actually, you know, Randy can see it, get a visual.
Oh, man,
Check it out.
Wow, man, that thing is a monster, man. That thing is a beast.
You know, when I went over that hill, I was trying to show Randy, you know, now he can have the confidence in his truck to take it out, send it over the hills through any hole. We got everything lined out for him. You know, this is a great fun build, and now it's safe.
Oh, man, y'all did your thing on that one. Ooh-wee. Oh, man. Man, I can't believe what I saw when Daniel came crawling down that hill. When I first brought that truck here, I would have never even attempted to try that. Wow. Exceeded expectations, man. That thing is a monster.
What's up, Randy?
Man, what's up?
You got a ladder for me?
Here, man, you wanna jump on my back? Right? Man, this thing is a monster, man. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good, bro, good. Came in a little hot there, that way you see the suspension
Man,
working.
that thing is crazy,
Before that thing
man.
felt like it was gonna flip over.
Man, I'm telling you, I was scared. I wouldn't have did it.
You know he will.
Yeah, I know he will.
You know, there was a lot of things that were wrong on this truck. You know, when you brought this truck in, Randy, I could just look at it and tell you. I didn't have to drive it. I could tell it was all out of whack. What we did was we just added to the existing cradle. I made a bracket for the lower links because, man, those things were real short and at a bad angle. Heck, I think every one was a different length. But we dropped everything down, got your bottom link bars at the angle they needed to be, got the upper link bars where it needs to be. You got to have these links right. If not, man, when it flexes, it feels like it's going to flip smooth over. Redid the shocks, so I got everything set where it needs to be. Got this thing flexing good. I remember you telling me you were breaking axles. So we went ahead and took them 2.5 tons. We throwed them out back, brother. You know, we went with a 5 tons on this bad boy, but we gave you a little surprise, man. We did a front and the rear, so now you got rear steer.
Oh, man.
Because I don't know if you noticed, this thing's a lot bigger now.
Man.
Now you'll be able to maneuver this thing around, get where you need to go, turn around.
Definitely easier on the trails. When you're going through them trails, you can crab leg it, get it around them trees and them tight areas.
I've never, ever drove anything with rear steer in it,
Hey,
ever.
you're gonna be hooked. Any truck you have from here on out, you're gonna want rear steer.
Man, is it me or is this thing sitting a little bit taller? It looks a lot bigger than it was when I first dropped it off.
Bro, you know, when we 5-ton swapped it, we couldn't leave them little wheels and tires on it. So you went from a 54 to a 66, brother.
Man, I knew you guys were gonna take care of me. That's crazy.
Hey, bigger is always better.
I feel sorry for that mud park now, man.
Right? Hey, don't forget about me. You see me stuck, you better help me out.
I'll get you right out of there, man.
There you go.
Enough talking. Man, let's go for a ride in this thing.
I want to give a shout out to Randy for trusting us and letting us redo his F450. I tell you what, me and the Wide Open Garage crew will see you on the trail. So Slick from Competition Trailers, man, he cut us some new panels for this 352 Peterbilt and did an awesome job. None of this stuff's been drilled out yet, so we're gonna have to fit these, drill all our holes, make sure everything lines up.
Hey, Tommy, what we got?
Got all our panels done.
Excellent.
So as you can see, we've got our panels. We got a little extra material, thank goodness. So we get to measure twice and cut once. Anyway, we need to mark all these holes. Yeah, cut them to fit. And, you know, there ain't but just a few of them. So.
There's only a couple and very little ribbons, so,
Yeah.
you know, I'm ready.
All right, brother. It's all yours.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right, I got my panel put on, got it fitted, clamped. It's got to go on pretty much identical to the way it come off, or we got big problems. I'm gonna mark my holes. I'm gonna cut it as close as I can. Even if it don't touch, then I can always go back with my grinder or my belt sander. I want everything flush to where it's identical to where it was. I'm gonna take my panels. We're gonna have to do some reshaping, reforming.
Go all the way down on both sides. All right, so we're doing a grid. That'll just break down our overall piece into smaller pieces when we go to start shaping this metal. It'll just be a guide for us until we get the perfect shape. We're putting it on the English wheel. The English wheel stretches the metal all 4 ways. It'll stretch it this way, and it'll stretch it out too.
Looking good.
Yeah. All right, so we got our slope. It's matching up perfect. We just need to match this top right here. So we'll throw it into the metal shrinker. We'll start shrinking this edge, and that'll start wrapping this corner in real tight.
We finally got this bad boy shrunk down to where we wanted it. Want to finish trimming it, cutting it, and get it ready to put on the truck.
All right, well, today is a moment of truth. We're gonna take this C15 cat, and we're gonna stick it in this 1973 Peterbilt cab over. We did the math, we did the measuring. We're fixing to find out if all that's gonna fit, which I'm pretty sure it is. Basically, we're gonna get it all lined up, make sure it fits, and move on from there. Man, I love it when the plan comes together. This thing fits in here, everything lines up. Now, we get to work on our fitment. We're gonna take these turbos off. We're gonna put a big single on this, get all our piping, all that stuff done. Then we're gonna pull it back out, fix everything on the engine, make sure everything's good, and then install it one last time. But I am happy with how everything's falling into place. It's moving remarkably well, so I'm sure I'll pay for saying that, but hey, it's part of it. I'm excited to see where this thing, or what this thing's gonna do. I think it's gonna be awesome. Now we're getting this Peterbilt running. Y'all got the ECM wired up, ready to go. I got the fast ready. So let's bust this thing off and see if it runs. Clay, if you can watch for leaks,
yeah,
then get the fire extinguisher just in case.
I'll yell really loud if something's about to go down. There's air that's trapped in this fuel pump. You're priming the fuel pump, so you have to turn it on, open up the fuel filter. It'll push the air out, suck the fuel in, then shut the fuel filter off, and then it's primed. We got fuel.
So we don't have an ignition switch wired up inside the cab yet. This is my ignition switch. I've got my fast and my key on, key off from the 70-pin ECU from this cat. I'm gonna touch this to the battery so we get a key on, key off signal, roll it over, and this thing's gonna fire up.
All right, well, here goes nothing, huh?
Sounds pretty good.
Dude, that sounds incredible, man. I'm ready to turn it up and turn it out of here.
I'm pleasantly surprised. Everything sounds good. It's gonna be a whole different animal than that old Detroit that was in it.
There's no comparison.
You know, the next thing to do is just bust this thing apart and make it look pretty. Let's get busy. Good job, guys.
Me too. You too, Dad.
You know, the iconic thing about these old cab over Peterbilts is the stacks, but we're gonna put some big stacks on this thing. It's time to put these massive stacks on this massive truck. I got this, we're gonna use this to mock up with. We'll put our brackets on here.
Just get it where we want it?
Yeah, get it where we want it, make sure our height's right, our distance from the cab. You know, we're used to doing exhaust on regular 1-ton trucks or 3/4-ton trucks. This is a whole different animal. Okay, well, it's official. It's fixed right. I got blood on it. It's my motto. You don't get no blood on it, it ain't fixed right. All right. That is going to be massive.
Very cool.
Very cool. Holy crap. We are definitely gonna have to put some bracing on this sucker.
That's gonna be a challenge because you can't
connect it to the cab because the cab folds over. So the legal height you can go is 14. You can go 14 foot. But to get around every underpass, overpass in the States, 13.6 is the number you need to go by. So I think we go 13.6.
Stop moving.
Come on. You almost got it, Clay.
Where we at? Where we at?
13.5.
Yeah.
So what we've got to do is make a whole new bracket that will support this by itself. So it'll stay stationary so you can still take the cab up. And you got to make it strong enough because these are so massive. The last thing you want to do is this thing come off going down the road.
When you're doing big projects like this, you gotta think of any possible outcome. With this, the truck's so low, it's gotta have a flip-up bumper. A flip-up bumper increases your ground clearance. And that's exactly what you need when you have a truck this low and this long.
Big old bumper.
Now we gotta figure out how to mount this thing. The up cylinder will be under the steering box, and we'll kind of just come up here like that, and it'll push it out.
Okay.
So if we're tying this back in here, that's gonna be plenty strong. That's a strong point. You know, that's what Peterbilt designed from the factory.
Well, I'm gonna leave us a little gap under the skin.
So it can tilt, yeah.
Just give us enough room for it to tilt up.
We'll come right off those factory mounts.
All right.
I guess you can whip something up off that plasma table.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Let's do it. All right, so I plan on making my my brackets off the original bumper brackets on the frames. I got this big old leaf spring right here I got to watch out for. Last thing I want is when this bumper's all the way down to sit there and vibrate and rattle on this and make all kinds of god-awful noise.
So the next step of getting the bumper hung on this truck, Chaz is gonna blow out some brackets on the plasma table so we can get them bolted back on the frame. Tag it to our swing out brackets. Make sure there's nothing interfering. Once we knock that out, we'll weld it all out, mount our cylinders to push the bumper out, bust it down, get that section of it ready for paint. I think it needs to go your way a little bit. All right, Chaz, let's see if this thing flips.
Check it out. Works like a dream, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Good,
I'm
dude.
telling you, man.
Love it.
That's gonna be intimidating going down the road.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They don't make them like that no more.
Heck no.
In fact, they don't make that at all. Chaz, this project, as far as bumper-wise, is finished, man. Get everything painted. We'll put the air cylinders in, hook them up. This thing's done. The bumper's finished.
Yep.
Killed it, Chaz.
Appreciate it, man.
So I've been with Daniel from the start, man, and I've welded on every single truck he's ever built here. And not one time have I ever seen any of my welds break. So I've been welding for 10 years, kind of a family thing. My dad's been welding, my uncle's been welding all their life. When I was younger, I used to help them out, you know, repair on trailers. And from there, you know, I started learning how to weld. Once of course, I got older, I got into welding. I worked for different companies, did structural, did fence work. But my favorite all-time work is working on these trucks, man. Because it's awesome watching them go through that mud hole and knowing that those are my welds doing the job, it's 10 times better. It's awesome, man.
A 1973 Peterbilt is a big truck. I mean, real big. And that makes it that much more challenging. We swapped in a C15 Caterpillar engine, and that alone weighs 1.5 tons. We swapped out axles, fabricated an air ride suspension, installed the stacks, and built a structure that's strong enough to hold them. Bodyworked the cab, full paint and interior. I'm so proud of everyone here and all these extra hours we put in to get this thing done. There won't be another one like it.
You know, today's the day. We got this huge truck. I called Johnny. It's finally time to give him his truck.
I'm just ready to see his face. I mean, I think he's gonna love it.
Oh, I do too. What's up, Johnny?
What do you say, sir?
Yeah, I don't know it. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. Is it ready?
Yeah, it's ready. I have been so excited for you to see this thing. This thing is massive.
Well, I'm ready to see it. Where's it at?
Man, it's right behind that door right there.
Well, let's see it. Oh, yeah. Oh, that looks great.
What's going on, Mr. Johnny?
Hey, you, sir.
What do you think?
Man, y'all done a great job on this. It looks great. Tommy and them went above and beyond what I was really expecting to see. It's just a great-looking truck.
There hasn't been a bolt on this thing that has not been touched or modified in some shape, form, or fashion. What we started with was basically a shell. I mean, all these things we had to source. Little did we know how hard that was gonna be.
The biggest problem with this truck is finding parts. Like a new part for it's impossible. So we had to pull a ton of strings.
You know, we went from a standard wheelbase, but now this sucker is 28 foot long from bumper to bumper.
Me and Chaz cut it, stretched it, got that part of it done, welded out. We went ahead and got hub-centered axles out of a 2007 Peterbilt 379.
We've got, you know, your big 8-inch stacks.
Those things are huge.
They are, and they're legal.
The chrome stacks that they put on this truck, I mean, they just go with an old-style Peterbilt truck. I love chrome and tall stacks.
Me and Dad noticed that engine, that Detroit, that thing was wore out. That C15's an awesome engine. I mean, injectors, turbo, head work. I mean, it's got it all done. We've never pulled an engine and did an engine transplant that big. That's a killer engine, and it's gonna make a lot of power.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
From the front panels to the tailboard, it's all custom fabricated. You know, you can't have something that looks this nice, this clean, and be factory.
I love the way y'all tied the colors in with the rest of the truck.
Well, that was the idea behind it. We wanted clean, simple, but tie everything together.
Show me what you done to the rear of the truck.
Well, let's look at it.
There's a lot to look at.
Man, this looks great back here. The fenders, the fifth wheel. What all y'all do to the rear suspension?
We raise the spring perches up, so when it lays out, the tailboard's 2 inches off the ground and the front bumper's 2 inches off the ground. So it is perfectly level, and it's gonna ride like a Cadillac.
So if I put a loaded trailer behind it, it's still gonna set just right then.
It's got ride level sensors that'll do everything you need it to do. With it aired up, it functions just like a factory, 379, a new Peterbilt would. It's just a little lower, has a better look, still rides the same.
Well, I love the way y'all made the truck look great. Still got the old classic Peterbilt look and the custom look all in one. Y'all done a great job. I appreciate it.
It's an honor.
Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for all you do for us.
I've wanted a Peterbilt cab over all my life. I've been waiting a long time for this truck to be ready to go.
It's a team effort.
100%.
We can't do any of this without each other.
It's a miracle. Only the Lord and our team got us through this because it was tough. Johnny, I hope you love it. If you ever get tired of it, if you need us to take it out for a little while, we can.
Ironhide started its life as a 2008 International 7300 that's been customized for overlanding. Kind of dinosaur, right?
Yeah, this is some old technology, man.
This is something that's going to be completely off-grid, camp under the stars, no one else around.
Oh, wow, all right.
Hitman is a truck that I built about 8 years ago.
Man, Daniel, this thing beat up.
We're gonna have to upgrade these axles. That ain't never gonna work.
Kind of goes to show you the abuse we really put on these vehicles, man.
How'd you like that?
I don't like none of it.
You mean you own this truck? I'm blown away.
Here in Texas, we want our rides built bigger, badder, and louder. These 3 custom shops go for speed, performance, and power. This is Texas Metals, loud and lifted.
So, Wide Open Garage was built off of the Hitman. Going to the events, winning bounty holes. The Hitman is a truck that I built about 8 years ago. That's when I built the first Hitman, Hitman 1. Now we're down to Hitman 7, I believe. I can't even remember how many I built. Not really sure who came up with the name, but that one hit, landed and stuck. These trucks are purposely built to basically destroy them, just like your local monster truck or monster jam show. We're doing the same thing, whether it's racing it, doing obstacle courses or bounty holes, or just out running trails. That's what we do with them. We build them, break them, repeat. All right, let's see what that does.
Man, Daniel, this thing beat up.
No. It did not look this bad till you started taking and selling parts off of it.
Well, you left her out back. I thought you was done with it.
I ain't never done with it. Come on.
What you got on your mind?
Well, I'm thinking we're gonna need some tires and wheels because you sold my old ones.
I got you some bigger ones, dude.
What, 50s, 60s?
Whatever size they are, they're gonna work. They're big.
Well, if you really do have wheels and tires that are this big, then we're gonna have to upgrade these axles. That ain't never gonna work. I was already breaking axles before with a smaller tire.
I know.
Because of the power, so we're gonna have to bust these babies down. I'm thinking do some hybrids, some hater kits.
I like the hater kit.
Me too. And if we do the hater kit, then we won't have the weight.
Right, that way you ain't got that big 5-ton axle under there. You got that middle part is still 2.5-ton lightweight, gears up high, and you put the planetaries on there. It's best of both worlds.
Yep. You know, because the Hitman puts out a lot of horsepower, it just shreds factory axles. So we're gonna rebuild these axles. That way they'll be strong enough to handle all this extra horsepower and torque. So we need to get the whole axle out the back of this thing. We're gonna have to have the axle bored and machined. I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's really the only way to keep the weight down. It's kind of hard to stay light and strong, but with this kit, we can do that. Get that thing done, then we'll move along to the front.
The Hitman has a reputation of being a winner. Bro, we're gonna have to paint it and make it look like a winner.
I'm down for that, but you know what happened last time we did that?
Well, you're gonna wreck it.
Yep, every time we get a nice paint job, we end up upside down.
That's a chance I'm willing to take.
Hey, I'm just a driver.
Hey, it'll buff out. Bring it back home.
Yeah, right?
All right, well, you know, if we paint it, Robert, we're gonna have to do some bedsides.
Oh, for sure. It looks naked back here.
Yeah, it doesn't look right, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah, that's what we need. We'll just do the bedside so it don't hold no mud.
No tailgate?
No tailgate.
Okay.
Let's get the rear axle off this thing.
Okay.
Because it's gotta come completely out and completely apart. Grab some tools, I'll get the tool cart over here, snatch it out.
All right, bet.
Other side, Robert.
There you go.
What's next, buddy?
Sway bar?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's gonna fall, D.
Yeah.
You guys got it?
Yeah, I got it. Sounds like a scary movie.
Uh-huh.
We're just gonna leave it hanging for now, huh?
Yeah. You know, I've won a lot with this truck and this drivetrain, but you know, it's finally met its match. Dad's pulling the shocks off and the sway bar links and the drive shaft so we can get this thing picked up, and then we'll get all the links off, roll the axle out, and then we'll take the axle the rest of the way apart.
You know, it's crazy to think these shocks are only a few months old, huh?
Man, that mud and water destroys everything.
Just kind of goes to show you the abuse we really put on these vehicles, man. Nothing is designed for this.
No.
Worst conditions imaginable.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay, I'm going.
Come on.
How'd you like that? That was some teamwork.
All right, we got the rear axle removed on the Hitman. We're gonna go ahead and bust down the front axle to make sure we don't need anything else machined before we take the rear axle apart and get it off to my buddy Joe.
What are we gonna start on here, Bubba?
So I figure, you know, we got the rear apart. We don't got it broke down yet, but I figure let's go ahead and do the front because we got the aftermarket knuckles.
Okay.
We'll get Dad to do the U-joints, and then we'll bust the rear end apart just to make sure that we have all our parts we need to go.
Cool. So we get it all mocked up. And get
Exactly.
It, yeah, make sure we got everything.
I'll get this off, and then we'll get the spindle off.
All right. Trade me sides?
Yep.
So the first thing that we need to do to get this axle apart is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna remove the spindle from the knuckle. So we're just gonna take the spindle loose from the flange and the whole thing's gonna slide off of there. And that way we can keep all these parts together and we can reuse them later as well.
Not much on maintenance, am I?
Is that clay?
A little mud, a little grease.
It looks mostly like dirt and water.
Well, in my head, it's grease.
Okay. That doesn't make it grease, though.
It'll be all right.
But once we get all this out, we'll get all this cleared up, you're never even going to be able to tell that Daniel ain't maintenance this thing since 1990 never.
You know what? I'm going to take these out there so we can pressure wash them. What are you supposed to do? You know, this thing gets rode hard and then put it up and then I get busy. Then I don't touch it for months and then I pull it back out and I ride it again. Then I get back and I don't have time to wash it because I'm so busy. That's how it is. I mean, these things ain't built to be treated right, that's for sure.
There we go.
Anytime we're building a race truck, we really need to keep an eye on that weight because weight just kills the speed. So instead of just replacing the axles with a 5-ton axle, we're gonna go ahead and just add to our existing 2.5-ton housing and replacing everything inside with 5-ton shafts, spool, and bigger gears. That way we get the best of both worlds. Not only we get lightweight, we get strength. What you think?
I think it's well used. What you think?
Oh, most definitely.
Still got a lot of life left in her, though.
Yeah, we're finna hack it up.
Got it? Got it. Oil looks good in there, Daniel.
You know, thinking this looks real good. It looks like oil to me, not water.
Yep.
You're always saying, it's full of water. I bet $20. It's full of water. Well, what's that, Robert? Is that water?
Well, that could be just the oil on top of the water.
Oh, so you're on that side?
I'm just saying there might be water in it.
Let's find out. Drain it.
Okay.
We're going to see here in a
find
minute.
out right now.
Uh-huh.
Come on.
Uh-oh.
Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
It looks like straight oil to me, guys.
That's some pretty good oil. We're gonna reuse that, huh?
I'm gonna reuse it, and I'm gonna use his 20 I just made for lunch.
Sounds like a plan.
Again, there's nothing much better than working with my son and Robert. You know, sometimes them two boys make fun of me, but if it wasn't for me showing them what I know, they wouldn't be where they're at.
So since we don't have the socket, right now we're gonna use a chisel and a hammer. It's widely accepted by rednecks everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
These nuts usually aren't very tight anyway. You don't want them super tight, because then it puts the bearing and everything in a bind. Oh, there you go.
Got the new shaft.
Yeah?
Ooh, look at the size of that thing.
Quite a difference. All right, now you can see why we had to disassemble this thing. This axle shaft is way bigger than the old axle shaft. It physically will not fit into the spindle. We're gonna have to have this spindle machined. As you can see here, that is not fitting in there at all. Just the spindle section needs to be machined. So from here to here, get to my boy Joe, and he's gonna get this thing bored so the new axle shaft will fit through the tube. Then we'll go ahead and we'll hack this off right here, and we'll have a new flange welded on here for the planetary gear set.
Your fingers.
That's how you remove that.
Yeah, I got this.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I got the 2.5 ton rear housing back from Rico Machine and Fab. Man, those guys over there killed it. They knocked it out of the park. They got this axle fitting now. It wouldn't fit before because the axle shaft is entirely too large for a 2.5 ton housing. So they bored about 2 inches. They got that fitting tremendously well, but now we have to do some more modifying. We're gonna take the center gear section out of the third member. We gotta convert it over to the 5 ton pattern in planetary style. All right. So these are our spider gears. This is what the old axle splines into, and these bad boys turn, which turns the differential. On these 2.5 tons, you either have to weld these all together or put a spool in it. That's exactly what we're gonna do here, is we're gonna put a spool to accept the new axle shaft because this is entirely too small for the axle to go into. You can see how much larger this is. So, a lot stronger, no gears to break. It's gonna be just straight spline to spline. A lot less parts to fail.
We don't have a press to put these bearings back on. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna take these bearings, we're gonna put them in our trusty Easy Bake Oven right here. We're gonna let them bake for about 30 minutes on 400, and that's gonna make the metal expand. And I have put my chalk in the freezer. We're gonna get it down to about 32 degrees, and that's gonna shrink it. So we should be able to just drop this bearing right on that center chunk. See the way it just dropped on there? That's because we heated it up and we expanded the bearing. Once it cools off, it's gonna shrink back and it'll be on their interference fit and it won't come back off. Looks fly to me, bro.
Perfect.
Yep.
All right, we got the spool installed on the third member here. Got the ring gear, everything back on, everything tight, Loctited. Now we get to stab this heavy thing back in the rear end. We can put our flanges on.
Let it down.
Come on down, creep it down. Because I race the Hitman, I don't like to give away all my secrets. Let's just say the LS setup I have in this thing is pushing around 800 horsepower. But with each wheel weighing 400 pounds in the mud, no less, it's about getting as much power to the wheels as possible. We do that by adding planetary gears.
So the planetary consists of these gears here. It's got a gear that sits here on the spindle that's stationary. And then it has these 4 gears that turn, like a little solar system, like a planet. And the reason we like planetaries so much is because you get the reduction right on the hub. So by adding this here, we're gonna make this 2-to-1 on the end. And that's why we do that. It takes all the stress off the inner axle, off this outer axle shaft, and puts it right here on this little piece of metal, which is way stronger than a piece of metal this long. Go ahead and put them in here for demonstration purposes. And you got to line all your little gears up. There it is. Okay, so these 4 gears are going to spin on this inner gear that's stationary. And we have 1 more gear that rides on this inner axle. There it is. We need to get some grease, and we're gonna assemble this little bearing on the end here. By adding this planetary, we're gonna make this drive shaft spin 13 times before this wheel turns once. That's gonna save all these inner components, and that's why these Hayter kits are just so awesome. This is the way to go if you have any kind of horsepower and you're trying to run a big tire. You have to do something with this gear ratio. You have to get the gear reduction in there, and the best, most strongest place for this gear reduction is out here on the wheel.
Robert got these planetaries all buttoned up, silicone. Now we gotta go ahead. These spindles don't have anywhere for the steering to mount up, so I have this bracket that I made up. We're gonna weld it right here. Let's go ahead and hook up to our steering ram. Every truck is different. They got different applications. Some run a single ram, some run a double-ended ram, and some run 2 single rams, which that's what I like to run, is 2 single rams. So I prefer it this way, because if this is welded on here already, it might not be in the right location. So we're gonna weld it onto here, and it'll bolt up. And then I'm gonna run some gussets off of it and just strengthen it up as much as I can. Go ahead. When you jump, this thing is gonna take a lot of force. If you land on one wheel, this thing's gonna take a blow. So it's gotta be really, really strong. Whew, all right. Now, the front axle is completely done. Steering's done, planetary's done, axle shaft's done. We can go ahead and move on to the rear end.
What's going on, man? Oh, figured we should get this thing pulled out, got it washed up, and kind of going through and making sure it's all ready for event season.
Is it that time already?
It's that time already.
Wow.
Ironhide is our support vehicle that we use for our company excursions, especially those in remote locations. This truck is a 2008 International 7300, fully custom built as an overlanding support vehicle. Even though we build custom trucks, we like to take company overlanding trips all over America. And we can pack this truck with whatever gear and tools we need to stay off-grid for several days at a time.
So Ironhide is a nickname. One of the popular Transformers was named Ironhide.
Kind of in one mode, driving down the road, we turn the hydraulic system on, and we get to raise the roof. And that basically opens up a loft area for a king-size bed. Definitely just want to go back through like the maintenance and stuff on it.
Absolutely.
I think this year, while we've got some downtime in the off season, I just want to go through and change some stuff, make it a little bit nicer for the road.
Yeah.
So really what I want to do is try to figure out how to make this thing a little bit more off-grid, because it only has like 35 gallons of house diesel.
Something like that, yeah.
That only really lasts like 3 or 4 days. King of the Hammers is
a week event.
Right, so I'm thinking it's gonna need quite a bit of solar, so that will be in a surplus while running the AC.
Well, we're working on that solar. Can we address the batteries on the inside for the house?
I do have some big ideas for that, and we're gonna go away from like the 12-volt stuff.
Okay.
And do something that's got a lot of energy density.
So we can put a lot more storage in that same spot.
Yeah, so that's an opportunity to new technology, shave some weight.
I want to get the fuel system more robust and reliable. You know, because like I think we're having transfer issues between the saddle tanks. They're 70 gallons each. I think it's a little lift pump. It can barely move as much fuel as we're consuming.
Yeah, you're using fuel faster than it's transferring.
Man, while we're at it, I think there's a couple other things we should address, like this hood. Sitting hours and hours behind that steering wheel. Just looking at that hood with the clear coat flaking off, you know? I mean, I think a nice wrap on the end.
Yeah, get this painted, then we'll wrap it.
Yes.
So I think that'll kind of bring it into the 2020s.
One thing that always bothered me about it's the stereo. But we have like 3 types of stereo, right? In the truck, in the house, and outside.
Yeah, none of them are really synced together. And I never got the ones on the outside to work at all.
I felt like it's always so cumbersome to just get it to turn on and work, especially on the house side.
I would agree with that. And some of the perimeter lighting was a little bit kind of subpar. You know, issues of rolling up to camp real late, especially how dusty it was in King of the Hammers. So I want to take off the light bar, maybe put some cannons on that, and then some larger perimeter lighting, some floods.
Absolutely. All right, man. Let's get after it.
Awesome. Gosh. Hey, Casey. How you doing?
How are you doing? Good. Good to see you.
Doing well. Good to see you too.
What is this beast?
Yeah, so a little bit bigger than what a picture alludes to, right?
Wow, yeah. It's way bigger in person.
Yeah. In the overlanding industry, solar tech has come a long way in a short amount of time. But you got to make sure you install it right before you head into the middle of nowhere.
Let's check out what you got going up here, see what we can help you with.
Right up at the top of the stairs, look down to your right. That's where the battery bank's gonna be.
Batteries there, you got a cooktop. We got quite a bit of power in here. We're gonna need some juice.
A lot of lights, fridge, freezer.
Batteries here.
Of course, a good microwave, convection oven.
Oh, wow. We got a bunch of lead acid batteries.
Kind of dinosaur, right?
Yeah, this is some old technology, man. So this system is so old, I don't even know if it'll charge a cell phone overnight. He's got some really old lead acid battery technology, hasn't been improved in 100 years, an old inverter. It's gonna take so much power to run this thing, and I can see now why it's always dead. If we're gonna do this right, we really need to get some lithium batteries in here. We need to update all of your inverter system. We pretty much just have to gut everything and start over. So what I'm thinking is we get some lithium batteries in here. We stack some solar on the roof. I think we can get 1,800 watts up there. Lithium, the technology is crazy now. It replaces like 12 of these batteries that you got 3 of them up here. So
wow, that's incredible.
I think we can make this thing run off grid all the time and keep this thing cool for you.
Cool. Ironhide started its life as a 2008 International 7300 that's been customized for overlanding. And when it was built, everything ran off of diesel. With solar technology, we can supplement the diesel and stay off grid even longer.
All right, so we brought some big boys for this project. That's a big machine, so we're gonna have a lot of power. So these batteries are probably only a couple of years old, but we're talking 100-year-old technology. Oh, I'm gonna say that's a 125-pound battery. Lithium's gonna be about 4 times more efficient under heavy load than lead acid.
I am all that is man.
Now it's time to put the lithium batteries in place, get those mounted and the inverter in. So what I'm gonna install now is a solar charge controller. That's gonna protect the battery so it doesn't overcharge it, and it's gonna maximize the amount of sun coming into the battery.
I am getting these panels up here so we can begin orienting them around and really figuring out how we want to arrange them. So now we've got the panels up here. We're pre-drilling some of the holes that we need to mount these brackets on the side. And we're gonna mount them, these bigger panels up towards the top, space them up a little bit off the roof, a little bit of ventilation and airflow underneath.
So a panel this size making 405 watts, this would have been 40% larger 10 years ago. So we're able to cover a lot more territory up here with more watts, so we can just charge that battery so much faster.
The Hitman is so tall, it needs really long sway bars. A sway bar is a part of the suspension that keeps everything stable whenever you're making fast turns. You know, in the mudding world, these things take a lot of abuse. The old one was bent. Now we're replacing it with a custom one.
Right now, I just drew out the tabs for the swing arm on Hitman. Now I'm about to cut them out so we can go ahead and throw it up on the truck. Now we got them cut out. Give them a little clean.
All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna measure off our aluminum blocks. They house the anti-roll bar or the sway bar. I'm at 3 inches.
I got you 3, puts it at 40 and a half.
40 and a half. We're measuring off of here, so the link is gonna go on the outside of the frame rail. So we measured it from 3 inches out. If we were measured from block to block, there's no way this would work. So now we measured 3 inches out. That's gonna give us enough clearance for our sway bar. So we'll go out there and we'll chop that and clean it up, get it back in here, we'll get the links on it and get those tacked on.
So the reason why we're building this on the table is instead of mocking it up on the truck, this gives us a flat surface so where our links aren't clogged a different way, they're even and nice and neat. So now that I got it all tacked together, I'm about to go mock it up on the truck, make sure it fits good before we go anywhere else with it.
How much room you got?
Got about a quarter.
Perfect.
As you can see there, we got the clearance that we want, and that's what we're going for. We can take it right back off, weld it out, and get going.
Enrique has this thing welded up everywhere he needs to get to. That way we can bolt it up. Now the next step is to sit this thing on the ground. We need it at ride height. It's hanging from the lift right now, so the suspension is at full travel. So we'll sit it down, and then we'll be able to make our links. We're gonna use the old links. It should be in the same spot, but we're gonna have to put new tabs on the axle. You wanna be able to put this bolt in and out by hand freely. You don't want nothing in a bind before you mock up your lower tab. Get these all tightened up, get them tacked on there, and then we can pick this truck back up, make sure everything looks good. Kike can finish welding out.
Looks way better.
Mm-hmm.
Enrique got that looking great. It's way better than the old one. It fits the truck. It doesn't look misproportioned. But now we could get the bed sides fitted and move on to getting this thing painted.
Look what I got here, boys. Check it out. Come on, Robert.
All right, watch the paint, man.
Hey, they're rough, but they're better than what we have, which was nothing.
Let's see what we got here.
What do you think, D?
What was this, laying in the dirt? That's why it's all rusted at the
No,
bottom?
I got it from our buddy Mason.
Where do you have them, in the ocean?
They were out back.
You know, they're not that bad, D. I could work with this. You know, we'll take it and we'll cut all this off and flare it like a race truck.
Oh, like the old Hitman.
Yeah, I think so. We'll start maybe at this body line. I'm thinking something just like that. Right at the top of the tail light, all the way down.
Cut this whole section out.
Yep, we skin the inside of it and...
Yeah, it's gonna look good. Said this once before, that man knows where everything's at. I told him I need a square body bed for the Hitman. He showed up with some bed sides. We didn't need the full bed. We were gonna hack it up anyways. Following this body line, we got it taped up and it looked real clean. It'll knock some weight off. And man, honestly, I really like how it's gonna look.
Because this bed is so rough, it's in really bad shape, especially at the bottom. So I'm gonna take my cutoff wheel here and I'm gonna grind this little rusty edge off. I'm gonna cut it just like this. And I'm gonna follow my edge all the way up until I meet my tape, and then I'm gonna follow my tape line all the way out to the taillight. So what we did here effectively is we did what you call, we skinned the panel. So if you look, there's nothing but the outer skin of the panel. That's all we're gonna use. We can hang this on the side of the truck just to more or less cover things, kind of make it look complete. But once we get it all one color, this bedside gonna look brand new. You ain't gonna never even know.
So today we're gonna be installing some lights on Ironhide. Ironhide is kind of our workhorse, kind of our mascot. We do use it overlanding, kind of extreme camping. This is not your pull up in a parking lot, go to your local state park type truck that you go camping in and have, you know, all the amenities around you. This is something that's going to be completely off-grid. Go find your own camping spots and camp under the stars, no one else around. So we're excited to be upgrading the lights. The lights that are on there are probably about 10 years old, and they're not quite up to the standards that we want. They don't provide enough perimeter lighting. So we're going to be going through all of that, and we're going to really be improving what this truck is capable of doing for us. One thing you'll notice about this is that we have two colors of lights. The white light, just the clear lens, that's gonna help project light the furthest. That's gonna be your brightest light. And then we have amber lights. Now, amber lights have a longer wavelength, so anytime you're up against fog, rain, you know, snow, anything that has particles in the air, possibly like sand even, that longer wavelength is gonna penetrate further through and it's gonna give you a longer field of view. So with the perimeter lighting, the goal is not to see a long distance, but to actually kind of just see around the truck. You know, you're not trying to see obstacles that you're coming up to.
This is to help you get around the truck, possibly do repairs in the evening or at night. There's going to be 2 at the back of each corner of the truck, and then 2 facing each side of the truck. This truck already has 3 cameras positioned around the truck, which helps us aid in moving the truck around because it's such a massive truck. But at night, these floodlights are going to help us see even better. So the last part of our install is going to be 2 pair of light cannons. They're 8.7 inch. They go up top of the truck. These are going to produce 36,000 lumen per pair, so 72,000 lumen total output. They draw about 60 amps in total, and they're rated to project light over 3,000 feet away. There is a purpose for lighting at the right time in your build, and I'm glad that we finally got to upgrade all the lighting here. It's really going to make things easier, especially late at night for us. As anyone who goes overlanding knows, you've got to have good tunes. So we want to outfit old Ironhide with some new speakers. The new speakers have a lot more depth than the original speakers. So to install them, I'm going to have some custom speaker rings made.
So the material we've chosen is going to be a waterproof medium density fiberboard known as MDF. It is submersible. We found that as long as with some type of coating, it does truly last. So either painting it, covering it, this stuff remains submersible, so it'll be perfect for Ironhide.
This is a 3/4 inch thickness. We'll build the 6-inch rings with just a single layer of this. With the 8-inch rings, we'll actually have to build a 2-piece ring where we'll have a base and then a stage secondary to give us that necessary clearance we needed for the depth of the 8-inch into the wall. So different types of material require different types of cut rates and different types of actual cutting styles. So we're gonna use this tooling here, which is a dual flute. This will make any kind of cuts or rabbiting that we wanna do. So it'll honestly cut through that like butter. So now that we have our tooling in place, we actually have to do what's called a tool tip measure, where we go into our screen and we tell the computer the measurement of the tooling that we put in. So there is a sensor that we go through a process, and it actually automates it for us so we know our working depth and the machine knows what it can do with what tool it has. What it's doing right now is taking itself to a predetermined height sensor, and it's actually gonna go down and do a couple taps to dial in its reference for the table. Away we go. Because Ironhide goes off-road, the materials we use are designed to be used outdoors, and then we'll be using waterproof vinyl material that will withstand pretty much anything that they can throw at Ironhide, and the audio will still rock.
The Ironhide was a little project here that I decided to take on myself. So we improved the fuel transfer system to move fuel from one tank to the other tank more efficiently. Installed new speakers in and out, and a fresh new wrap. This truck's gonna look good and perform even better, especially when we're in the middle of nowhere.
Whoa, whoa.
Holy crap.
That's what Josh has been up to.
That's legit.
Oh, man. Oh, wow, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I dig it. Man, this looks like a completely different truck.
Well, it really is. I mean, not just the styling from the wrap, but you know, there's so many other things that have been changed too. I mean, the whole point on this was we wanted it to be an overlanding and kind of an off-road, off-grid type truck. So we went through and changed all the solar panels up top. All of that's been done, 100% new. We got like 1,600 watts of solar power now.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, new converter system, 48-volt battery bank.
Dang.
Yeah, so
big improvement.
That really gives us the ability to run the whole truck and the AC for a whole night.
So you're running the AC all night without having the generator on?
No generator on.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. That's something you could never do before. And that'll make driving it, using it, enjoying overlanding with it a lot more comfortable.
The fuel transfer, you know how we can never get that to work?
Yeah, that was a big issue.
Yeah, it kind of sucks only being able to drive for about 180, 200 miles on one saddle tank.
Yeah.
Now we can use all 130 gallons of diesel storage in the saddle tanks instead of just one half of that.
Yeah.
So that's gonna make road trips a little smoother because you don't have to plan your stops so much.
Right, absolutely. Looks like you did some lights too. The LEDs look a lot nicer.
So I went ahead and went with a two-tone lights. I think that's gonna be helpful, you know, in that fog and sand, you know, like we were in KOH. You couldn't see hardly anything.
Absolutely, they'd be perfect for that. It looks like you got some floodlights on the sides as well, so for camping, that's great.
All the lights across the bumper and up top.
Okay.
All new.
I like the new speakers on the outside. Those look like a lot better.
Yes, this is a full range speaker.
Yeah, I bet they sound a lot better too.
Yes, they're gonna sound a lot better. I've already been jamming out to them a little bit. So.
All right, that's great.
These speaker rings are weatherproof as well. They're used out of a weather grade MDF material.
Okay.
So I won't have to worry about weather, sealing, all that's taken care of with these types
That's
of
great.
speakers. Don't move. There's a little bit of an added surprise here.
Uh-oh.
So stay tuned.
Okay, okay. What? That teeth? Wow. Man, it looks like there's like a lion trapped inside the RV.
It's like a caged up beast.
I like it though, it looks good.
Yeah, it's just different, you know? It's eye-catching.
I mean, because this thing doesn't draw enough attention.
Exactly.
Ironhide's the complete package now. It's got all that rugged off-road ability, now mixed with luxury, now mixed with the reliability, with all the amenities that we've added and updated. It's really gonna be nice. Last time we went on one of our big events in this truck, we didn't make it all the way.
This time we're gonna make it all the way, and it's gonna be a better experience when we do get there.
Absolutely.
Grab it. The 7th version of Hitman didn't have a bed or bedsides, but with this one, we want this thing to look complete, so we're gonna go with some bedsides. The trick is finding the right placement for them.
I kind of like it.
I don't know, let me see.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that pipe just straight. It looks just...
I kind of see what you're saying, too.
I don't know, maybe it won't even come off right there. What if we just come off right here?
There you go. What you think about that?
I don't like none of it.
No?
I don't know why. So this is that process where you might build this whole thing and then just cut it all off. There's been many things where I've, you know, tacked it together and stepped back and I'm like, nope, cut it off. Start over. You just keep doing it until you get it right. At least that's how I've always learned. Yeah, I'm just trying to grind this side so it closes up this gap. See, because the farther I lean it out, the more gap I got. Which, I mean, you could notch this, but it doesn't need that much. So I just hand grind a little bit more out of it, close that gap up, be good to go. Now I'm gonna stick it back up there and make sure it's the angle I want.
Right there, dude.
Can you hold it like that?
Yes, sir, for a moment.
Yeah, that's gonna work. I don't know what we're gonna do up here. All right, let me get a tape measure and see if I can get my big old head up in there and measure something. I'm gonna cut it 9.5. Yeah, so now I'm gonna build something to come off the roll cage to hold the top of the bed. Just similar to what I got in the rear, a lot shorter, because it's less distance. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut this. I'm gonna notch this pipe, because it's running to another piece of pipe. And then I'll be able to weld my tab off of this end, but it doesn't have to be 100% perfect. Like I said, this thing's gonna get destroyed. Try to get up in here again. I'm just gonna have to wing it.
Yeah.
It's gonna go somewhere right there. I'm gonna go ahead and get this tab tacked on there. Come off here with a piece of round bar with another little tab. Just gonna keep bracing it up and adding tabs, support.
How about that, dude?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know, that's almost gonna look like a real truck again.
That's gonna work. Now Dad can start on the sanding and body work on this bedside. And I'll repeat the same process on the other side. You know what? It does look a lot better though. Even being different colors.
You know what I think? It's lunchtime.
You always think it's lunchtime.
And it's your turn to buy.
I got you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, we got the bed sides all wrapped up on this thing. I got everything welded out, turned out great. So, you know, we get this thing all broke down, all the body work done, sanded down. We're gonna go ahead, we're gonna do a 2-stage paint on this truck. Then we're gonna do some wheels and tires and get this thing put back together. You know, Hitman isn't just a vehicle, you know, it's the backbone of Wide Open Garage. And I tell you what, when you take this thing out, people are always gonna remember me or know who it is. You know, if we could bring home a win, I mean, that's just gonna put us all the ways on the top. And I tell you what, if we don't, I don't know anyone that doesn't have fun at the mud park. So guess what? It's a win-win if you ask me. If we win, we have fun. If we don't, we still gonna have fun. A bounty hole is a competition where multiple trucks compete to see who could get across or through the hole, the fastest or the furthest. You know, I've always loved this sport because it's not just for the young, the old, it's for everyone. I tell you what, if you've ever been here, it's a whole nother environment, a whole different world. You don't even have to have an off-road vehicle. You can come out here and go swimming, you can go fishing, you can go camping, but most important, we off-road. Yeah, I've been coming to the mud parks for years. I'd say straight out of high school, I came to my first mud park. I had a four-wheeler that wasn't for mudding, but I came out, and right away I was hooked. Built a few four-wheelers, and that just evolved into the trucks. You know, after watching the competition today, that lit a fire under me. Everyone has stepped their game up. Whether I've worked on their truck or they built it themselves, the competition is gonna be stiff. And I'll tell you what, it's time to bring the Hitman back. What's up, Chris?
You guys have done the deal.
What's up, man?
Good to see you, brother.
You know, today's the day we got Hitman out here at our local park, and my buddy Chris is putting on a bounty hole, and, you know, I'm real anxious to see what he's gonna think about this.
This truck is looking good, dude. Whose truck is this?
That's the old Hitman from back in the day.
You mean you own this truck?
Yes, sir.
I ain't ever seen you own anything that lasts in your life, dude. I'm blown away.
Man, we kept the same motor, same body, but man, as you can clearly see, we facelifted it like a lot. Basically, we upgraded the whole drivetrain from the drive shafts to the axles. We went with these big wheels and tires. Me and Robert, we blowed apart the axles, took the 2.5-ton center section, and now we're running a 5-ton outer. We had to bore the housings out to accept the bigger axle shaft, so it's just a full custom axle now.
We added the Hater Kit, which is a planetary that bolts onto the end of the axle. And that helps to reduce the force on the inner axles by taking all that gear reduction and putting it right on the wheel. So that's gonna help out in the big, thick bounty holes. That's gonna make it to where that tire does not break those axles anymore. Hopefully. You know, with this guy, there's no telling.
If I break something now, I mean, I did something.
Well, if I know you, if you break something going forward, you're gonna turn around and do it in reverse. so as far as the axle setup on the Hitman, I definitely think they went the right direction on doing the Hater Kit on that. Bigger shafts for sure. I've seen this man go into the pit and break all 4 drive shafts at one time. So he definitely went the right direction on the upgraded drive shafts, the bigger U-joints. And we'll see if it can handle the power.
So, you know, Daniel put me on the hunt, and I told him, we gotta have some bedside, son. It just, you know, makes it look better, makes it look like a truck again. You know, before, it was just cut off the cab. Now, she looks like a full body.
Full truck, I love it.
Got some rock rings on it, had them powder coated. Robert cut them out on the plasma cutter. We're ready to go, man. We're ready to win it.
You know, Dad's favorite part is the paint. Is that right, Dad?
Yes, sir. We can't go out here with, you know, 3, 4 different colors like we come from the salvage yard. So we picked this color out, got her stickered up. She's looking good now.
Dude, I'm just blown away with the truck, man. I can tell y'all have been waxing deep around the clock, so I'm very, very impressed with what you guys are doing. Cool factor, I'd give it about a 12 out of 10. It's literally over the top, especially considering it's Daniel's. So with him behind the wheel, man, I'm eager to see that smile and nothing but teeth going by in the mud. Well, we got a savage bounty hole today, man. It is a truck killer. It's gonna be deep, it's gonna be nasty, sloshy, sludgy mud.
He's speaking my language.
Yep.
Good luck today, I'll see y'all down there.
We're gonna get the truck ready, brother. Thank you.
Sounds good, guys.
Thank you.
You know, this bounty hole is definitely gonna be a challenge. I mean, this thing is narrow. There's not any other line. This is a one-line deal, so luck of the draw is gonna be important here. Sometimes when it's a lot of deep mud, it seems like the first truck will push and pave the way for the second truck to go. Definitely dead last is gonna be the worst here because, I mean, we're gonna dig this pit out. So I drew second here, and I'll tell you what, I'm feeling real confident. I'm gonna point this thing in the direction it needs to go. I'm gonna let off that button, and we're gonna say a little prayer and hope we get out on the other side in one piece. Man, right on the back, I said, man, this hole is deep. The water was coming in the bottom of the door. The front end was floating. I couldn't see anything. All I can see is just sky. Finally, I just shifted this thing back to first, back to second. I just let it eat, and we crawled out the other side. You know, with all the upgrades we've done to the Hitman, I can tell you what, just getting through that hole, that's just an achievement itself. I'm very, very proud of me and my team. You know, we've been down for a good while and we haven't been out competing. And to come out and take second place like that just shows me that I made the right upgrades to the truck. Not bad.
Good job, dude. Good job.
You know, Hitman is not done yet. We're gonna go home, go back to the drawing boards, and we're gonna hit it even harder even next time.
We're not chopping this thing.
Yes, we are.
It is literally brand new.
The F450 is boring.
We only have one option. Stretch it, add 2 more doors, a whole another bench seat in the back. We don't care what year it is. We're gonna cut it up, modify it. We gotta do something under here because, man, these things are really lacking in power.
The customer for the 90 Chevy OBS wants to be able to win races and grab groceries on the way home. Drag and drive. We just so happen to have one of the old engines we use in our race car.
Me and Daniel, you know, we like to do things on a budget.
You know, it's not always about the money. You know, when you build an engine or a truck, you can say you did that. Ain't nothing I like more than the good, nasty, stinky taste of gear oil. This thing's gonna look the part and ride even harder.
Dad, bring it out.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah.
Here in Texas, we want our rides built bigger, badder, and louder. These 3 custom shops go for speed, performance, and power. This is Texas Metals, Loud and Lifted.
So I got a client coming in today. His name's Brad Extum. He's a good friend of mine and done business with him for several years. Brad owns Fast Fuel Systems. Fast Fuel Systems is a company that makes lift pumps, supply pumps for diesel engines.
Hey,
Brad, how are you?
You know, there's something about your attitude that puts a smile on my face when I see you.
That's awesome, man. Same here. For him to come to me and my team is a huge honor.
This is my new boat.
That thing is huge. It looks awesome, but we really don't work on boats. What are we doing here?
So, step back.
Okay.
See the boat?
I see the boat. It's big, it's grand, I love it.
Do you see the problem?
That doesn't reflect the boat.
Doesn't reflect my personality either.
It does, yeah, it's lacking the Brad.
The boat's cool, the trailer's cool, the way it's tilted is cool. This truck is boring. How many seats are in that truck?
5.
We have 8 seats in there. My family that can fit in there can't fit in there. What can we do so I can fit everyone in one vehicle?
Just right off the top of my head, I've got a few ideas. We could do like an excursion type and like graft an excursion body on it, carry the whole, you know, make that all seats in there.
That's not gonna work. I need that bed space for supplies.
We only have one option, Brad. Do a 6-door conversion. Stretch it, add 2 more doors, a whole another bench seat in the back. That should solve your problem.
I like the 6-door idea, but if we leave it like that, it's gonna look like a limo.
If I touch that thing, we're doing lifts, wheels, tires.
I want to keep my family together. This is why I'm doing this. So I want to be able to take them, throw all the luggage in the back, and go out like the Beverly Hillbillies. How are you gonna cut it in half?
Well, Sawzall and a cutting torch. Put a piece of frame back in there.
Okay.
Extend the cab.
That would be badass.
Yeah, I mean, this whole truck's gonna be. But to get this looking like a factory 6-door truck, we're truly gonna have to do some next level fabrication. You know, Brad, what I'd love to do is take all the little accents from the boat and put them in the truck. I want them to know that that boat is attached to this.
This is awesome.
So one of the crazy facts about this truck is it seriously is brand new. And I don't even think it has 3,000 miles on it. I love the 10-speed trans in this truck, but man, these things are really lacking in power.
Yes, they are.
We've got to do something under here because that thing is all about performance. That boat is.
Yep.
This truck doesn't know anything about it.
So what are you gonna do about it?
We're gonna do a lot about it.
Okay.
We're gonna cold air intake, fuel system, get more power out of it. Also, I know it doesn't matter, but it does to me. I want to dress it up a little bit under the hood. I want to showcase what you're capable of and what we're capable of. We want the whole truck to look just like that boat.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I love your ideas.
I love your ideas.
I came to the right place.
What's up, bro? What you got there?
Oh, you know me, just kind of playing around with some ideas. This thing needs to scream Brad Exton when you see it.
Yeah.
He likes it big, he likes it loud, he likes power, you know?
He does. That's why we get along.
I don't know if y'all seen Brad's boat. That thing is massive.
Oh, yeah, it's beautiful.
It has 8 seats in it. How many seats does this have in it?
Oh, no.
It needs 8 seats in
We're
this.
not chopping this thing in
Yes,
half.
we are.
It's brand new.
What do you mean?
It is literally brand new.
What's wrong with that? Doesn't make it any difference than cutting an old vehicle. We do it every day.
It's literally the nicest truck you can get off the freaking line, man.
No doubt about that.
So we're making it a 6-door?
You know it, man.
Oh, my God.
Stretching it, making it 6 doors of awesomeness. He can get his whole family in, take them out in the boat, fill the seats in the boat, fill the seats in the truck.
Okay, so we're gonna take a brand new truck and add 2 more doors to it and stretch it how much?
3 foot.
36 inches.
Give or take some,
Good
yes.
night. That sounds crazy, but whenever you put Brad in the mix, it makes all the sense in the world.
And it gets even better than that.
Well, no.
We need to lift it. Wheels, tires, bumpers. You know, dude, we've got to make it Brad approved,
I know,
dude. Dude, this is going to take us to another level. And it's going to look amazing. I'm excited about it. I don't know about y'all, but I'm ready to cut this thing up.
Ah, professional.
We're cutting up a brand new truck. We're gonna get the interior yanked out, get everything prepped so we can stretch it, cut the cab in half and stretch the cab, add the 2 extra doors, make this thing a 6-door. But we're gonna get the cab off of it so we can cut it, extend it. Success! And cut the frame and extend it also. We're gonna start by taking all the cab mount bolts off. Anything that's gonna tie us up as we raise the cab off the frame.
Let's do this right here.
There's the intercooler from the truck. Now that me and Chaz have everything separated as far as all your plugs, wires from the frame to the body.
Coming up.
We've got it raised up slightly. We can look and make sure we didn't miss anything.
You like it?
All we got to do is pick the cab all the way up, start the fun part. My dude, look at that, boy.
Man.
We don't care what year it is. We're going to cut it up, modify it. All right, now that we got the cab off the 450, now we got to figure out where we're going to make the cuts. We got to strategically do this. It's not something we can just start cutting. We got to get our measurements right. We got to make sure we have all the proper parts, the right doors, the right cab that we're going to section into it.
Well, I'm going around just putting little marks where I plan on cutting. I'm gonna pull measurements, make sure everything's squared. Then we can go ahead and draw a solid line. Once I'm 100% certain that everything's right, that's when we'll start cutting everything.
You know, we're gonna take our time. Measure 100 times, cut once.
We only got 1 cab, so we only got 1 shot. So just wanna make sure we got everything right.
You ready? It's heavy. Oh, God, no. All right, set it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we got our donor cab, fixing to make the cut in the center of the front door. And then we'll weld the back of this cab onto the front of the F450. Then we'll have a stretched cab, and we'll have that extra set of doors.
Oh, you know, just pulling off this plastic trim. We might need that, so we ain't gonna cut that.
All right, so we got our donor cab over here. We've got everything stripped out, so we'll get a rough cut on it. Then we'll get it over to our new cab, and we'll cut it to fit. It's a long cut. We can get the cab off, and then we can roll it into the other shops. We'll set it up to the other cab, then we'll start pulling measurements, and we'll start working on our fit up.
All right, come back toward me a little bit.
All right, so we're gonna move the rear door of the F450 to the rear door of what was the donor truck.
Ta-da! And that's how you wrap up a 6-door Ford right there, boys. You can't just buy the middle doors for a 6-door F450 because they don't exist. Chaz is gonna whip up some custom fabricated ones that are made for this truck and one of one.
I'm gonna take the back half of this door right here. I'm gonna take the front half of this door, weld them up together, make a fully custom door. We'll have a door that'll fit up. All right, I got my lines already drawn out. In reality, my cut should be right here, but I wanna have more material than less. So we'll keep it long, and then we'll start actually cutting off what we need to get our perfect fit up. Okay, so I just got both of my halves cut up. Everything looks good, so I'm gonna grab the other half of the door. We'll fit it up, we'll pull measurements, and see where we're at. That's right on the money.
Looks like you've got a lot done in the last few hours. This sucker's...
It's close, man.
Yeah.
I got a few more spots I got to sand down a little bit, but man, the fit up's almost here.
And a lot of people, when they do these doors, they just take a rear door and put another rear door in front of it, so your body lines don't match up. You know, we're actually making the correct door.
Yep.
And it's awesome.
It's like the Ford House would do.
Yeah, exactly what Ford House would do.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're doing right now is we're getting this door perfectly lined up.
I don't know, that's pretty damn good.
In doing that, we have a technique where we glue pieces on the outside, little like reinforced aluminum I-beams. So as we weld and we make relief cuts and we move this, we're manipulating the metal around to get our perfect body lines. This is a very lengthy and a very tedious process. We gotta be careful so we don't warp this panel.
This looks pretty good right here. I feel like we should tack it here.
Go ahead and tack it there. So the goal now is to get the new doors mocked up, but there's a lot of work to get them looking factory. This is a one-time deal. We only have one set of these doors. So now we got our door lined up. So we're gonna do the same process. Flip the door over. That way when we come back and move this door around, we don't have to worry about anything breaking or moving.
Yo, Trevor, Robert, Reggie.
What's up, brother?
Hey, y'all help me push this truck in.
All right. You want to steer?
That's fine. I push and steer.
All right.
Ready? And in them rocks, we're gonna have to rock it. These OBS 90s model trucks have become real popular. You know, pickup trucks from the 90s are now referred to as OBS, older body style. The OBS is getting harder and harder to get. When you do find them, they're either rusted out or they want entirely too much money.
What up, Daniel? What you doing with this truck, man? What do we got going on?
Man, we're gonna start putting this thing together, but
cool.
But it's not for us. I sold it.
What? For real?
I sold it to Tony.
Man, I thought this was like our project, dude.
Well, you know, I learned from you. Making money, get rid of it.
I want to make sure I understand what's going on here. This truck that we've had here forever, that we were gonna build, we're gonna build for somebody else now?
Hey, we gotta make money.
I mean, I ain't mad at that. At least we're still getting to build it.
He said do whatever we want.
But I was looking forward to beating on it.
Yeah. We're gonna do that before we turn it loose. You already know that. We gotta test it out, right?
Right.
Man, you know I've been gathering up parts for this thing. I got a nice smooth bumper for the front.
Oh, me too. I got the whole cab full of stuff.
So what's Tony wanting to do with this truck?
Drive to the track, race it, drive it back home, stop, get a steak dinner, whatever he wants to do. It needs power. It needs to be able to hold up. LS style engine, I don't know what cubic inch yet. Like I said, it's gonna be something. We're gonna do turbo 400, heavy. Gotta have a real transmission behind it. Good drive shaft, absolutely gotta do 4 9-inch. Probably 35 spline axles. You know, everybody knows that we build these big trucks and we do the bounty hole competition, anything mud racing, but we also have a passion for drag racing. You know, the challenge with this truck is gonna be keeping all stock style suspension. We can't just hack the back off and put ladder bars or 4-link.
Right.
Stock frame rails, leaf spring. You know, we're gonna run a 15 by 12-inch bead-lock on the rear. Thing's heavy. Start airing down the tire at the track. It's gonna turn on the rim. But we could do different wheels and tires to save a little bit of weight. And I told him the plans we had with it as far as wheels, tire combo. Lowering it. I told him we were gonna paint it. He wasn't really concerned about the paint, more the performance.
Man, it is a good, slick build. It's gonna come out nice. You know how it is. Sometimes you gotta let them go.
Shoot, I'm ready to get started on this bad boy, bro. Let me go grab my torch.
Whoa, 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 whoa. This ain't that kind of,
You know, there might come a day when we have to line up against this sucker at the track.
You know, he might get a win by beating us at the track with this thing, but we got to win by selling it.
Oh, yeah. Today, we're gonna get Tony's truck on the lift, get the bed off. This truck is a little different from what we're used to. Usually, I can just stand under these trucks. So this one, we're gonna have to put on the lift.
Go?
Yeah. We're gonna go with a 4 9-inch on this thing, you know, to be able to take the power and, of course, run down the track and not break nothing. So, I'm gonna get that all apart, figure out what we gotta do to get this rear end under the truck. Pick it up a little bit, let me put block under it or something. There it is. All right, we got the bed removed on the OBS. Now we're gonna pull the wheels, tires off this thing. I'm gonna measure the rear end that's in it. We're gonna go with a 4 9-inch rear end, a lot stronger. This old rear end right here wouldn't hold up to what we're about to throw at it. This one is 57. I already have a 9-inch housing. I'm hoping it's the right length, so we're gonna measure that and make sure we got the right backspace for our wheels and go from there.
She's definitely getting cut up.
Ain't no turning back now.
Nope. I've had this rear end laying around for years. It's 4 9-inch, very, very reliable. Man, I hope this is good. I hope we can use some parts out of this.
Don't look bad. About to find out.
Daniel and I's gonna get it tore down today and see what we got to work with.
Those drums are stuck on here.
Me and Daniel, you know, we like to do things on a budget. We have these parts. So we're, you know, on a budget, we're gonna try and see if we can make this work, which I think we can make it work. It's gonna work. We don't have a choice. Come on.
So the axle is froze around the drum. Ugh.
Well, just think now, we got one more side.
I got my hammer and my torch.
All right.
Finding parts out in the yard saves a lot of time and a lot of money on a build like the 90s Chevy OBS. The other side of that, we always don't know what we got until we pull it apart. You know, I was starting to get worried that this third member was gonna be trash.
Check this out, Daniel. It's pretty oily in there. Don't look bad at all.
Look at that.
Hopefully the center section's that clean inside.
It's gotta be.
On this Ford 9-inch rear end, how you tell it's a Ford 9-inch, there's 2 bolts on here you have to wrench out, and that's what I got Daniel doing today. This one, and there's one around the corner there. There's no way you'll get a socket in there to get it out. That's how you tell this is a 9-inch.
Now, we'll get the third member pulled. We're gonna cross our fingers that it's good and has the right gear ratio that we need for the truck.
Oh, she's leaking. She's leaking, buddy.
Thank God.
Man, that is some good clean oil. This baby's ready to come out, Daniel. There she goes, you got it? Woo. Yeah?
Damn, it looks good in there.
It's clean.
Ain't nothing I like more than the good, nasty, stinky taste of gear oil. You know, we got kind of lucky here. This ring and pinion looks beautiful. You can tell right here where the ring gear's been riding. I mean, it's nice. So we're wanting like a 370, 373 gear ratio. That way this thing will cruise down the freeway under 2,500 RPMs. So we got the third member out of the 9-inch.
All right. Yeah, that's way too much. That's like a 529 gear ratio.
Third member's great. Gear ratio, not so much. It's got a 529 gear ratio in it, which is never gonna work trying to drive this thing down the freeway. To run 70 miles an hour, you probably run 4,800, 5,000 RPMs.
That's too much.
That's just entirely too much. So what we're have to do is we're gonna have to put like a 373 in this thing so it's capable of cruising down the freeway. So we're gonna go ahead and change this ring and pinion out and then get it bolted up in our new housing and it'll be ready to go. It's time to get started on the engine for the OBS. So we're gonna go with the LS engine. We're gonna do a built turbo 400. You know, when Tony was telling me he wants to do like a drag and drive type of deal, I was like, that's perfect, because that's kind of what me and Dad were shooting for with this truck. So we just so happen to have one of the old engines we use in our race car. All right, I got everything laid out on the tables. Luckily, I believe I have everything I need. So now we're gonna go ahead and get this engine unbagged. We're gonna get a main cap off of it and check the bearing. Now what I'm doing is removing the main cap. This is the thrust bearing. This is the one that takes the most abuse on these engines. So I'm gonna pull the cap off and check the bearing. You can see here, it definitely has some wear. Matter of fact, I can show you the difference. So this is our new bearing, this is our old bearing. You can clearly see this thing has some wear and some abuse. A lot of miles on it. You know, Tony's gonna wanna get a whole season out of this thing, so I'm freshen it up. All right, I got all the rods loose, and what I did was I shoved all the rods and pistons down, so I'm able to rotate the crank and get the main caps loose. This is basically just general maintenance on a racing engine. Now I'm gonna pull the main caps, pull the crank, start with the main bearings, put the crank back in and torque it down, and then we'll do the rods next. You know, I would say definitely putting engines together is not my favorite chore, but everyone has their ways of doing things, and I've always done it myself. I've had a bad experience of paying good money for an engine and it come apart, and I'd rather just do the trial and error effect, and that's how I learned how to deal with these engines, just putting them together and figuring out what I did wrong, and eventually you'll get good at it. All right, I got the main bearings set in, got the crank back in now. These are the ones that don't have an oil hole. These are your main caps. Now I'll do these one by one, put them in. Also put assembly lube on here, on this side before I torque it down, and just do it step by step. All right, now we got all the bearings placed in the engine. Everything's torqued down, everything is marked. Now we flip it over, and we can install the camshaft, and we can start doing the lifters, the heads, the push rods. You know, it's not always about the money. You know, when you build an engine or a truck and it's out there performing and doing well, and people ask you, you know, who built that? You can say you did that. And, you know, that just makes you feel good about yourself at the end of the day.
Today's a moment of truth on the 450. We stretched what was a 4-door into a 6-door. All right, so now that we have both doors tacked up, we gotta know what the body line is of the middle door. We're gonna get the cab lined up, get our body line completely, like a perfect factory fall. Then we're gonna fit the door to that. Yeah, it is. It's too tight here. It's too loose here. Okay, mine needs to go down.
Yeah, bring yours down. It don't need much, maybe a ½ inch.
All right, we need to go forward with it. Pushing the bottom of it.
Easy does it.
All right, come on. We still have some shaping to do here to get these body lines right, but we're headed in the right direction. All right, I need somebody to come down. I'm really close, guys. Hold up.
All right, come down. All right, hold it. Whoa. Right there.
Perfect.
Yeah, let's nail it.
Might need to take this door off, catch that line there because this body line's it's going uphill.
Yeah, you remember that? This body line's going uphill and this one's going down. So you put them together, it's...
Yeah, because we're butting up right here. So now I need to pull the back of the cab down just a touch.
Yeah.
You gotta fit the top section of the cab and mold that body line together. I need some C-clamps, sir. Still got some stuff left to do. But man, we're so far along on this build now. We get to stand back, see what we've envisioned.
Come over here and look at it. I think it looks good.
Once we mold the top of the door, the body line of the top of the cab, and weld it out, we're ready to stretch the frame, set this cab on it. It's gonna be sick, though.
Yeah.
So now that we got our cab stretched for Brad's F450, we're gonna get the second part done of this process, and that's getting the frame stretched. We gotta strip all this stuff. We gotta add 3 foot to the drive shaft, to the exhaust, to your fuel lines, the wiring. It's a lot of work.
We're gonna have to stretch the drive shaft just as long as we're stretching the frame, so we'll get that on the ground, cut that up, extend that. And then we start working on marking up the frame. All right, so I'm gonna get my center measurement between these two cross members. This will be the center of my Z-notch. The Z-notch will be cut like this. Here's the moment of truth. This right here is what you call a Z-notch. The 2 frame extension pieces I'm putting in, they're 3x9s. We got our pieces made, and then we'll get them tacked in, and then we'll have to stretch the frame. This is the Z-notch right here. The actual piece that we're using to stretch it has the opposite cut, so everything will fit up the same. You'll just have double the weld inches. On something this big, something this heavy, we need as much material as we can get into the frame. More material means more strength. Now all I need to do is fit everything up, get everything squared, and then we start welding this truck up. Everything's flat, everything's touching, so that tells me that everything's straight with each other. We'll do the same on the other side, and then we'll start fitting everything up on the back and get everything squared with each other and get the whole truck straight. This frame looks freaking awesome, man. I'm stoked about it.
So, you know, on this F450, you know, we've stretched it. We've added 2 more sets of doors, so we've got to stretch other components for this thing to work. So one of them's being the drive shaft. So we have all the pieces to our drive shaft. This is the original length that was in the truck. And since we stretched it, we got to add that much to it. If we have a drive shaft this long, you can get by with a little vibration. But if you get out here, the length this is, well, you'll be able to feel it. So it's got to be 100% square. We're going to pull a measurement. We're going to rotate, take this thing 90 degrees, check another measurement. We want that measurement to match all the way around in 4 places. And now I can put a tack here, and getting all my measurements to match. I've been welding since I was 13, 14. So I was welding before all these kids were born. Back then, all I was, you know, I wanted to learn this kind of stuff so I could use it as a hobby. I didn't think I would be doing this for a living, but that was always my dream, was to be able to build hot rods and cool stuff, you know. I always loved it. And, I actually thought I'd be playing baseball my whole life, but anyway, God had different plans. But I love welding, I do, it's fun. I guess I passed the baton on that. I mean, I still do it, but not like Chaz and Chase and Clay. That's what keeps this industry going. That's what keeps innovation going, is get the young people involved, 100%. This is 64.5, so now we want to rotate this 90 degrees, and we want the other side 64.5. All right, so we're 64 and 9/16, so we need to bump this in just a hair. $64.5. So now we can weld this thing out, get some paint on it, get it in the truck, and be one step closer to getting this thing down the road.
The customer for the 90 Chevy OBS wants to be able to win races and grab groceries on the way home. Drag and drive. So I need to build out this LS engine to do both. All right, it's very critical whenever you're reusing push rods to, one, make sure the oil hole is not clogged up. The oil squirts through here and it lubricates the top end of the engine. So you want to make sure there's no trash clogging up this hole. And then you stab them in one by one. All right, we got all the rocker arms and push rods on. Now the next step is gonna be to put the timing chain and the timing gear on, and we gotta line this thing up dot to dot so it's top dead center. So this is our indicator off our gear here. I also have one off of here. See the dot? When you're putting these together, they need to line up. I always like to put it together and still rotate the engine and make sure they line back up, because I have gotten it off before. All right, now we're at top dead center. Everything's good. We're gonna go ahead and install our oil pump. This engine is out of the old race car, good platform, stroker engine, so it's gonna make a lot of torque and a lot of power. This truck's heavy, so it'll get this thing moving. I'm gonna bolt this plate on here. This is what we use to pick the engine up. And then we'll flip it over. Ready? Put the oil pan and pickup tube on it. And this engine will be ready to install. I finished building out the LS for the 90 Chevy OBS. Even though we're still trying to find the right axle housing, we're not gonna wait.
So while we're waiting on this housing to come in, we're trying to get as much done as we can on this thing. So we're gonna go ahead and put the motor in it. That way we'll be a step ahead. When the housing comes in, you know, we'll be ready to go back together with it.
Man, this thing's been sitting a good while. It's nasty in here.
Man, it's looking dirty. I think we need to pressure wash it.
Just about every custom truck builder knows about waiting for parts. But once we get that, we'll be building out the front and the rear suspension, fuel lines and wiring to get this thing tuned up for the track.
These brackets are kind of like a multi-fit. They slide and they adjust, so you can put the motor in where you need it.
And as a street cruiser, it's getting full paint. This thing's gonna look the part and ride even harder. Man, I can't wait.
This beast is in.
Stretching out the 450, it's gonna make this truck heavier. And on top of that, it's got to pull this huge boat. So we're gonna give this thing a lot more power and a lot more torque. So we made some modifications to the engine. All right, so I'm gonna take Brad's factory turbo off this 22 F450. We're keeping everything as factory as possible, but gotta give them a little bit of power. That's why we're doing little simple mods, you know? We're gonna add a turbo. So if you look down in the compressor, you can see the blade pitch, and there's different fins. There's more fins in this Charger than there are in this one, and you can see the way that they're twisted. So the air is more efficient, moves more, or it has more volume just from the way that the blades are moving and the way that they're twisted and designed. They're way more efficient. So with this new Charger, the way it's set up, you know, we're gonna get 100 horsepower more and about 150 foot-pounds of torque more. And that's what he needs when he's towing that huge boat. One of Brad's big things with this truck is reliability, but he also wants performance. Well, that's why we installed the EGR filter. What it does is before all your exhaust gases go into the EGR, it filters it. And it's like a small particulate filter. It burns it off constantly. That's gonna give us more power. It's gonna help it be cleaner, air going into the engine, and the air coming out. So kill two birds with one stone, and we get power on top of that. We gotta have stuff like this on Brad's truck. Turbocharger's installed, EGR filter's installed. This thing is wrapped up as far as engine-wise. We're ready to set the cab back on, move to the next step. We're one step closer to getting this thing back to Brad. This truck's come a long, long way. We got body work, frame stretch. All right, come back this way just a touch. To the right, wheels and tires, paint. All right, ease it down. We'll adjust it more once we get closer. All we gotta do now is bolt the body of the frame. We have a 6-door F450. We're gonna put the cab on the frame, bolt it all together, fire it back up. This is gonna be a huge truck. So we've been pulling a ton of hours. We got this thing buttoned up. We got everything plugged in. We got all the power steering lines hooked up. All the radiator hoses hooked up. Everything is ready to start up. It's like the moment of truth. So we got one of the fast fuel systems installed, the drop-in series on this truck. It's gonna help us out tremendously with starting this up, getting the air out of the fuel system. You know, because we've had the tank out, we've had all the fuel lines off, we've lengthened it. So we got a lot of air we gotta get out. The cool thing that the FAST does is separate air and separates water. So we're gonna get everything out, make it faster to start, so to prolong the life of this whole truck. So we'll cycle the key on a few times. You can hear the pump running, getting the air out of it right now. We'll do that a few more times. All right, here we go. There we go. Like new money.
I'm the lead fabricator here at One Way Diesel. I oversee everything. I make sure that all the quality is up to par. You know, when I was young, I always had an interest in welding. I remember being a little kid, always looking at it, getting yelled at, oh, don't look at the lights, you know. By the time I hit 18, I didn't know what else I was going to do with my life. I already knew how to weld, so pretty much just fell back on that and started a career out of it. Welding, it's not an easy thing to just pick up. You know, you can't just learn it overnight. It takes years and years of experience to make a good product. Building trucks, I really feel like that brings out my full potential. I can throw my own flair into every piece that we build. I put a lot of artistry into what I build here, and you know, growing up, I always wanted to be that guy building these cool builds and everything. And here I am building it. I look forward to keep doing what I'm doing and making cooler rides.
We're almost done building the F450 6-door Platinum. We're airbrushing Brad's business logo on the doors. We're installing the new seats and the Starlight headliner. Not only does this truck look like it came from the factory as a 6-door, but with all these final details, it's better than if it came from the factory. I can't wait to see this thing going down the road. Today is a big day. Brad's coming by with his wife to check out his 6-door F450.
Hey, Chase.
Brad. Hey, Shiloh. How are y'all doing today?
Hi. You're looking
good.
good.
To see you guys. You too, man.
I'm excited for this day. We talked about building something big.
You know, Brad's a picky guy, so every little detail, you know, he's going to be looking at it. I mean, you ready to see it?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Dad, bring it out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah.
That is amazing.
That's it.
Wow. Oh my gosh, it's so perfect.
That's big.
It's huge. It's a long truck.
That's big.
What do you think, brother?
Excellent job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome.
This is awesome. This F450 Ford, it was pretty lame. You know, yeah, it's very functional, but it was boring. Now look at it. It ain't boring no more. With the right amount of blue, even that blue trim along the windows.
A little pepper to carbon fiber in little panels here and there, and then it ties in the boat, you know? You know, I didn't want it to be too gaudy. I wanted it to be tough, look like something, a Brad truck is what I would call it, you know?
What all did you do to it?
You really need to check out the frame. Let me show you. We Z-notched it. It is super strong.
It looks beautiful under there.
You know, you cut a Z in there, and basically what it does, it overlaps, and it's more weld, and it's stronger that way. You get more weld, and it spreads out the loads.
Sweet. Look at this.
Wow.
I'm loving this. The interior actually blew me away because I didn't expect a whole lot of interior work. But then you look up and you see the stars in the sky.
Our girls will be sitting under the stars.
Every day they're riding in here, yeah. And they got a cool blue, you know?
It all matches.
Yep, we were just trying to tie in the boat. Kind of just ties in subtle pieces.
It does, doesn't it?
So I'm excited how many seats there are for all the kids.
There is a lot of room. So we had to take another cab, a complete 4-door cab, the same as this one, and weld it to the back of this cab, basically. We handmade these panels, we welded it, body worked it where it looks slick and clean, and it looks like it came from Ford this way.
When you look at the details and you run your finger down the door jambs and everything, it looks factory. And that's what I wanted. I wanted that quality of the factory fit and finish. The fit and finish is spectacular.
There was a lot of massaging done to this to make everything line up perfect.
Amazing work.
Can't even tell where it was welded together. It looks like it rolled off the assembly line, a 6-door, you know? And that's what we're going for. Also, I did a little something under the hood, too.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. Does it have some oomph?
It's got some oomph. We went ahead and upgraded a lot of things under the hood. And we want to see what we can get out of this thing. So we got turbo, injectors. We got the new fast EGR filter on it. Cold air intake. This thing's set up.
What turbo did you put on here?
So it's got a 65mm drop-in. This thing's making about 650 horsepower to the tire.
To the tires?
To the tire. Man, I can tell a huge increase from what it was. Yeah.
Sweet.
He cannot not mess with the engine. He's going to try to get more
That's why
horsepower.
I love him.
Yeah. He's going to try to do it, push it more, and see what he can get out of it.
Okay. Look at the shocks under there. I mean, that is just...
It's tough. So we had to beef up all the suspension. So I wanted to go coilovers in the front. That way it can take the abuse, long arm kit, and the traction bars in the rear, because I know we're not going to keep this truck stopped for long. It's a tough looking truck, but it does everything it needs to do. It accommodates your family, it's comfortable, it's set up for long road trips, and it's set up to pull that huge boat that you got.
I love it. I'm very happy with it. It captures everything that our family really needed in a truck.
You know what? I'm all about driving it now.
Well, you know, we're lacking one thing. Let's take this, hook it to that boat, and let's see what it does. You ready?
Let's do it.
Let's hook it up.
You ready?
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's go. I think just knocked it out of the park.
And I love it when a customer believes in me and my team, gives me these opportunities to have an open canvas, use the abilities to design these things, but thankfully I have the best team there is.
So whose truck is this? One of my longtime friends, Enricos, has a 1997 Hummer wagon. Wants to go off-roading with us, wants to go rock crawling with it. He's trying to make it like a Swiss Army knife, so he can do anything, anytime he wants to. Voila. I think it's gonna be quicker for us to put it under a Humvee frame.
Those numbers did not look promising. What are you doing with this junk?
I was thinking, man, we need that stuff for Tony's truck.
Right now, we're building out a 90 Chevy OBS truck. Dad hit a score on this because it has all the brackets, got the shocks.
Yeah!
Someone has modified the leaf springs. They took a torch to it. I've never seen that before. You know, this thing is gonna make quite a bit of power.
Drive and drag, that's what we want to do, baby.
Woo! Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Whoa! This is awesome!
Here in Texas, we want our rides built bigger, badder, and louder. These 3 custom shops go for speed, performance, and power. This is Texas Metals, Loud and Lifted.
Another truck getting rolled in. Oh yeah. So whose truck is this? Enricos. Oh, cool. I knew he was going to be coming in. Yeah. It's really cool that he's finally kind of elevating his game to the Hummer world. He's graduating from that Jeep to that Hummer. One of my longtime friends, Enricos, has a 1997 Hummer wagon. It's a 6.5-liter turbo diesel. The wagon is far sought after as being one of the best body styles in the Hummer H1 because it's so versatile, you can do so much stuff with it. This is 26-year-old H1, so we got to go through it and get it all back up to snuff to make sure it's reliable. Well, this will be a fun project, I'm sure. Yeah, man, he wants to go off-roading with us, wants to go rock crawling with it, but he also wants to go overlanding, maybe do some camping, stuff like that. He's trying to make it like a Swiss Army knife, so he can do anything, anytime he wants to. So that kind of speaks big tires, steering gear, big brakes, stuff like that. And he wants it comfortable to drive on and off-road. I still think there's a lot of updating we need to do. I'm gonna get a different brush guard on it, maybe. You know, winch bumper, get some rocker panel protection on it, get our 3-inch frame mount body lift on. And I think it's gonna be quicker for us to put it under a Humvee frame. Well, we've looked at doing that to a couple of really high-end level builds, and that seems to be going really well. So I think that would be a real good path to go on this, especially with a couple of extra spare trucks that we have in the back right now. Yeah, so I think we're gonna use a donor Humvee. Yeah, and we gotta have the body off anyway for body lift. So it's just kind of, you know, all the instant upgrades by just sliding a new chassis underneath it. Oh yeah. One of the interesting things I think we're gonna do with this one is we're gonna take a newer, more modern Humvee chassis and put it underneath it. So we get all the latest and greatest, so it's almost like a brand new truck. We're also gonna use the engine and trans from the donor Humvee. And because we're running this military-grade Humvee rolling chassis, equipped with a Shepherd steering gear, suspension, brakes and tires, everything about this truck is bigger and stronger than a stock truck. Well, it's nice that the paint already looks so clean on this truck. So it's like, that's gonna speed up timelines so much. Oh yeah. We ready to get started pretty soon? I think he's ready to go. Cool. The goal for this project is to build this Hummer better than it was ever built originally, give it more capacity, make it more versatile, make him be able to go on long distance trips, not worried about reliability issues, and also getting out there on some of those trail rides with us. I'm excited about him as a customer and getting his truck done. So man, let's go get started. Yep. Check it out. We're really excited to put this 1997 Hummer H1 on an ECV revved Humvee chassis. I see this as being a great mod for any Hummer H1 owner because it all goes together. So this is a 10,000 pound rated chassis. We're going to a 14,000 pound rated chassis. So what that means is all the parts are bigger, better, stronger, more reliable.
3, 2, 1. Call that good. All right, so we got the hood off just now. We're about to start disconnecting some things, taking hoses off. Voila. Harnesses. We're gonna start getting it ready to lift the body off.
All right, Mr. Bryce, whenever you're ready, I'm ready to pull this pack. All right, that's disconnected.
we have access through this hole to get our body bolts out.
It's looking pretty good. Everything is detached. We've double checked our work. We're ready to start separating the body from the chassis.
Now that we got the body off that 97 Hummer, we're gonna pull the engine, trans, and chassis out of the donor Humvee.
We're starting tearing down this M1151 ECV Humvee and replace this body with the H1 body. And we're replacing things like the generator that comes in Humvees. We're putting in an alternator. Everything's gonna be switched from 24 volt to 12 volt like a normal vehicle. Basically making this ECV chassis a wagon, and it will be a Hummer instead of a Humvee. Humvees are designed explicitly for our military, and Hummers are for civilians.
All right, we ready to go up, Bryce?
Yeah, go ahead.
Everything's looking great back here.
We're good. So we just got the body off of the chassis. We're about to spend a little time and prep the chassis before we move on to the next stage. We're blowing the suspension off this chassis. We're gonna go back with new bushings, new springs, new shocks. We're gonna be changing these cross members. We're gonna take the ones that are from the Hummer and we're gonna put it on this Humvee chassis, because if we don't, our cooling stack is not gonna fit. Which one do you want?
We're gonna have to go on the rearmost one. The next step we're gonna do is go ahead and pull out the drivetrain, get that frame down to bare bones as much as we can.
Oh yeah, bud.
And the entire chassis will get powder coated item by item. That should do it. All right, we clear of everything?
Yep.
Coming down.
Thanks for your help, fellers. So we're working on Enrico's 97 Hummer. We took the engine out of the donor vehicle, since the motor's out and we don't know the condition of it, I'm gonna be doing a compression test on it to see how the internals are firing. So in this compression test, we're looking for the difference in compression between each cylinders. If they're all high or low, that's okay. If cylinder 3 is super high and the rest are really low, that will be an issue. So we're gonna use a starter to turn the motor over. After I hook up my gauge, I'm gonna hook up to the batteries that I have ran in tandem to get 24 volts from these two 12-volt batteries. First cylinder seemed good. There's nothing weird or anything unexpected happened, which is always a good start. So we're gonna run the second one and see how it goes. Basically, I'm looking for a consistent reading, no weird fluctuations going down or up. Basically making sure everything's pressurized within the certain amount of specs. So we had no reading at all on cylinder number 5. It barely moved past 0. This one reads better. This one does have some compression, pretty close to cylinders 1 and 3 on the other side. So this one's at 120. The average has been about 130 to 140. So 120 is not awful. So that was at 60 to 70. Those numbers did not look promising. Now we're about to go back to one of the bad cylinders, or allegedly bad. So just retested cylinder number 5, the third one that I've tested on this side, and is one of the possible bad ones. The second time that we've done this reading, it has given us 55 to 70 pounds of pressure, and that's not really what we want. All right, I'm gonna go talk to a general manager about test results.
Ooh, man. Owning a custom shop is about dealing with a lot of changes. We're hoping to use the engine from the donor Humvee on the 97 Hummer build, but it wasn't able to pass our compression test. After talking with the owner, he agreed to find another engine. Man, did we find one. Man, we're really excited to get this P400 in. We've done a couple of them over the years because they're just so rare and hard to get for a multitude of reasons. But one of the biggest reasons is they only made a couple hundred of them because there's like a test program for the military to make a stronger, more reliable 6.5 turbo diesel. And so they did that test run and did all that proving, and they had like some left over. I happened to find this one. A buddy of mine said he picked up P400, and I was like, I gotta give that guy a call. Maybe he wants to sell it.
So what we're gonna do is essentially install new glow plugs in the cylinder heads. We're gonna put new injectors in there. We're gonna install the water pump. How diesel works is it works under compression and heat. Unlike gasoline engines operate under a spark. A spark goes out and the flame ignites. So the glow plug preheats the combustion chamber in order for the piston to actually combust the fuel in its downward stroke.
Installing the mechanical fuel pump. There's a little block-off plate. They just put in if you have some kind of other lift pump. But we're doing mechanical, so we're taking this plate off, tossing this whole guy with this plate now that has a hole in it. Both do well at different things. It just depends on what you're doing. For most people, these mechanical lift pumps, if they come with one from factory, is just fine. Most people don't try to get up in that power range like that. So as far as this customer's build, he just wants something reliable for many years to come.
The sealing surface on this backside, I'd probably hit it with a little bit of sandpaper.
It doesn't sit well with the chrome?
It weeps out past the chrome. Essentially what we're doing here is we're causing micro abrasions on a polished surface of that fuel pump adapter plate. And gaskets, they don't like to seal to a perfect polished surface. They like little imperfections, little valleys, ridges, stuff like that. So the gasket material has something to adhere to.
What's up, Daniel?
Man, what are you doing with this junk?
Man, you know, it was on sale. I'm a junk man. Check it out.
Got a little hot, huh?
Yeah, but there's a lot of parts here, buddy.
Still warm.
Yeah, I caught it on the side of the road. It caught on fire. I asked the lady, hey, you know, you want to sell this thing? You know, I hate to kick you when you're down, but she said, I live in apartments. I can't bring it home. So, you know, we worked out a deal. There's a lot of pieces.
There's a lot of pieces where?
It's got a C-notch under it, buddy. It's got a lowering kit on it.
Oh, a lot of suspension pieces.
Yep.
What's it got, drop spindles and springs?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Well, I'll tell you what, you find everything.
You know, it don't look like much here, but when it's sitting on the ground, it was level and it looked good. And I was thinking, man, we need that stuff for Tony's truck.
You know, only Dad could drive down the road and find all the parts you need for a build. The man's got a gift. Because right now we're building out a 90 Chevy OBS truck. The owner wants to be able to race this thing and be able to go pick up groceries, a drag and drive setup. So we built out and mounted a 408 cubic inch LS engine. But we got held up waiting on some parts, including an axle housing, differential, and suspension. Now that we got all the parts we need, we can go ahead and install the suspension, axle, and trans. We need to get the engine wired up, new wheels and tires, and because it needs to look the part, custom paint. That sounds good. Let's get it unloaded and figure out what we got to do.
All right. That's how we unload them.
Is it sitting low because you dropped it off the truck, or does it have a lowering kit on it?
I think it's got a lowering kit on it.
I'm just messing.
It looked good.
Move the truck, I'll bring it in with the forklift.
All right.
We got this OBS up on the stand. Now we're gonna go ahead and get everything apart. So we'll get the bed off. Dad'll sell that bed, make him some money like he always does, but I'm after suspension. We'll see what's good on this thing so we can salvage it for Tony's truck. And if it's not good, then we'll go ahead and get it ordered. Heck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, just put these on.
There we go.
Okay. This is a flip kit. What this allows you to do is take your rear end. They usually bolts to the bottom of the leaf spring and put it on top of the leaf spring. And what that allows that to do is lower the truck and gives it that nice stance we're looking for on Tony's truck. And Dad hit a score on this because it has all the brackets, got the shocks. You know, that's how Dad makes all his money around here, reselling parts. And he got an eye for it. And it shows right here. Up, up. Straight back? Yeah.
That baby flipped right out of there perfect.
That's how you remove that. What's up, Derek?
It's gonna work, huh? Looks good.
The flex plate.
Let me grab the converter. Let's make sure it matches up.
Good call. All right, me and Dad got the motor sat in the OBS. Now it's time to get the transmission locked up in this thing. Not sure what transmission combination this truck had in it, but we're gonna go with a Turbo 400. It's just a heavy duty all around transmission. They're proven transmissions, no electronics. This thing has a manual valve body, which means it's not gonna shift. You have to shift it. So if you wanna leave it in first gear and run it till it's on the rev limiter 20 minutes, that's on you.
Hey, Daniel, let's make sure these converter bolts line up.
Absolutely. All right, so in order to run these older transmissions to this late model engine here, you gotta run a flex plate adapter. What that does is it has your bolt pattern for your older style converter. So they make these to convert over to run the older style transmission with a newer engine.
You wanna look at these holes right here? Make sure they line up.
Good. All right, now we get the converter stabbed in there, get the transmission stabbed up. We already have the transmission. It's out of one of Dad's trucks. He knows it's good. He knows it's gonna work. So we're gonna go ahead and throw this in there and see what we gotta do to get a cross member. Little bit, D. Little bit. Come towards me. I'm off.
All right.
Yeah, give me a bolt. Cross member from the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me go up. A little more. Right there. That's where the transmission mount bolts up to.
All right, I'll bolt this up here then.
Yeah, just hand tighten it.
Right.
We got the transmission stabbed in this thing. All the bolts are in it, cross members in it. Now, anytime you put one of these older transmissions to these LS engines, you want to make sure you got the spacing right. So, if that converter does not turn, something is wrong. It should spin freely. This is actually perfect. So now we get everything buttoned up and tightened up and get this bad boy dropped down. With the engine and trans mounted on the 90 Chevy OBS truck, the next step is gonna be the rear suspension. Because this truck will be racing, the suspension needs to be extra strong. And we got all the rear suspension off the donor truck, and luckily Dad found this truck because he pointed something out to me. Someone has modified the leaf springs on the back of Tony's truck here. It appears to me they took a torch to it and heated it to lower it. I've never seen that before. I have seen people pull springs out to get it lower, but I've never seen anybody just take a torch to this and heat it up. That is definitely not good. That just weakens the spring, and we don't want this thing breaking on Tony when he's driving around or trying to go down the track. So we're gonna use the springs from the other truck. Before doing that, I gotta pull the hitch off this thing. The hitch is in the way and won't allow the bolt to come out, so I gotta remove that first, get that off, then I can get these springs off. Whoa. Hey, you got all your bolts out?
Yeah.
Me too. Help me carry it. You can see right here clearly where they heated this spring up and bent it. That ain't gonna fly for us, so we're gonna go ahead and change this spring pack out. Luckily, Dad got another truck here for parts, but whoever's heated this spring up, don't do that again. Gotta go up. There you go.
You know, we got this old rear end out of here because Tony's wanting to drag and drive, and that junk will never hold up. and we're gonna put a 9-inch under it. Housing and axles, gonna make it bulletproof. If you go to the track, 99% of the time, that's the rear end you're gonna see under any application. You ready?
Which way you wanna go?
Go in that way. That looks pretty under there.
All right, we got the housing all set up on the leaf springs. Normally, the rear end would go on the bottom of the leaf spring, but on this deal, we're gonna do a flip kit, which allows you to lower the truck, but we're running into some problems. Our flip kit bracket fits into the old housing, so we're gonna have to modify it a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and cut these ends off. Clean all this up. Get it all mocked up, that way I can weld this block to it, and it's not just the U-bolts holding it. So we went ahead and got new U-bolts because those other ones are kind of tore up from loading the truck. We'll go ahead and get this U-bolted down. Now Dad and Reggie are gonna install the differential into new axle housing. So that way this thing will have the right gear ratio for going down the road and the track.
Got our third member back. We had to change our gear. Way too much gear.
The baddest truck in American history, the Chevy OBS.
Washers?
Oh, gotcha. Need to work on myself.
Oh, he didn't work. When I met Reggie, he was working at O'Reilly's, and I think he was just fresh out of diapers. We've been training him, though. He's doing good.
Yeah, I think I was like 16, man. A little high school job turned into a lifetime friendship, man.
Got the correct gear in it now, where she'll peel, drive, and drag. That's what we want to do, baby. Drive and drag. That's it. Tighten it up, Mom. I'm telling you right now, we get this truck running, I'm not gonna want to give it to Tony. We're gonna try it out.
All right.
So we got all the back half of this truck buttoned up today. We got the brakes done, we got the chunk in, axles, got the drive shaft in. Always like to put a little bit of Loctite on these straps because you really don't want this thing coming apart at the track. It does have lock washers on it, but I still am a firm believer in the lock. It helps. All right.
One of the things the owner of the 97 Hummer wants is to go off-roading and rock crawling. It's not uncommon to hit all types of different terrains and hitting them on different tires. The best way to combat that is with locking differentials. There's no one better at cleaning and building those diffs than Puna.
Okay, we're getting ready to do a differential, so we're gonna tear this one down so we rebuild it and install ARB differential lockers. Let's see what we have inside here. ARB differential lockers locks the wheels left to right so they spin at the same time, so therefore there's no slip. Those are commonly used on when you're going over obstacles while you're off-roading. So this probably sat around waiting for some action for quite some time, so the water settles to the low point and all the corrosion happened on the bolts holding the ring gear to the carrier. It's not all the way across, only on the low point. But we're gonna get it clean and we're gonna assess what needs to be replaced and we'll go from there. This is a stand where all the work on the differential is being performed. It held them in place. Cool, thanks, Bryce.
Yep. Yes, sir.
And with this additional tools, it allows the case to be spread so we get the carrier out easily. Yeah, this bearing does not look good. The bearings, how corroded they are. Naturally, when we build them, these gets replaced anyways, but I want to make sure everything else that's being reused is in good condition. Take out all the bolts, and we're going to take it over to the hydraulic press, and we're going to push the ring gear out of the carrier. So we're going to turn the carrier on its nose, and then we're going to push the carrier down, so that way it's pushing the carrier away from the ring gear, separating the two. And now there's the ring gear. Could begin the cleaning process. And we're going to press the race, pinion, and the seals out of the case as well. So now we're gonna get these 3 items over to the hot tank and start cleaning it. We're gonna turn on the skimmer. Heater's on, turntable's on. We're going to start the wash. We'll give this about an hour run, and we'll come back and check on it.
At this point, Poonen has taken apart and cleaned the rear differentials on the 97 Hummer build. And now he'll go through every little part of it to make sure they're all in working order and then reassemble.
So what we're gonna do first is get the pinion into the case, and we're gonna set the pinion drag. That tells you how much preload is on the bearing. Since they're tapered roller bearings, it needs to have a little bit of preload so that way it doesn't have a lot of slop. So we're gonna put on this little tool that holds the pinion in place so we could torque the nut. The spec is 17 to 25 inch-pound of rotational torque. And so we're gonna aim it for the middle, which is 21 inch-pounds. Let's see what that measures. Yeah, it's about 21. So that's pretty much there. And we're gonna drop the carrier into the case. Put those shims in. And the torque spec for that is 90 foot-pound. And so now we're gonna rotate it to get the bearings to seat, and then we'll measure the backlash. That's the space between the teeth of the pinion and the ring gear, and we'll measure with this. Yeah, 7 thousandths. That's actually really good. So now I'm putting gear marking compound onto the ring gear, and so what that's gonna allow us to do is we're gonna be able to see where the ring contact on the pinions, because this is like really the only way to tell if the teeth are contacting at the right spot. What you don't want is the edge of that pattern at the edge of the teeth, because then now you're pushing on the corner, and that's where the weakest, that's where it will break. Looks really good right there.
That's exactly what you want to see.
That's exactly what you wanted to see. So that's good. The ring and the pinions are happy with each other. So now we're gonna take this back out, put the actual bearing that's gonna live in there onto the pinion side, put the crush sleeve, put the seals on, and we're gonna assemble that for the final time. And then we're gonna drop this back in. We'll check the gear one more time, just make sure nothing moves, and then we're gonna seal it up. Kinda happy with it?
We got all the suspension done on the 90s Chevy OBS truck. Got this thing sitting good, got a nice stance. So today we're gonna go ahead and get these intake put on it, get the fuel lines put on it, our sensors for our oil gauge, and just keep knocking steps out little by little. Get the tape and everything out. That's critical when you're dealing with the engine to not mess anything up. Everything needs to be right. You don't wanna have no fires or anything. Make sure all your fuel lines are done correctly. All right, so we went ahead and poured an LS3 style intake on this. I just love this intake. One reason we had to do it is because the head it's not a cathedral port, it's a square port. So we have to run a square port intake. Man, I just love how this intake looks. It's real low, it gives it that original style look. We backed that with a Nick Williams throttle body and some Injector Dynamics injectors. This thing is gonna make quite a bit of power. If you ask me, they should have made it like this from the factory. So now I'm back here at the tank. I'm gonna go ahead and unhook these fuel lines. I gotta pull this pump out anyways. I'm gonna hook the lines, I'm gonna blow them out. I wanna make sure there's no trash, no debris in this thing. The slightest material will clog that injector up. I'm gonna go ahead and get these lines loose and get these blowed out, make sure there ain't no trash in there. Some of these injectors in my race car, they cost me $3,000. So you best believe I make sure no trash gets in those ones. I'm gonna blow it out. Dad, let me know if things come out. Come on, D. Whoa! It smells bad. Whoa! I'm glad we did that. That gas smells bad. The 90 Chevy OBS truck is so close, I can almost taste it. We're getting it wired. The body's primed and it's painted. We're putting the bed on. I guarantee you won't see one like this at the racetrack or at the grocery store.
I got a call from Daniel, man. My truck's ready, and I've been excited. I've been waiting for this moment. I've always wanted a 90s model Chevy OBS, and it's one of my dream trucks.
Hey, Tony, how's it going?
Doing good. Good morning, Dave.
What you down here for?
Well, I heard some good news. Coming to check it out.
We got you done, ready to go. Looks good, sitting right. You know, you really talked about that drive and drag.
Street truck.
Yes, reliable, but yet you want to go the track. You know, you turned us loose on it the way we wanted it. You're about to find out, sir. You're about to find out. You ready?
I'm ready.
Ready? Daniel, bring that truck out, man. Come on.
Woo! Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Hear that?
Man, what? That's crazy. Dang. Woo!
Check that out,
God,
man.
dang.
Hey, sounds good, don't it?
That thing's a beauty.
What's up, Tony?
What's going on, man?
Oh, nothing. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right now.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. I enjoyed building this one. Oh, yeah.
Man, I wasn't expecting this, Dave. To be honest, the truck was rough once I first saw it, but now it's a whole different truck.
Man, it's got that stance just right, you know. We C-notched it in the back, dropped it 6 inches in the back, 4 in the front. It's got that look, that drag look.
It looks perfect.
GMC grill.
And that bumper.
Smooth. No bumper guards, slick down the side, no molding.
Super slick.
Yes.
Man, it sounded real good when you came out. I know you got something under the hood.
Oh, a little 6-cylinder, man. Let me show you. You know, Tony talked about he wanted to do the drag and drive. You just can't beat the platform of the LS-based engines. All right, Tony.
Let's do it.
Ready?
Woo! Man.
What you think, brother?
Beautiful. That thing looks good in there.
Man, you know we couldn't put no 6-cylinder in this big, heavy truck. Come on now. You know, Tony, we try to keep everything original on this thing. Since you want to do drag and drive, we went ahead and gave you that good, nice torque and horsepower for this thing. A turbo 400, got a 9-inch, you know, aftermarket axles. Nothing on this thing should break when you go to the track.
Oh, yeah.
We also went with a full aftermarket engine harness on this thing, so you'll be able to change your tune-ups. If you want to go over to a different fuel, E85 or race gas,
yeah,
you know, you can get in there and you can change your tune on the fly and be ready to go.
I'm glad y'all didn't stick a carburetor back on this thing.
I can't spell carburetor. Man, you know, it's 408 cubic inch motor, put out around 600 horsepower. But the main thing is, if you ever need more, it's there. The engine will handle it. It's got rods, pistons, you know, crank in it.
I think this will be plenty for now.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Tony, check this out, man.
Woo, man.
Hey, I'm telling you, you know just as much as I do, these trucks are harder and harder and harder to get, especially in this condition, man. Usually you find them, they're just wore plumb out.
It looks like it came off the showroom floor. I like that they kept everything original.
What you think, Tony? You gonna be able to hold it down on the streets and the track with this truck or what?
I definitely think so, man. Y'all went above and beyond with this. I really appreciate you guys. I knew y'all could, you know, take care of me.
Hey, Tony, here you go, man.
I'm ready.
That easy, easy.
Oh,
he don't want to see this one go,
I'm ready
man.
to drive it, man. I want to get on that and get the gas going. Bye, bye, bye.
Okay. All right, Tony. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate the business, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, if you're going to build a truck here in Texas, you better make sure you come correct. And I feel like this one meets all the things Tony needs as far as drag racing, car show. He'll be able to do everything with it.
Man, the day has come. I'm ready to take off and do some burnouts. I'm gonna have way too much fun. I might get in trouble, that's how much fun I'm gonna have.
You know, we're known for building mega trucks, but I tell you what, once I saw Tony's face, I knew we just were spot on with this truck. I know he had some doubts, but I tell you what, we had a great time building this truck, and I look forward to doing many more.
All right, so today we're gonna be doing RPP for Rico's Hummer. RPP is rocker panel protection. Your side first. It's part of our undercarriage system. It's like a cage, like a rib cage, right underneath the motor and transmission. So everything below is protected. If you're wheeling, rock crawling, sliding, anything like that, it really gives a really nice barrier so you don't damage, you know, your bottom side of your Hummer. This is out of 3/16 carbon steel. It's a little bit more heavier, but it gives you a lot more protection when it comes to, you know, wheeling off grid. All right, so this is our jig here. We tack it in multiple spaces all through here so everything's nice and fit, because when you weld, there's a lot of fluctuation. So having a strong back like this prevents it from warping or moving or any type of deflection. I'm a stickler on mill scale and not cleaning product before welding. To me, it's a crucial thing to get maximum penetration on things. Holds better, the welds look better, there's no undercut on the final product. So now we got everything cleaned and prepped. We're going to start the fit up process. We're gonna start with the step. It's the longest piece that we gotta fit on the RPP. So we'll go ahead and get this up here. Let's get one here. Perfect. So all these seams that you see that we're fitting all these pieces corner to corner, well, they'll be 100% welded out all the way around this thing, and we're wanting to put all the welds so it's 100% sealed so water doesn't get inside and rust, and you have rust running out the bottom of your brand new powder coat job, and we don't want that. So we're gonna seal everything up, come back over it, dress it all up, and then we'll have a final product. All right, so now that we have the RPP all welded out, we're gonna do our finish grinding on it. So this was a weld seam right here. We'll come here and we'll round this and roll this edge. We'll come back with the DA, which is probably 80 grit, go over it to make sure everything's nice and uniform. And then after that, it'll be off the powder coat. That line looks good, dude. Looks nice and smooth. All we do is flip it over, bust the tacks loose, clean those tacks up, then we'll throw it on the truck for powder coat.
That'll work. 3, 2, 1.
Man, this 97 Hummer has been a lot of work. And we only have a few things left. Marrying the body to the modified Humvee chassis, the installation of the rocker panel protection.
I'm good.
Wiring up the engine and trans. This truck's running and ready to roll.
I was born in Thailand. I lived there for 12 years and then moved to the US in '89. I just thought cars was the coolest things ever because they're loud and they look cool, and I love race cars because they go fast. And so that's where my automotive passion started. I spent a lot of my teenage years in Southern California, which has a very large automotive scenes. So I would go to car meets and things like that, and I would see a lot of cool cars. One day I was looking on the internet, looking at auto shows pictures from Detroit, and I saw a beautiful red Ferrari. On the sides, it says Ferrari of Houston. And so when I was thinking about applying for a job, I thought to myself, I have nothing to lose. And eventually I got the job. Whether it be Ferraris, Porsches, or Hummers, I have the same approach. How you do anything is how you do everything. So I do it the best that I could possibly do it and take no less from it. Born in Thailand and raised in the US give me a unique perspective of anything is possible if you really work hard for what you want. Because if I can do it, you can do it.
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I can't wait to see this thing.
Hey, you can't wait. I can't wait to show you.
Awesome, man. Let's do it.
All right.
So I'm here at Mod Mafia today to check out the Hummer that Mark and Josh built for me. I'm pretty excited. I've always wanted a Hummer. I'm actually on the edge of my toes, so I don't know what to expect, but I'm excited. I'll tell you that.
Man, we've known each other for so long now, and been carpooling back in the day when I was back in that corporate life, because I know you're always excited about, oh, we taking the Hummer today?
That's right.
One day I'm gonna build one just like this. Well, that is today.
That's right.
And we gotta show you this ride, dude.
Okay, I can't wait to see it. Let's do it.
All right, Josh, bring it out.
Whoa! Oh my gosh, man, this is awesome. This is more than I expected. Wow. I can't believe what they did. I mean, it is impressive. I didn't expect taking a civilian Hummer and mating it to a military chassis would be so awesome. I mean, it is big, it looks mean, it is over the top. Man, Josh, good to see you.
What's
going on?
It is going good, man. This thing is amazing. I am impressed. I mean, I knew that, you know, when I bought the Hummer, y'all were gonna do something to it, but I didn't expect this. This is crazy. What did you guys do to this thing?
We did a lot of stuff to this, and one of the major focuses on was being able to off-road, you know, go overlanding, and then obviously driving around town and being reliable. So we started with a donor Humvee that had the upgraded chassis and all those other engine parts, and we used that chassis, driveline, etc., and rebuilt all of it.
Oh, wow.
So we took it down to the frame, repowder coated the frame, and then, you know, rebuilt every sub-assembly with it.
Okay.
So that goes from T-case to transmission to differentials, portal hubs, control arms, braking systems. Everything on here is either new or rebuilt. So,
Okay.
I mean, you're as reliable as it gets.
This is the same level of build that Mark and I drive, and you're gonna be able to appreciate and drive it for years to come, worry-free.
Absolutely.
One of the really cool things we did on this build also was the 20-inch dual beadlock wheel.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is exclusive to us, and you're one of the first customers to ever even have it on his truck.
Okay.
We're really excited about this wheel. Really transforms the outside of the look.
Yeah.
And it's a really good off-roading setup.
It looks beautiful.
On top of all that, it's got our lift springs with our 9-way adjustable shocks and our 3-inch frame mount body lift. And so you got plenty of height to handle those 42s.
Ricos, man, I know you're gonna be coming out on those off-roading trips with us, so we have some rocker panel protection on your truck, and they're really gonna help get you through the trails, those high obstacles that normally would scrape underneath of your body, so it's gonna protect your door dings and everything else too.
That's gonna be great, especially for the amount of trips I'm gonna go on with you guys.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Also added with the off-road theme, we put our winch and winch bumper on the front of it.
Okay.
And, you know, it just felt incomplete without having a brush guard on it, man. So we had to throw our spec brush guard on it. This one is TIG welded. Man, it really just helps complete the whole truck.
It looks sharp.
So we're hoping to use the engine from the donor Humvee.
Okay.
We did a compression test and it failed. And
Understood.
so we had to go with a different direction. And we got lucky and found a P400.
So that's in there right now?
Yeah.
Can we finally check this thing out?
Let's go.
All right, man. Whoa! Oh my gosh, this thing is awesome.
Yeah, so dude, this is that P400 I was telling you about.
Uh-huh.
It's the best 6.5 turbo diesel ever made, all forged internals. Then we put our Stage 3 Performance, which is our in-house turbo.
Okay.
And then tuning, full pie cut stainless steel exhaust. It's a lot stronger, a lot more reliable than previous generations of the 6.5. And with all the adventures we're gonna go on, last thing you wanna do is have your engine leaving you behind, and that is not gonna be a problem.
Awesome, man. This is impressive. Yeah, I'm big on reliability, and I know a new engine's gonna get me there.
Yeah.
And it is above and beyond my expectations. This is amazing. Good job.
We built this truck how this truck is intended to be used, for wheeling and for off-road. He can use it on-road, sure, but it's built to be wheeled, used as a utility instrument. And I think we really delivered that for Ricos, and that was his goal.
I want to personally thank y'all for going above and beyond. This is a dream come true. It's been a bucket list item for myself, and I can't wait to go out there and have fun with you guys.
Absolutely, man.
Thank you, Mark.
Oh, you're welcome, dude. Absolutely.
Thank you, Josh, man. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
My civilian Hummer, by far, was no match for what this is now built to do. I'm definitely in love, and I'm proud of it. It is a beast. It can tackle anything we put it to.
Is that the...
That's the same old Suburban, had 20 years.
Man, this thing was a huge inspiration to me.
I want to carry it to a whole new level.
Whoa! That thing is a dinosaur. We're gonna fix that.
Suspension, it's a little out of date. I'm gonna put airbags on it.
This thing deserves to have a new lease on life for sure.
What do you think about a burnout car? Right there. So I got this 97 Firebird. If you guys want to make a burnout car, let's do it, man.
We definitely need something to represent Wide Open Garage.
Hey, she's hitting on all eight.
Go ahead and look at it. It's right in front of you.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
Here in Texas, we want our rides built bigger, badder, and louder. These 3 custom shops go for speed, performance, and power. This is Texas Metals, loud and lifted.
Hey, Mr. Gary.
Man, look at that.
What's going on, Mr. Gary?
Hey, Mr. Chase, you doing
Good
all
to
right?
see you. Oh, I'm doing good.
to see you.
Mr. Gary called me over to come check out one of his rides. He needs some work done to it. He is always building cool stuff. Is that the...
That's what I called you over here for. That's the same old Suburban, had 20 years.
You know, when I started One Way Diesel, man, this thing was a huge inspiration to me. If I remember right, you did that in your backyard.
I did, and that's why I went with the 12-valve, because it's simple.
It's simple.
One wire, kill it, one wire to crank it, and that's all I knew how to hook up.
And man, that thing did the job for several years. You know, grow up with Bryson in it, man, this thing's got so much sentimental value to me alone. Bryson's, he's Gary's son who's now passed away, and I always wanted to be like Bryson. I always looked up to him, and he played a huge part in my life.
It was always gonna be his.
I know.
And I don't know exactly what I'll do with it. It's this old and tired. I can't sell it because I just don't feel good about selling it.
I know that's a hard subject, but I have a ton of memories with Bryson in this truck, and man, it holds a special place in my heart. And I just want to make it just like he would want it.
Well, I know you say this truck inspired you, but I want to carry it to a whole new level. I want it to be what it can be now.
What exactly do you want done with it?
Well, I want my wife not to be ashamed to ride in.
Okay.
I want my grandkids not to run and hide when we pull up somewhere.
Okay, all right.
And so I want cruise control to work. I want the windows to work. I want to be able to keep it in the road. If it won't do that, we might as well stop right here.
But if we're gonna do it, it's gotta look good too.
No, it's gotta look good. That's your part.
First thing we need to do, get rid of whatever the heck that is on that body, man. We need to slick that back out.
Well, right now my Suburban is pretty rough because we spray lined it and the spray liner didn't do what I thought it would do.
The bed liner's flaking off everywhere. It just doesn't look good, man. It looks like a hunting rig. It's not something that you want to get your family in and go out in public. Just looking at the front end though, I love the grill. I love that look. I'd like to keep that because, I mean, the memories I have of it, it always had that grill in it. And we need to get rid of that bumper because that thing's hideous. No offense. I mean, I know you probably built that, but...
You ain't got to hate on my bumper.
But, do need to keep a winch up there.
I got to have a winch.
But let's look under the hood because I haven't seen this thing in forever. Whoa!
Kind of old school.
That thing is a dinosaur. I think it's the end of the road for this 12-valve.
It's run 20 years.
It definitely did run 20 years. I mean, it still runs, I'm sure. So I'm not hating on your work, but we can definitely clean it up under here. Battery's tied up. Is that a factory Dodge harness on it?
That's the only way I knew how to wire it.
We're gonna fix that. We can go common rail, compact all this wiring for cruise control and stuff into one unit, and they just tighten this engine bay up because it definitely needs that. We got wires going everywhere.
That'd be fine with me. I like the sound of that.
Woo! Man!
It's been around.
Dash is the worst thing, really. Do you want to keep this seat?
I want to keep the bench seat. I have 8 grandkids, so if we have all of them at once, we're still one short.
Well, other than that, we need to rip everything out and start new.
All right. The suspension's just about as bad.
All that has to go. And I think I want to go air ride on this one.
You've been trying to tell me that.
I know. They've come such a long way. You know, even from working with Bill and the stuff I've learned over the years, they're very reliable, and man, they make the truck look good.
All right, you sure you're up for this? Because this is 20 years I've been using it.
You'll be able to keep it going for 40 years as long as you take care of it.
I'll take care of it.
Thank you, Mr. Gary.
Thank you, sir.
Love you, Mr. Gary. Mr. Gary, when he swapped this thing back in 2008, put the Cummins in it, it was a huge inspiration because it made me think, man, I already know how a diesel works. You know, being able to put this in so many different platforms was just the beginning for One Way Diesel and me and pushing myself. I mean, we've done some crazy things, and it all starts with things like this. Man, to be able to do this is a huge honor. You know, this isn't just a build for Mr. Gary, it's a build for Bryson and his legacy.
Is this Gary's truck?
This is Gary's truck. This is his Chevrolet Suburban.
I thought it looked familiar. Is this our new build?
This is it, man.
Man, that's awesome. I've always loved this Suburban, man. Every time we go to church, I'd be looking for it, see if it was there.
Yeah. You know, this was Bryson and Gary's pride and joy. You know, they built this thing together, and you know, they had a vision for it.
This thing deserves to have a new lease on life for sure.
It's just time to modernize this ride. This thing needs to be fast, nice looking, family-oriented vehicle that makes a ton of power. I'm pretty sure it still runs, but unfortunately for this old dinosaur, this will be the last time she's sitting under this body.
Gary put this on a Dodge frame, right?
1995 Dodge. The Dodge chassis is already set up for the Cummins. just build off of it. 4-link, cut all the brackets off, new cab mounts.
So we'll make it fit a little better.
He wants cruise, he wants fuel mileage, and he wants power. I said there is one option and one option only. Got to go common rail. Keep it single turbo.
Yeah.
But we got to do something with that trans. I need you to work your magic.
I got that. Don't worry.
48 RE most likely, obviously. And another thing I did, talked him in the air ride, Dad.
Wow.
We'll clean it up, 4-link it front and rear, decent sized wheels and tires. Give it that stance, the whole 9 yards. Come look at this interior. This is what I was talking about, guys. The dash is literally, look, non-existent.
Don't break it more.
You know, he's got the Dodge steering column in there. I want to get rid of that. Bench seats is what it has in it. He wants to keep it. But we got to revamp them. Change the color, man. Black, suede. You know, Gary came to us for a reason. We've got to go above and beyond on this build. Make it the coolest Suburban on the planet. I know we can make it look good.
No, you can make it look cool.
We ain't gonna get nothing done sitting here talking about it.
No, we're not.
Let's get the body off the frame. Let's get the engine trans off and start fresh. We got this, guys. Got you, I got you. So me and Eddie just got the doors off. Every time we take a piece off, I get excited because I'm seeing the end result. Ready to get the front end off, get the body off. Man, this is gonna be an awesome build. Yeah. Oh, man.
All right, so next we got a bunch of little silly stuff, you know, like the horn, of course, a lot of wires. We get all that unhooked and then we get all this metal off this frame.
Thank you, sir.
Whoa.
Oh.
All right. There she goes.
All right, something's attached.
Yeah, slow down over there.
Something's welded back here or something.
Yeah, I heard that crack.
My gosh, is this freaking bumper welded onto the body? Nah, something ain't right there. Oh, Chess, you missed mounts. Hand me a feet.
Two more right there.
Oh, my word. All right, let's drag this out. A lot of work has been done to this truck over the years. I didn't know it, but at some point, Gary installed helper bags, and there's nothing we can save here. We got to tear all that out and start fresh.
So, Mr. Gary's suspension, it's a little out of date. We're gonna put airbags on it. We're gonna 4-link it. We're gonna make a stencil. I'm gonna get everything cut out, and then we can tack it onto the axle. All right, so these are the holes right here that the bags will actually bolt to. This thick plate too, I'm gonna cut my holes first. That'll give me a little bit of preheat to make the rest of my cut. That'll get the plate nice and hot, and it should be a nice, smooth, pretty cut all around. Using a cutting torch to cut some metal and it starts making a whistling noise, that's how you know your temperature is absolutely right. That's where the saying, as clean as a whistle came from, was actually from a cutting torch. Perfect drop. All right, I just got my first airbag mount cut out for the axle. We got everything cleaned up, grinded up. I just got my bends in it, everything squared up at a perfect 90-degree angle. That'll just keep everything straight on the truck. So get it welded out real quick, and then we'll tack it on the axle, and then we'll start building our top mounts. So Brody and I, we just got these bottom airbag mounts tacked on the axle. Everything looks good. All our measurements are dead on. So only thing we got to do now is fab up the top mounts for the airbags, and then we can start on our 4-link bars.
So today on Gary's 1993 Suburban, I've got my good friend, Lynn. He taught me how to build transmissions 25, 30 years ago. If I wasn't building transmission, Lynn is the only other person that I would entrust this to. Originally, this transmission was a 47 RH. We're going to use a 48 RE front half. This is going to allow us to use the controller that we use on 99% of our builds, so we don't have to change our drive shaft lengths or anything like this. It'll just fall right into place.
I'm going to assemble the Planetarius rear section of it and put it in the case. This is the forward drum housing right here. This is the shaft that they change when they up the horsepower, because they're bad to crack right here or break off. But the stock one will hold quite a bit of horsepower. These are the forward clutches, forward drum, but you alternate them to put a fiber and a steel, fiber. Checking the clearance. I got 30 thousandths, which is good. You need a certain amount of clearance between each clutch when it's not applied. Otherwise, if you get it too tight, they'll try to apply when they're not supposed to. These are return springs. They return the piston whenever it's not applied. This is the clutches for the front drum. Turn the drum till all the clutches line up, and it drops down on top of the others. I've been building these transmissions since the Carter administration. They can eat anybody up. There's just so many things that can go wrong, or everybody's prone to make a little mistake, and you can't really make any with these. I'm getting ready to put the valve body on. The valve body controls what the transmission does. Now that's how you build a 48 RE transmission.
Hey, boys, check this out. Come over here for a minute.
What's up, man?
So, last night, watching TV, got this burnout contest at SEMA, the SEMA event in Vegas. I ain't never seen this stuff before. They say spinning ain't winning, but when I was watching this show, spinning is winning.
They're winning. A burnout competition is something that you don't do anything else but burnout, donuts, drift. You gotta pop the tires. You gotta damn near catch on fire.
We have built everything and anything. What do you think about a burnout car? Right there. All we need is some finishing up on it.
Yeah, you're right.
She'd make a good one, too. You ain't nothing like a good Firebird. So I got this 97 Firebird from my friend Ron. He was like, here, Robert, take this and build a race car. Well, here we are 7 years later, and still no race car. It's definitely been sitting there long enough. I'm ready to do something with it. If you guys want to make a burnout car, let's do it, man.
And that's a good idea, because all these shops now have burnout vehicles, and they go to these events and they represent. We definitely need something to represent Wide Open Garage.
We got to get it out of there and see where we're at on it. I can tell you right now it has a flat.
Oh, so. That's more than a flat. We actually have a rule here at Wide Open Garage, and it's funny now that we're gonna build a burnout car. When we have parties or barbecues, when you leave my house or shop, if you don't do a burnout on the street, you're not welcome back. That's the truth. I'll be having a party like, you gotta at least try. Yeah, we definitely got some work to do. This hood really doesn't fit. Okay, let's jump.
There we go. That's what we're gonna do with that. So last time I worked on it, I remember we put a torque arm on the rear end and redid that. We got the motor and transmission in there mounted, secured.
These cars didn't come with this motor in it.
No, that motor came from 1970. That come from the old man. That was out of his Firebird.
That's in square ports?
Yeah, that's a square port motor.
Okay. Oh, I remember this motor had them 11-to-1s in it.
I see what's going on right here, sir.
There you go.
You got a little kit of nitrous on there?
You know, that big block, it don't maybe make 600 horsepower, but it's gonna make all the torque. And it's got a monster roller cam in it.
All that torque, you're gonna shred that tire.
Oh, I hope so. Well, you know, we gotta mess with the suspension, D. We gotta remount where they got that front shock mounted into there. It's not right. They got the geometry all wrong, and I'm worried that the shock is gonna bend right there.
Got you. Look in here, we don't have no wiring harness.
There's no wiring in the whole car.
You know, that takes forever.
Yep.
Then we gotta get the distributor, get it in time, plug wires, plugs, radiator. We gotta plumb up the nitrous. We don't want no leaks with that. That's gonna be bad.
You got a transmission cooler. We need to round one of them up.
Very important.
Yeah, with
transmission
a
cooler.
fan on that cooler, because, you know, she's going to get hot.
You know, building a burnout car, the main thing has to not overheat. Transmission overheats, you're unable to fulfill that time clock, then you lose. Interior is actually perfect. You know, I did notice most of those guys doing all those burnouts and drifting contests, they don't have no carpet. They don't have anything that catches on fire.
Yeah, you don't need none of that.
The odds of it catching on fire, I'm assuming, are pretty high.
I know one thing it's going to get for sure on the interior is a fire extinguisher.
Oh, it's going to get two, one on each side.
For sure.
Get everything that's sharp, don't want to get cut, you know. Clean it up, get some door panels, get it all one color, nice and shiny. That when we rub the wall from doing donuts, you can see where we hit it.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
This is kind of like mud trucks. Build it all super nice just to destroy it.
It's exactly like mud trucks.
We might be opening a whole nother hobby for us here.
That's all right.
You know, I think this was a good idea, boys. I think we can compete with this.
We'll make a list on everything and we'll just start tackling it one by one.
Sounds good to me, brother. This is going to give us something we can go out, we can beat on, and we can kind of show our skills and what we can do and the amount of abuse that these cars we build can actually take.
Deal, man.
What's going on, y'all?
What you got going on?
I got all the stuff cleaned out the inside, kind of see what kind of parts I had.
I see you got a good little pile there. That's all from the inside?
That was all on the inside of the car. You know, I got a little bit of this, found a switch panel.
Well, man, I say we go ahead and tackle the hard stuff. Let's get this thing up on the lift and figure out what's up with that suspension. Get the front end off of it.
Sounds good to me, bro. The shock's not at the right angle, so when it's too much angle, it'll actually bind up and it can bend the shock if the car ever comes off the ground for any reason. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut these off, we're gonna make a new plate and move it into where the original location was. And that should get our geometry right for our shocks. But it moves now. I didn't move like that.
No, I was in a bind.
Yeah. All right, so we got all this wrapped up. We got the shock repositioned where it needed to be. It was way out here. We moved it in about 2 inches. So what that did is that corrected the geometry on the front end. And that's gonna allow us to add more weight transfer as we need to for the car.
When Robert got the 97 Firebird, the stock engine was beyond repair. You know, a few years back, we swapped in a big block Chevrolet. This motor was in Dad's old race car way back in the day. It's gonna give us all the power and torque that we need, and then some.
I've had the motor in a couple of cars already, and I'm excited to put in this one. It's gonna be nastier than it's ever been. It's gonna definitely make little kids cry and old ladies holler at you. Right now, we're gonna get all the spark plugs out. So when we turn the motor over, it's not as hard on the starter. The motor has a lot of compression. I got my gauges here temporary so we can watch our oil pressure. Just dump some oil in there.
I'm gonna spin it over so you can see those rocker arms just.
Hit it. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Damn.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, that's gonna work.
Sparking?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we need some gas.
That good 1980s stuff, bro. That's a great sign. We got it spinning over, we got oil pressure, we got spark. I really hope we can make Dave smile today. I think he's gonna really enjoy hearing this motor again after so many years.
Why can't you tighten it up right there?
Okay,
There you go, right there, bro.
I need this one.
You forgot how to work on this motor that I sold you?
I forgot how to,
Look at that. Look at that.
I forgot how to do a lot of
It
things.
tightened right up. I had this engine in a 69 Firebird. I had it in a 67 Camaro. And I even think one time I had it in a jet boat for a summer. You know, times was tough. I only had one motor and 3 different toys to put it in. So, hey, we rationed it. Did you turn on the fuel pump?
I haven't turned it on yet.
See what you got.
I think Daniel dumped all of our gas in the tank. Go ahead, tap on it a little bit, it should quit.
What do we got? You want to run her out 11 pounds, if I remember right.
What you got?
She's floored.
Floored?
Yeah. All right, quick.
But we got gas. Is she squirting?
Yeah, one of them is. No, the other one ain't squirting yet.
You don't think we got any gas over here? Let's take that out and see if we got any fuel right there. Oh yeah, stuck, see? See if she squirts out now. Don't put your face over it.
Yeah. There it is.
I think we need to run all the spark plug wires, huh?
That'd be a good idea.
All right, so we need 1-8.
184-36572. I really
That's
got to
not,
school
you didn't say it right.
No, I did. 184-36572. You ain't got to, don't tell me.
Okay.
184-36572. Bet.
I think you're right.
So in order to get your firing order right, you have to get number 1 piston up right, drop the distributor in, and that's where you start your firing order from. Number 1, 1-843-6572. I have no idea why they came up with that number, you know, that sequence, but that's the way it's been, always been on a Chevrolet V8 motor.
Bro, I know you can get in this car. You can get in your own. The tilt's up. Tilt it up.
Woo! I'm ready to hear this beast run. There it comes, there it comes.
It come up?
Yep. Hey! Up!
I'm extraordinarily excited. This thing sounds amazing. I cannot wait to get it the rest of the way together. We can go hit the block. Oh!
She's hitting on all 8.
It sounds healthy. I'm already ready to go do burnouts.
The 1993 Suburban means a lot to me, and not just because of the connection with the family. I've got to make it right, I've got to make it modern, so we're going with a modern air suspension setup.
We just got the bottom brackets tacked onto the axle. Everything's level, everything's straight. So we'll tack these dummies on real quick, and then we can start fabbing the top mounts on the frame. Instead of actually using an actual airbag with the rubber and everything, you can't really fab around it without putting holes in it. So we designed these right here that pop right in. It's got the same bolt hole pattern and everything. All right, so first thing I'm gonna do is get some cardboard, make a stencil, cut out a rough cut. That looks good. We're gonna take this over here to the CNC table, and then we'll get everything chopped out. As you can see, our fit up is great. And these will just tack on the sides. That'll just be for extra strength. I'm gonna unbolt it. We'll weld everything up that we can off the truck. I'll do one, you do one. We'll see which one's better, huh? Okay. I'm gonna smoke you too. I'm gonna smoke them. Not bad for a rookie. Golly! Oh no, it's a tight race. You got some access metal at the end of your weld, so you don't let gravity take over. Sorry, man.
Hey, man, I can.
We're gonna get this bolted up to the airbag dummy, and then we'll get it tacked onto the frame. Our fit up is perfect. Throw a few tacks in there. We'll hop on the other side, do the same thing on the other side. The only thing we gotta do now, we gotta do the 4-link brackets. We gotta make the actual 4-link bars, use shock tabs, stuff like that, and then we can get this sent off the powder coat.
So, you know, Gary's Suburban had a 12-valve engine. Awesome engine. I don't have anything, you know, against those. But we want to bring this thing into the 21st century. We want to give it cruise control, you know, tune on the fly. Just so many, you know, positive things that you can do with a common rail that you can't do with a 12-valve. Make it more drivable. You know, it's going to be all around good fit. And I just can't wait to get this thing in there and, you know, see his expression whenever he hears it fire up. There you go. That's it. Thank you, Isaac. So, you know, everybody puts these together different, but I have a little routine, and if I don't do my routine, I'm always afraid I'll screw up. So, what I do is I'll put my oil ring on, I'll put my top ring in, so I'll take this piston and I'll come in here and push it down to that second ring. This ensures me that that ring is square in the cylinder, so when I take my filler gauge and put it in there, we know that thing is perfectly square in the cylinder, so you'll get an accurate reading. And that's exactly where I want it. Nailed it. That is perfect. I don't have to file my ring, I don't have to do anything. Now I'm gonna install this top ring on the piston. There's my oiler, cut out from my oiler. There's a little lubrication in there. We got all our pistons in. We'll get this block transmission into the truck, and then we'll set the head on.
In a burnout contest, cars are judged in a few different categories, and loudness being one of them. It's crazy. So we're rebuilding exhaust for the 97 Firebird.
So when these cars were new, they only had one side of the car with exhaust. We can't do that here. There's not enough room. This big block needs a lot of pipe to breathe. So what we're gonna end up doing is we're gonna run this exhaust down and turn it out right in front of the tire like they do on a lot of race cars. Before we can do that, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get the front clip bolted on so that we can see where the exhaust needs to come out on the fender. Because we want it to be the same on both sides. We want it to look nice and uniform. All right, so right now we're just kind of measuring, coming off the center of this marker light. We're gonna come down 3.5 inches. Just to make sure they're in the same place on both sides. What you think about that right there, bro?
We put it like that. Just keep the dust down to a minimum. That way, you know, just all the sound distributes to everyone who's around us. They're like this.
We got the east side done, bro. See what happens. And that's a straight section.
I don't like this.
It looks weird, right?
Hey, I don't like that. Cut that off, make it flush, come straight out, it'll be fine.
Put our piece over it to cover it. It look good, yeah. So now we're gonna get the front end off the car. They're pretty straight, right? Not bad at all. And we're gonna weld up the rest of the exhaust.
Get it sanded down, get it primered, get it painted, get all the glass back in it. We still got a lot to do.
I know, bro.
Man, you know, Robert, we got everything wrapped up on this thing, got it fired up, running, we got good oil pressure, but we're missing one thing, brother. Something to cool that transmission.
You know what? I got something for that, though. I ordered it and it came in. Just think about that bad boy right there.
That's much better than running it through the radiator. Well, we could build some brackets off this pipe you already have.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I'm gonna cut this out on the plasma table real quick. Oh yeah, that's gonna work perfect. Man, that looks great, D.
Oh, it ain't going nowhere, bro.
Yeah, that's nice and solid.
You know, we take a lot of pride here at Wide Open Garage. We build what we want from what we got. The 97 Firebird burnout car is a perfect example of that. We're adding new steering wheel, seats, bodied and painted, new wheels. Man, it took a while to figure out what to create with this thing. But I'm really glad we waited, because this burnout car is gonna be off the hook. You know, me, Dad, and Robert, we finally got this Firebird done and ready to go. What's up, bro? You ready or what?
Man.
Today, we're gonna test out this car at Bill's property. Bill's a big fan of burnouts, and he also has a perfect stomping ground to try this car out.
You know, I love the smell of tire smoke, the engine revving. You know, all that. So I'm kind of anxious to see what Wide Open Garage's burnout competition car is all about.
What's up, Bill? How you doing, brother? Good to see you.
So what's this I hear about this burnout car?
You know, I've seen you do it a dozen times acting like a fool. So, hey, we had to build us one, too. Robert! Check that out, man. What do you think? Check that out.
What's up, Danny?
What's up, man?
Hey, Bill, what's going on?
What's happening, man? What is the object of today?
Basically gotta destroy your car. Pop the tires or it catches on fire.
Just the best show until the tires blow.
I mean, basically, yeah. We started out with a 97 Firebird. It was a V6 car. We put a 468 big block in there. We put Power Glide, 4 9-inch, and the motor was actually Dave's race car when me and Daniel were kids.
So, man, let's check out under the hood.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, that old big block takes up a whole lot of space in there.
It does.
You know,
right?
You know, one problem we ran into was there's no damn room in this car. We had to mount the carburetor sideways. You know, we got nitrous plate on here, 2 kits in case we need a little more power. Got our trans cooler mounted up here with a good fan on it. Try to keep everything to catch on fire to a minimum.
What do you think of them hand-built headers, Bill?
Yeah. Oh, I love it, man.
Yeah.
Come right out the front of the wheel. You know, not only put it on the show, you get to hear it also.
Got a sound.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready to check it out. See some smoke.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's do it.
That's your motor you riding, baby.
Oh, come on, dude, real?
Man, I'm so excited. I cannot wait to get behind the wheel of this car. One thing we're not going to do is we're not going to go out here and be easy on the car. We're going to beat on it, beat on it, beat on it till something happens or it's time to go home. Or we're out of gas. How many donuts we going to do before you get sick? I don't know. All right. Don't throw up on my car. The way we got this car set up is it has way too much power. The car is way too light, so it really doesn't have any choice but to perform well. You smash it to the floor, tires are spinning. That's all there is to it.
Woo! Hell yeah!
Oh, it is puking fluid. Yeah,
Is that transmission fluid?
Oh, yeah, it's pouring. Oh, yeah, blowing the whole hose off. Look, it broke
Oh,
it.
yeah.
It broke it.
I knew Robert was going to go till something broke.
Yeah, man, you did good, Rob.
Thank you. Thank you. It's phenomenal concrete, man. It did everything I wanted it to do.
You guys did a good job, man.
Thank you, Bill.
Next event, I want to drive.
All right.
No
Hey,
problem.
I mean,
Heck yeah.
I can tell these guys have been working hard at it. A lot of horsepower, a lot of tire. They're going to kill it in all the competitions for sure.
We finished all the body work on the 93 Suburban, and it's ready for paint. Normally we would paint it here, but Gary owns a paint shop. Being how this is a real personal build for Gary, he really wanted to do this one himself.
We've been doing paint and body work since 1981. As soon as I got out of high school, my dad taught me how to do it, and I've been doing it all these years. The Suburban was green all of its life, and then we spray lined it and never really liked it. And been looking at these new blue trucks, and we decided to go with this blue because Bryson liked blue and I like blue. I wish so bad he was here to be a part of this. It's just a family vehicle. That's why I like the Suburban so much. We brought the truck in to paint it over here because I just wanted to do it. It's been in my family so long, and it's just part of the family.
Today's a big day. We've got everything painted on the 1993 Suburban. Now that the paint's done, we can bolt the cab to the frame, make sure everything's lined up as it should, get it to the next step. All right, Chaz, let's see what this looks like on here.
I'm gonna tape everything up, and that'll just protect the paint from getting scratched up while we're moving everything around.
Chaz, how did we learn these tricks like that?
your truck's heavily scratched up building, you know, you learn simple stuff like this.
There's got to be zero room for error, so we'll take this, make sure when the hood comes down, we'll measure, make sure our gaps are right.
All right, as you can tell, this gap right here is a little bit wider than it is up here, so that's telling us that our core support and our fenders need to go towards Chase just a little bit that way. We'll get the perfect gap on each side.
So right there, I moved it. That's a good gap, good body line. So as you can see right here, it's got a bigger gap here. It tightens up at the bottom, so that means the fender's gonna have to kind of rotate up just a touch. So yeah, so you know, we can kind of,
yeah.
I don't know, once we adjust this, I don't think the core support needs to come up, but it might. Pretty straight, dude. Okay, so we got all our gaps set up. We got the front end square. We're ready to move to the next step. We're gonna get this locked in, get the hood opened back up, start laying out our intercooler, radiator, all that stuff. Never gets old doing this. It never gets old seeing the moments, seeing the builds when they're to this point. It's something that I love. It's my favorite part of it.
Yeah, me and Robert, we've been friends for, man, how long?
Like 92, bro, when y'all moved here.
Woo! Yeah, it's been a while. Robert lived across the street. Front shop was up front at the time. Dad would always be out there tinkering and stuff. And Robert would come over and help Dad, and that's how I kind of met him. I didn't really want to help Dad. I wanted to go ride my bicycle.
Just annoyed the crap out of Dave, nonstop.
Yep.
Then, you know, when Daniel would come over, we'd go ride bikes up and down the driveway and jump ramps and do all that fun stuff the kids do.
You know, Robert and I, we started building cars and working on our own cars because we didn't have the money to be able to pay someone else to do it. And, you know, Dad taught us, if you don't got the money, you better figure out how to do it yourself.
When we were little, before we were teenagers even.
Yep.
Dave would let us go in the back and we'd get junk cars running. We'd get them running and we'd go destroy them in the back.
Yep.
We'd drive them around. That's how we learned to drive.
Our goal is just to keep doing what we love to do, make as much money as we can to fuel the fire, because this is not cheap what we do.
You're making money?
Sometimes.
I thought we were just having fun.
Yeah, you know.
I have a long history with this 93 Suburban. It's been a real honor working on this truck, so no detail was too small. We painted the undercarriage to match the truck, got the axles in, installed the rebuilt Cummins, new wheels and tires, custom interior. I can't wait to give this back to Gary so he and his family can drive this around for another 30 years. So I gave Gary a call, told him he needs to come see me immediately. I want to show him the Suburban. You know, I know he's gonna love it. I know he is.
All right, Chase, what you tore up today?
You always saying something like that. For once, I didn't tear up anything, but I do got something I want to show you.
All right.
You gave me that Suburban. Man, it's done. And it looks amazing.
I want to see it.
Come on. Hold on, hold on. Go ahead and look at it. It's right in front of you.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
I love you, Mr. Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Brother.
Seeing that truck for the first time, to know what it came from, to know what it looks like now, it's an awesome change. That don't even look like the same.
No, it don't.
It ain't.
Tell me about it.
Well, you know, this was the first Cummins swap anything that Chase and I had ever seen. And it was awesome, but we upgraded a little bit.
It was dated.
Yes, it was dated.
I agree. Is it gonna run like it looks?
It's gonna run like it looks, but let's just say this. It's the Suburban's time to shine. I mean, it looks good. It's beautiful. It's classy. It still has that same 93 style, but, you know, modern amenities.
So my kids won't be ashamed of me no more.
If they're ashamed of it, I don't know how to help you there.
Yeah, I was just looking for a people mover. I was just looking to pull what we want to pull and go and play and have a big time.
It's definitely gonna move some people and pull what you need to pull.
Man, that thing looks
And
awesome.
maybe take home a trophy, you know, if you're in a car show. I mean, it's beautiful.
We may do that. I want to see what it does. I need you to teach me how to operate it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you get a phone, you can run the whole truck pretty much.
I can't talk on the phone.
I know you can.
You program it, I'll drive. Give me the key.
All the electronics ran to it, making it modern. You know, Gary's an old school guy, but I'm telling you, once he knows and figures it all out and I can train him on how all this stuff works, he's gonna love it because it makes his life easier, big time.
I like the looks of it. I want to see what makes it work.
This is where the magic happens right here. Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Speechless.
That don't happen very often.
The wires are gone. There's actually order under the hood. That's like,
that looks a lot better, don't it?
So Gary, we took this is a 0304. It's an early model 5.9 Cummins. You've got a pretty awesome little engine right here.
This thing's only making 750 horsepower. That was hard for me to say.
That sounds good to me. So I had 350 before.
I think you had 250 before. One thing, Dad took his time and tediously made sure every part was perfect. You know, we got the PSP head, Force Inductions Charger, S-Force 67.
Well, being I've worked on this thing for the past 20 years, it's pretty easy to see there's a lot of improvement.
Oh, I'm telling you, it is all there.
Well, Chase, looking at it now, it's just hard to believe it's the same vehicle. The 4-link bar is all underneath there. It's just unbelievable.
You know, going into this build, knowing what you're going to do with it, knowing what it's going to be put through, we had to make sure the suspension is super, super strong. All the geometry is correct, super beefed up. I'm talking the biggest Heims we could run, stoutest DOM we could run. I mean, it's built to the hilt.
We've got reinforcement behind reinforcement. Everything that you want to do with it, you will be able to do with it.
And we got some bump stops on there. If it ever loses air pressure, it won't air up. You can still drive it, get to where you need to go. I can't wait for you to be out there and be proud of it. Makes me emotional even saying that. I want you to be proud of it.
Oh, I'm proud of it.
I'm proud of it. I know Dad's proud of it.
Well, I know it's been a long time coming, a lot of work. I know it means the world to me. I know it would mean the world to Bryson. I don't know how to thank you enough. Building this truck is gonna be an honor to my son. I'd like to thank One Way Diesel, all the guys. It means more to me knowing it's coming from these guys. Man, I'm just looking forward to getting it out, showing it all, bragging on it.
Let's go take it for a spin.
Let's go see what it's gonna do.
Go.
You wanna go see?
Yeah.
I want to thank my team here at One Way Diesel for all the late nights, all the problems we faced with this build. Done a ton of builds. This one takes the cake. This one means more than any one I've ever done.
This is the most high-dollar pillow you ever had. Is it comfortable?
Got a 06 GMC Sierra Denali.
It's gonna be the biggest, baddest mega truck we've ever built.
Ooh, look at that.
This thing is massive. He possibly might jump this thing, so we want the baddest shock we can get at the time.
There's no way you're gonna bend that.
We use this 2001 Hummer H1 to do a lot of our product testing. Every now and then we gotta throw in a little spice. So we're running a 43, 15, 17, and so that made us have to stretch the frame. Nice.
We're gonna cut the hood in 3 sections.
I like that.
Woo! Hey, Mom, no hands! Woo! What's up, baby?
Here in Texas, we want our rides built bigger, badder, and louder. These 3 custom shops go for speed, performance, and power. This is Texas Metals Loud and Lifted.
What's up, man?
What's up, Dale? How you doing? How's it going, man? Good to see you.
I've been working on Ashlyn and her family's mega trucks for years now, and today she's bringing her boyfriend by so I can check out a new build.
When her truck's bigger than mine, I had to get something to be able to keep up with her.
Oh, okay.
Am I in trouble?
You're in trouble, bro.
I thought so.
You have no idea, sir.
Just a little bit.
So, what do you want? A truck like hers or something you can?
No. Oh, no. This ain't going to be a show truck. This is going to be a real mud truck.
Okay.
We got a 06 GMC Sierra Denali that I want to be built into a mega truck. This truck was a daily driver for a while, and I've always loved these body styles of trucks. And put a new motor in it. It's got a 408 6.0 in it. It's probably making about 600 horsepower, one with the 88mm turbo behind it.
All about that power.
Oh yeah, that's what we're looking for.
You know, Daniel, when he rolled up, it sounded pretty good.
I heard it. I want something we can go out there, we can put through anything, tear it up, it don't matter. We're gonna put it through the bounty holes, we're gonna put it through ponds. Definitely gonna take a beating, but we need something to be able to take the kids out and keep them safe as well.
I got you, so that's what 4-door.
Absolutely.
Something you can tear up, ain't worried
Something
about.
like that one over there.
I like it. So, just a bigger version of the Hitman.
Exactly.
I beat on the Hitman every time. Every time I take it, I intentionally try to break it.
That's the plan here.
That's his intentions.
That's exactly my intention.
We're gonna get along good then. So, you thinking 2.5 ton, 5 ton?
Big as we can go.
I'm liking where he's going with this.
Yep.
So you saw how I have the sheet metal cradle on there? I've yet been able to tear that up.
Well, you know, and I like that, Daniel, but I was thinking something a little bit different. Maybe put a curve on it, something like that right there.
You want to make it your own.
Yeah, exactly.
One of a kind type thing.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking we're gonna have to go with a ridiculous transfer case in this thing. Like a
What you thinking?
24-inch. Of course, gonna go with some big shocks on this thing. Get all the travel, 3.0. That's what I run on my truck. So what size tire you think?
On that, what do you think, 72-inch?
Oh yeah, so like 28Ls.
I think that sounds about right.
You know what, man? I'm excited. It's gonna be the biggest, baddest mega truck I've ever built, and I tell you what, one of the strongest. We're gonna have to go over the top of this truck. Everything is gonna have to be twice as strong as the Hitman because it has twice the weight.
Really looking forward to putting it in the bounty hole, putting it up against the Hitman, taking some of your money here and there, and really seeing what it could do.
Man, I tell you what, I appreciate you letting me do it. I can't wait, brother.
We look forward to it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Dang, D. Did you get us a new shop truck or what?
Man, I wish. We're gonna cut this bad boy up.
Oh, yeah?
Come on now.
Man, it's the one now.
Oh, yeah.
Denali, too, huh?
So, you know, back in 2006, if you had a GMC Sierra Denali like this, I mean, that was just top of the line. And basically, Anthony's wanting a version of Hitman, but 4-door, and of course, luxury, because he brought us a Denali here.
Right.
So, we're gonna have to go over the top of this one, y'all.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go full mega truck.
Oh, yeah.
Full mega truck, bro.
Okay.
Basically a 4-door Hitman.
Okay. All right.
A 4-door luxury Hitman.
Nice.
It's gonna be the biggest, baddest 4-door that we've ever built.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, look at that.
This thing's gonna make good torque and good power. It's got a brand new, fresh 408 cubic inch LS motor.
Man, it is nice, too. Look, they got some good headers on there.
And that's critical for this truck because it's gonna be big, it's a 4-door, and it's heavy, and we're gonna need horsepower to get this thing to the mud. You know, when you got a good heartbeat, it allows us to focus on what we really need to focus on, and that's strength, the suspension, and looks. Anthony wants all three of those things.
Well, it's never gonna look this clean again, though.
Let's get this thing rolled back, get it picked up, figure out what we gotta do.
Let's do it. Up she goes.
One more, right there. Before we tear this truck down, we need to design the suspension. Generally, we already know how the suspension needs to be, but when we're trying to do something different out of the box, I might draw up 2 or 3 different designs so I can basically look at it and tell you what's gonna work and not gonna work.
What you got?
Might have to be one massive cradle, probably at least 28 inches, 30 inches of drop.
Okay.
Me and Robert, Dad, we've been working side by side for many years, and we're just all on the same page. Most of the time, I show them what I'm talking about, they pick it right up. One thing he did mention is he does not like everything just squared off.
Okay.
So I'm thinking we're gonna roll these bottom pipes.
All right.
And then the pipes that hook that to the frame rail will also bend those so nothing is, everything has some style.
Right.
So everything with a little curve to it.
Yeah, everything will look,
Okay.
you know what I mean? That way it's just not all square.
Yep. I know what you're saying. That'll look good.
When someone wants performance and looks, it takes a lot of creation. All right, fellas, got a little sketch, got a game plan. It's enough sitting around, let's get it.
All right. All right, man. Do it.
We're gonna get the rear end drive shaft out of it, front suspension, transmission, transfer case. That transmission's never gonna hold up to what Anthony's gonna throw at it anyway, so we're gonna get everything out. It's basically going to be 2 frame rails, and we're gonna start completely over.
Zip, zip, done.
You just want to cut some. I don't know. All this stuff is in our way for our cradle. Basically, we're building a frame underneath the frame of this truck. Everything's got to be dropped down for the suspension because the truck is going to be so high. The higher your truck is, the more everything has to come down to keep the geometry right. In order to do that, we got to get rid of all the old suspension. Woo! Making room for activities. All right, we're gonna start by building the cradle. It mounts underneath the body and supports the suspension. I drew up what I wanted, and Robert's gonna cut out a 3/8 steel plate.
We're gonna be cutting this out of 3/8 plate. So I'm gonna get it drawn in here on the mini CAD, get it all ready to go so we can cut it out on our plasma table. And then we'll be ready to hang the sides for our drop down.
Trying.
All right.
Got it? Or you want me to get a hold of it?
Got it-ish.
Is it hot or is it heavy?
Kind of. Ready? I like it. Man, you can just look at that and tell it's strong too. There's no way you're gonna bend that. Watch your fingers. I need to go back. Man, we gotta figure out our center. So this is our center hole. And we're gonna put it in the middle of the door, right? Now what we decided?
I think so, I don't know.
On that body line on the door. And you're how much here?
I don't know.
See?
The center of the body line of the truck necessarily isn't the center of the frame, so it's gonna look a little off, so we're moving it where we want it to make it, give it that, you know, appearance that it's in the center. Because you follow the body line down the truck, and then the cradle's 3 or 4 inches past that body line, it just looks funny.
Is he level?
Is he level? Am I in the middle?
I think so.
All right.
So I'm just gonna cut just at the hole.
We got all our measurements. We got a body mount in the way. We're gonna trim that out with a torch a little bit, and then it'll be time to tack this thing in place.
It looks pretty square, huh?
Yeah.
Bro, that's gonna work.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Now that we finished this side of the cradle, we can duplicate our work on the other side. One step closer to 80-step process.
Right?
Yep.
One step 47.
147
One step
already?
47.
No damn way.
Yeah, we only got like 30 more to go.
All right. Hey, I like it. It come out good. Got everything tacked. Then the transfer case will go up through the center. Gonna be all one solid unit, man. Then we could work on the outer pieces.
Sounds good to me, bro. Let me go get that pipe.
All right.
All right.
This truck isn't being built for show. It has to perform in the elements. We're gonna be installing DOM pipe to the sides of the cradle to give this thing as much strength as possible. I say we cut a whole plate for here that welds to the pipes on top that has the wide open garage logo.
That's what I was thinking.
To tie it all in. I know just these 2 pipes would be good enough, but
Right.
the way we got this cradle looking, we need to do the same thing here.
Oh, yeah, if we square this in, there ain't no way you turn it off.
And the transfer case right up through the center.
Yeah.
All piped in.
Yeah, I'm getting a vision. Normally it's just pipe, but we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna cut out a piece of rectangle plate. And in the plate, we're gonna cut out our logo, wide open garage, so everybody sees this truck, they'll know exactly where it come from and who built it. And that should, you know, scare off all the little pretty boys with their trucks that they can't do nothing.
All right, we got our center cradle all mocked up on the truck. The next step is gonna be tying this in to the frame rail. So it's basically a frame underneath the frame, but so we're just gonna get to mocking things up just like we did here and fitting some pipe. Hey guys, come here right quick.
Sup, D?
What you thinking? What you thinking?
The fun part, bro, the fun part. Now we gotta connect here to the frame rail. So it's basically a frame underneath the frame. I'm thinking we're gonna come out, bend, come down, another bend.
Okay.
You know, cause he made it clear he doesn't want the pipes just straight.
Let's pull the measurement, see where we at.
Cool. I can tell you this much. The 2006 GMC Sierra Mega Truck is one of the biggest trucks we've ever built.
Then we're gonna have this come up here.
Yeah, just like that.
And bender.
How's that look, Daniel?
So you wanna come in maybe about the middle of here, between these 2 holes?
I like it.
Right there, something like that?
Yeah, it looks good. Mega trucks need to be built for abuse, so everything has to be that much more rigid So we're gonna be running DOM pipe from the frame mount on the chassis all the way down to the cradle. So this thing will be bulletproof. You see how I'm standing here? A long time ago, we were cutting a piece of pipe with a torch. And I was standing here and I have my hand over the end of the pipe, and I was leaning just like I was right here. Robert was down there cutting it with a torch, and I thought the sparks came through here and hit my hand. So I moved my hand like that. I looked down, put my hand back, holding onto the pipe. Something hit my hand again, I moved it. I thought it was the sparks. I looked back down like that, there's a snake in there.
True story, I remember that.
I let go of that pipe.
Here's your inch. See? See? You want it up tighter than that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, bro, I like it. I think it looks good.
Digging it?
Yeah.
Get us a tack here, dude, on that back plate.
Woo! That's a hell of a start.
I'm digging it, bro. I like it a lot.
Oh yeah, that's definitely not a straight piece of pipe. It's got what, three different bends in it?
Mm-hmm.
No, we gotta duplicate that 3 more times. Let's knock that other side out.
Looks good, let's do it.
Test it. 6 hours later.
Yeah.
All right, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this tape to simulate where I'm gonna have a piece of pipe. You know, it gives me a general idea of where I want it to lay out and what's gonna look the best here. Get everything linked to the frame rail. Basically what this down pipe needs to be linked to the top so that this whole frame rail is tied in as one. That way this thing takes a blow, it's pulling on the whole frame rail, not just on the bottom of the cradle. Our goal here is to build one of the strongest trucks we've ever built, but it also has to have some style. You know, Anthony likes to look good, and we want to build him a good looking truck.
Josh and I are both engineers, and we take a very technical approach to all our builds. We trail test all of our parts before we sell them to the public.
All right, well, I've got Anxiety here. It's my main truck and one of the big shop trucks here at Mod Mafia. There we go.
We use this 2001 Hummer H1 to do a lot of our product testing and our more advanced development work. And so I needed to have Bill at Extensive put a killer roll cage in it. We're taking Anxiety on always the most extreme, hardest trails and obstacles that we can so that we can get tons of trail testing miles on it.
We got a big event, off-road event coming up in a couple weeks. And so we're trying to get ready for it. Here's all the parts laid out. So we're doing all new upper control arms, lower control arms, some new prototype springs. This is a whole nother set of procured so that I can go back and throw it on the truck. So we take everything off and put this on here like, you know, NASCAR pit stop type level. We try to balance all the performance you get, but it's got to be reliable and usable. You know, if it's not usable, who cares? I'm excited for these new prototype springs. We got some prototype shocks. This is the old shock package. And then we're also changing, this is the electric hydraulic pump we're putting in the rear for rear steer. The first thing we're gonna do is go through the suspension and chassis to update all those parts. We've got a new set of hubs in here. They're helical hubs instead of the straight cut gears. We're not changing the body lift, anything like that. But what we are doing is doing a frame stretch to get these big tires to fit underneath the truck. So we're running a 43, 15, 17 Mickey Thompson, and it is big. For the longest time, we've been stuck with 42s as like our largest tire we can run. And now we're trying to up that game again and go to a 43. And so that made us have to stretch the frame. So what we're gonna do is stretch the frame and slide all this forward. Let's hit it. There we go. We just lifted the body off anxiety. So now we can get into the meat and potatoes of this build and get that frame stretched. This is a donor chassis, and we're gonna be cutting a section out of it somewhere about here to about here. So we're trying to basically make the truck longer here in front of this motor mount, 4 inches. And so it's gonna give me extra room on the engine bay, stuff like that. It also helps transfer weight to the rear. But the biggest thing is makes big room for those sticky Mickeys. 43, 15, 17 inch Baja Pro XS tires on. And then we're gonna splice it into my other frame. We're gonna do a lot of welding on it to make it stronger, internal gusseting, etc. And some fish plates on the outside. And it's probably gonna be the strongest part of the frame. This one has bosses in the frame. So you see those individual tubes? That's so when you tighten the bolts down, it doesn't crush the tube. We're gonna be welding plates on the inside of this that stick out. And so when we cut the other frame, we're gonna slide that piece in. And then that way it's held all in place. So it's gonna be twice as thick in that area, maybe even 3 times as thick once we put the outer fish plate on. So we've stretched the frame, we've welded it all up, ground it smooth, put fish plates on, painted certain sections. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll the chassis under. Okay, now straighten it out.
Yep.
We're gonna put the body down, and that's gonna really tell us if the 4 inches was enough to clear these big, sticky Mickeys. So where are we at?
Keep going. Oh, no, right there. Never mind.
Jeez, this thing sticks out there a long way. Nice. We'll start getting it down and see where we at, where we sit.
All right, coming down.
Clear. Slow. Okay. So we got the body down, and we are very excited. Look at all the room we have. We'll clear everywhere. So getting that 4-inch frame stretch definitely was a ticket. So we are very excited, very tired, and can't wait to get this on the trail.
Ready, 2.
Because we put the 43-inch tall tires on and we stretched the frame 4 inches, we either have to stretch the body 4 inches or we have to stretch the hood 4 inches. And I had 2 spare hoods. So I was like, well, pretty straightforward to me.
So what we're doing today is we're extending the hood. The way we're doing that today is we're gonna cut the hood in 3 sections. We're gonna cut down this line, and we're gonna slide the center part forward, so that way it fits just perfect. So we made a rough cut. We're gonna come back and finish this off while we fit it on the vehicle.
Can you grab that piece? No reason to cut up a good hood to do this when you have 2, one that happened to be damaged on the left side and this one was damaged on its right side. So it's like, mesh them together, make it work. This is definitely one of the harder spots of this build, is getting the hood done, and making it look correct. Pretty good. We got a slight bow we got to fix, but I think we just have to bring the center hood up. I think the end result is going to be well worth the effort.
We're almost done with the pipe work on the cradle of the 2006 GMC Sierra.
Good enough. Man, that's it. That's close. That's gonna be it right there.
kind of building this truck like if it was for me, because he drives just like me. We'll get it done, and then we can move on to the transfer case, figuring out how we're gonna mount that. Now it's time to mock up this transfer case, which is better known as a drop box, and you'll see why we call it a drop box, because this thing is massive. The transfer case basically takes the power from the transmission and applies it through the drive shafts down to the differentials. Gotta get it fitted in here, get it all piped up. I'm gonna go ahead and take this out. This was just in here for mock-up. We didn't weld none of this in so we can get it out of our way when we're working with the transfer case. We can get the jack in here, because that thing is big and heavy. We're just gonna keep on trucking on Anthony's truck.
Y'all coming in?
Yep, sure. All right,
Are you
coming in.
Come on in. We still need to go up higher.
Higher?
Higher.
Got you. The drive shaft angle gonna be something like that.
Pretty good?
Yeah, let's mark it.
I guess let it down.
There we go. Whew. What we did, we just ran a line off our reference point where we want the transfer case to be. There's a factory cross member in there. What I'll do is I'll tack that to the factory cross member. That way this thing is floating in there. We can start building our mount. All right, we got the transfer case mount all mocked up in the truck. We get those upper link mounts all welded up and mocked up, and then it'll be time to put the axles under Anthony's truck. We got the axles back from Sandblast for the GMC Sierra Mega Truck. So now that they're all cleaned up, we can start installing the front axles and start building the four-links.
First thing we got to do, though, is we got to get our top hat put on top of our chunk. The purpose of the whole top hat is to actually give you somewhere where you can weld your link bar tabs to, because you cannot weld straight to the top of this axle. It's cast iron. It's not going to hold a weld good. As soon as you crash it, it's going to rip it right off. So the top hat gives you something good, stable. It's flat. Give you something good and solid. That way you can mount your link tabs on there. You got a good point to build off of. It serves a lot of different purposes, but the main thing is really just to give you somewhere to mount your link tabs on the top.
Now we got to switch over to the rear axle. All right, whoa.
Right there? I think so. Oh, heck yeah, we're there. That looks real good. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is, now that we got our plumb bob set, that's gonna make sure that we're in the center of the wheel well. So when we get the tire on here, all that stuff's lined up and it looks like it came factory like that.
All right, we got all the measurements done for the axle. We got it centered up. Now it's time to start cutting some link bars. We're gonna go with a 250 watt DOM link bar on this truck because Anthony, he said he's gonna run this thing into the ground. Want to make sure this axle doesn't go anywhere. It's gonna be pretty much as strong as we can make it, so Anthony can't tear it up. All right, now we're working on our upper four link bars. These are gonna be triangulated. This is what's gonna keep everything centered. You know, triangulation is always a good, strong point of contact.
Or a 1/4 inch?
Yes.
So we're a whole 1/4 inch?
Yep.
Oh, wait, hold on. It might be our ends.
A whole bunch of.
How many threads you got? I got a bunch of threads on this one end. Now I got the same amount on both sides. 59.5. No, they're the same. Looks straight from here.
Looks good from here, bro.
Got our top hat all mocked up on Anthony's axle here. We went with a 5-ton on this bad boy because Anthony's gonna be hard on this truck. All right, we got the four links all wrapped up on this bad boy. Came out great. Now it's time to whip up some shock mounts.
Most of the features on my 2001 Hummer H1 named Anxiety are for form and function, but every now and then we gotta throw in a little spice, and that's why we get the side exit exhaust going through the fender.
All right, so we're messing with Anxiety's exhaust today. Most of the time we bring the exhaust down down and out. It's kind of like a regular truck would. Mark's want to do something a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, so we're going to do a teardrop side exit right here in this area right here. So I'd make a teardrop. You can take a mandrel 90 like this, line it with this line here, and come straight across. And when we cut it, and you open it up, it looks like a little teardrop. So just like that, that's the teardrop. Mark.
I like that.
Is this where you want it? Right up in that area, maybe just a smidge lower.
And then centered on the Mod Mafia right here.
Okay. That'll work.
Bam.
Okay. It's gonna look good too. This piece will go to the existing pie cut. And this will go like this to the outboard side. So get this tightened down on here. We like it. Got good gapping on the back side. So everything looks real good.
So we had the hood coated in Line-X, kind of like the whole body was. It's actually a really dark green. One thing's great about using this type of material is that it hides a lot of imperfections and flaws. If you were gonna try to bodywork and paint this hood, it would be 10 times the price. And for a trail truck, just definitely not needed.
So we're installing the rear steering pump. This is going to be a separate system from the front. So that way it has its own reservoir and the steering will be separate from the front. It'll have its own control system out there.
We're almost done with the Anxiety Hummer H1. We installed the brush guard and the lights. And we changed the interior gauges from a digital screen to analog gauges.
Yeah, we're going back to analog because they're tried and true. They're more robust. There's something, about seeing that old needle just sweeps across. Being an older vehicle, it kind of fits right in. Now that we have all the gauges installed on the dash, we're going to run all the wire from the sensor to it.
I think on this 2001 H1, we nailed it. As much as I like working on this one, I cannot wait to get it on the road. We started the business working on Hummers and H1s only, and it's challenging to find new ways to modify a Hummer that we haven't already done before. But man, we did on this one, and I am super excited about the result.
So Mark's kind of been dropping the hints that he did some really cool upgrades on his truck Anxiety. He's gonna bring it by. I'm gonna see what he's been up to for these last couple of weeks. Always up to something crazy. Dude, your truck looks sick on these big tires.
I'm pretty excited about it. I ordered all the traction and got it.
You stuffed something in there that you shouldn't be able to stuff in there.
Full stuff 43s turned. No rubbing.
Yeah, those tires are massive. Where did it all go? Where'd you put it all? How are you fitting it in there?
What I did was basically move the whole front axle and the whole front part of the frame forward. So I kept the back of the body where it's at, and the frame got 4 inches longer here, so it slid this way. But then it made a gap at the back of the hood of about 4 inches. Well, exactly what we stretched the frame. I got 2 used hoods and put them together to make one good hood.
I can see the hood has reinforcements underneath.
Oh, yeah. Well, man, we beefed it up. We fiberglass worked on the inside. We did some aluminum plating on the inside and riveted in. The reinforcement's gonna help us torsionally, driving off-road, etc., not stress crack above the headlights.
It was done very tastefully and subtle.
It seems stock.
which was kind of the goal.
It's been one of those limitations trying to figure out how we go with a bigger tire size. Had those customers ever wanted to increase something over a 42? And now we have a truck that's been able to accomplish that, and we have the template for doing it. I'm noticing the bypass shocks on the front too.
Yeah, 3.5-inch internal bypass with remote reservoirs, which is gonna revolutionize our off-road ride. We already had a pretty good ride, but this is next level. This is new generation, new tech. And these shocks have more droop. So I have a little more droop on the front and even more droop in the back. So I have even more traction. This is kind of a prototype for us to test for a new thing we won't be able to offer, hopefully.
Wow, too cool.
Also did some work on the rear steer. Put an electric hydraulic motor in the back now instead of having it all run off the power steering pump in the front. It'll let me maneuver quicker and with more confidence that the rear is going to come when the front moves. And now when you turn, there's really cool hydraulic motor sounds.
Sounds like a transformer now. It's just so cool. I mean, you just don't see this.
No.
Well, I noticed you removed all of your old interior setup with your dash and everything.
Yeah.
You kind of dressed it up a bit. These look really nice, actually. I mean, I really wouldn't have guessed you were going to do all of this shy of just about a month ago. Everything you've done to this thing, I think you're ready for King of the Hammers.
Oh, yeah.
It has rock crawling, it has desert racing. There's probably some soupy mud areas around there.
It's the ultimate proving grounds.
Yes. Well, dude, before we load up the trucks, let's go for a little spin.
You sure you're ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Props to Mark for really pushing the envelope on this build.
Buckle up, Buttercup.
I think it's really going to grab some attention. The stance is big, it's tall, it's wide. So I think there's going to be plenty of curious souls out at this off-road event wondering how this was made possible.
We work every day here on these Hummer H1s over and over and over again, and I like throwing something in, a little spice, mixes it up. Sometimes it works out for the better, sometimes it doesn't. But in this case, I think we nailed it. Woo! Say, Mom, no hands! No hands, Mama!
This is the most high-dollar pillow you ever had. Is it comfortable? Okay, I'll see you later. We're making good progress on the suspension on a 2006 GMC Sierra Mega Truck. This being a Mega Truck has to perform on all terrains. So we're installing some of the biggest shocks out there.
D, I don't know how they're gonna drive this truck with these heavy shocks on here, bro.
Look, Anthony said he possibly might jump this thing. So we want the baddest shock we can get at the time.
This is the one. This is definitely the heaviest shock that I've ever used. Seriously, it's got to weigh at least 100 pounds.
I mean, this reservoir is like bigger than most people's coilover. It fit. This is the most ridiculous shock I think we've ever mounted on a truck. But I'm telling you, Anthony wants to go all out on this truck, so that's what we're giving him. Yeah, that looks like a straight monster truck tab.
Don't it?
Now we need to move on to drive shafts and steering on this bad boy, and then we can break it all the way down, weld it out, and everything else can go to powder coat. All right, now we're gonna get started on the steering. This is one of the last things we need to do before we start welding this truck completely out. So I like to leave the stock tie rod arm on there, and that gives me a place to kind of balance my pipe or my tubing, whatever you're using. What that does is help hold your center plate. Then you can go and knock this off, and then you build your tie rods. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. So now I'll tack these on here, and then we'll build our tie rods. And so steering ram is basically a cylinder that steers left to right. It uses fluid, hydraulic fluid. It's basically the best power steering you can get. You steer this thing one finger. This is gonna be one beefy tie rod. This is 2-inch, 250 watt DOM, 4 inches long. There ain't no way you're gonna tear this tie rod up. Bada bing, bada boom. Like a glove. That's one beefy steering.
Yes, sir, it is.
Here at Mafia, we like to name our Hummers. It kind of gives that personal experience.
We've been naming Hummers before we were even a company, but naming them now is even more important because we have so many trucks here. It kind of helps split them all up. It's like, go get the black Hummer. Okay, which one? The one on 40s. Like, which one? And so the name helps us identify what that is, and so we don't get things confused. My Hummer is named Anxiety. The original owner named it, but I thought it was just too perfect, so it had to stay. Yeah, because a lot of people drive these H1s around off-road, and they're just cringing. Oh, it's gonna scratch. It's causing stress. It's like, no, that's exactly what it's not supposed to do. Get out, drive it, rip it, use it. Some of the names that we put out here would be Humvet, White Prince, Sulu, Kilo. They're just quirky, unique vehicles that just have so much character to them. So they always stick out in your mind. We provide a unique experience when we build these trucks for customers. I think it adds an extra just personal touch, having a unique name for that truck. Just that cherry on top.
I'm excited, real excited. We got stuff back from Powder Coat for Anthony's truck. I'm real happy.
Check that out, Daniel.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh. It looks good.
Yeah.
Kind of like a semi-gloss.
Oh, yeah. That white?
Mm-hmm.
You know, this powder coat came out amazing. I can't wait to get one of these coilovers assembled. This is one big shot. Woo! Man, I'm just loving this 2006 GMC Sierra Mega Truck. You know, this thing is really intimidating and built to perform, but we gotta have it looking good too. So we added paint, new wheels, and Anthony's logo. My back hurts, these drive shafts are probably 150 pounds.
They're heavy and we're tired.
But you know, a lot of people think I wear a hat because I'm 90% bald, but it's really because I'm like 80% gray now from working on these trucks.
That's not gray, that's chrome, buddy. Look, I got plenty of it, it's chrome.
Man, you sure you shave your head? I still got a little bit of hair up there.
Yeah, but the chrome's coming in. Whew.
You know, today's the final day. We got Anthony's truck all wrapped up, and I can't wait to show it to him.
Man, I'm super excited. I've been waiting for a few months to get this thing done, and we got an event coming up. I'm ready to take this truck out there and see what it's got.
You know, this is the biggest and baddest four-door mega truck we've turned out at Wide Open Garage, and I just can't wait to show it to him.
What's up, Anthony?
What's going on, man?
How you doing, man?
Good to see you.
You ready for this day?
Man, it's been a long time waiting. I'm ready.
I know when he sees it, his jaw's just gonna drop.
Man, what happened here, buddy?
I lost my balance and I came away with a broken heel, but we're getting back together piece by piece. And I'm ready to see this thing, man.
You know, Anthony, this is one of the baddest four doors we have ever built. Tallest, widest. Man, this thing's gonna take the whole road.
I'm ready to see it, man. Let's do it.
Yo, Daniel, bring that truck up.
Oh my God.
Check that out,
man.
bro.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Wow.
Check it out.
It's a freaking animal, dude.
Woo! What's up, buddy?
Oh my gosh. Man, that thing right there, that is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. To be able to describe this feeling is just beyond words. You know, it's everything that I hoped that it would be. To see it sit like that and to come back to life with complete new drivetrain, new wrap, and to be able to, you know, transform that truck into what it is, I was mind blown. Man, look at that freaking thing.
What's up, Anthony?
Daniel.
You like that?
Oh my God.
Man, you know, you came to us, you said, I want a four-door Hitman.
Oh, yeah.
And I know your driving style, so everything on this truck is built tough, built rugged. Man, you be able to run this thing into the ground.
We're gonna find out.
Absolutely. We started with some 5-ton Rockwell axles. We got it wrapped with a 28L. I think that is way plenty tight for what you're trying to do. Then, four-link this bad boy, I built a one-off cradle. I haven't seen anyone with a cradle like this. It's all 3/8 plate in the center. We tied it all into the outer frame rails with DOM tubing. Go ahead and did a 24-inch top of the line big shock, you know, that they got, just in case you decide you want to take it off the ground, it's gonna be able to take flight.
Oh, it's going in there.
You already know. It kind of got a little overkill, but that's what you wanted.
You know, I told Daniel a couple times, you sure that's how high we want this truck?
Yeah.
And he said, man, Anthony wants it up. I'm telling you, up. The only way to go is up.
You know, it's similar to the Hitman, but it's not. It's completely different, way bigger, way stronger because of the four-door. You know, this thing is it's big and tough. Hitman's a little truck.
Man, I'm ready to see the rest of this thing.
Check it out, bro.
Look at that freaking cradle on there, dude.
You like that, bro? It was some work, I tell you that, dude. Like, put your logo on the side. Believe it or not, my logo snuck in there underneath on the bottom. Got it hidden in there.
I see it in there a little bit.
You know, this thing being a big old four-door, we had to save some weight somewhere. And it's hard, you know, to have strength and not be heavy. So with an aluminum wheel, you know, imagine that wheel being steel. You can imagine how heavy it's gonna be. We're wrapped it with a 28L 26, man, this thing right here gonna be killer.
Wow.
66 inches tall, they're gonna dig you a nice hole right there.
I like the fact that the whole truck, the wheels, everything, it matches my truck that I'll be pulling it with.
You know, that's what we were going for.
Absolutely.
You'll be looking good going down the road.
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait.
Not only good at the mud park, but good on the way there.
Yep.
Y'all overdone it on this build. Y'all hit every mark that I asked y'all to. I can't wait to get this thing out to the park and show everybody what y'all built for me. Put this thing off in the hole and show them what we're all about. Beautiful truck, front to back.
You know, when Anthony brought us this truck, he wanted this thing to be one-off. He didn't want to go to the mud park and the next guy have the same truck. And I definitely think we pulled that off.
David, Daniel.
Hey, man.
Man, I'm ready to take this thing for a spin right now. Let's do it.
All right, let's go.
Daniel got this truck done just in time for this event that we got coming up here in the next couple days. Super excited to get it out there. I know the Hitman's gonna be out there this weekend, and we can't wait to send them home with their tails between their legs.
Yeah, now we're talking.
75 Trans Am, it's missing a couple big parts.
I'm gonna at least give you 1,000 horsepower. A Duramax in the Trans Am, how cool would it be?
It looks like a monster.
We're gonna be dumping a lot of torque to this rear end, so we need to beefing it up.
This is gonna be a challenge to go as low as we can possibly get it.
Ain't hitting no way?
No, bro, we killed it.
We have a 1969 Roadrunner.
It's a 426 Hemi, shoehorned in there.
If we take away the carbureted setup, Mopar guys are gonna be hating on you.
I'm okay with that. I'm about performance.
Well, that is a problem. One of the problem.
I can see the other side of the frame.
That is bad.
That car's perfect.
I'm glad you love it, brother.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd love it like that.
Here in Texas, we want our rides built bigger, badder, and louder. These 3 custom shops go for speed, performance, and power. This is Texas Metals, loud and lifted.
So James Stallings called me today. He said he's got a potential project for one-way diesel, and I can't wait to check this out. Yeah, now we're talking.
This is my 75 Trans Am, but I put the iconic 73 nose on it.
I love that. Man, that is a perfect touch for this car. You know, why did you want a 75 though?
I like the 75 for the rear, to get the wraparound rear glass and the urethane bumper instead of the chrome bumper.
You're like me, less chrome, the better it is.
Correct.
It's a slick look, man. The 75 rear, the 73 front, there's no chrome bumpers. Those are the 2 best looking parts of those year models. First thing when I think of Trans Am, I think of Smokey and the Bandit, you know?
Put them on the map.
Put them on the map, to me, is just one of the best looking Pontiac front ends ever made. Definitely needs some paint work, but I don't see a lot of rust, man. I mean, it's definitely got good bones.
It's in pretty good shape. It's my dream car. They were producing them when I was in high school, and I just had to have one. But I find myself unable to finish it. I've got some health issues, and I need you to take over and
Not a
finish
problem. You know, you've been like a mentor my whole life. I want to return the favor. I'll do it. James is one of the baddest painters I've ever met. He's built cars his whole life, you know. He's going through a lot right now. Man, it's an honor and a privilege to be able to do this for him. So, Mr. James, what do you want out of this build? Like, what do you want it to do?
Chase, what I'm really looking for is a retro appearance, but I'm looking for a serious pro touring car that's pretty quick in the quarter mile, but yet I want to put it on a road track too. I want to comfortably be able to drive it daily with all the creature comforts, leather interior, but I got to have some horsepower.
Now we're talking. I know you love horsepower. Man, I've got to take a look under here to see what we're working with. Oh, wow. I think we're missing a few things.
It's missing a couple big parts.
I can already tell right off the bat we have a huge engine bay. Your Duramax would look beautiful under there. I'm just saying, because I'm going to at least give you 1,000 horsepower.
Excellent.
Give us some killer filler panels in here to cover all this and just focus on the power plant that's in here.
Wow.
Smokey and the Bandit style hood with the shaker hood, you know. Are you keeping it white?
I am keeping it white, really bright white.
Okay, I like it. First things first, we need to get this to my shop.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
I love it. Bring this too. I'd like to have that.
Yo, Chase, is this James's car?
Yes, it is. This is James' 1975 Trans Am. This is his dream car. And he's started the process of, making it his absolute dream car. Health reasons, he's unable to finish it. So he wants us to do it. And man, that's a huge honor.
Yeah, it is.
And I didn't know what to expect when I got there, but this thing is in great shape. 75 car, he's got the 73 nose on it.
Yeah.
The best looking Trans Am front end you can get.
Back in the day, if you had one of these in high school, you were cool. We dreamed of driving one of these.
It looks like he's on the right track. I mean, what all does he want done to it?
He wants to fix this.
No engine?
No engine, no transmission, no drive shaft. Wants a lot of power, wants to be able to go down the quarter mile and run it on a road course. So we need something that responds fast, makes a lot of torque, and makes a lot of horsepower.
What transmission we gonna run?
James definitely wants an automatic. So probably like a 6L90, something like that. Get good fuel economy, but hold a lot of power. Real fun to drive, like a pro touring car.
Yeah.
But he wants it on air ride, and that got me excited. I love air ride. This is gonna be a challenge to get it to go as low as we can possibly get it to. Even with the being mini tub, we still have to figure out how to get a 13.5, 14-inch wide tire and wheel in that fender well with it laying down.
Yeah, that's not gonna leave much wiggle room at all.
You have none.
What's he want us to do on the interior?
I want to keep it nostalgic. We'll keep that factory Trans Am, like the brushed aluminum with the designs in it on the dash.
I always just loved the way the dashes were laid out. I'm very excited. This is going to take me back to be able to relive some of those old memories through this car and then help James out at the same time. I'm excited to get this thing going. So we can sit here and talk about it, or we can get busy.
Let's do it.
Let's start turning wrenches, guys. So today I'm going to be pulling the front clip off this 1975 Trans Am, getting it ready so we can start mocking up this engine transmission combo. One of the things about modifying old classic cars like this, a lot of the purists get upset. They don't like it when we change the engines, when we change the look of the car, But we're not doing it for everybody else. We're doing it for the customer, giving him his dream car. After taking the radiator support, everything off the front of this, I'm noticing right off the bat we need to ditch this steering setup. These factory drag link style setups, they're great in a cruiser and something that makes 700 horsepower and under, but when you're making 1,000 horsepower, 200 miles an hour, it's just not safe. Whenever you have so much suspension articulation, you can't beat a rack and pinion. We got to raise this point so we can get the car down lower, get this thing safe, where it handles well, performs well, where Mr. James can have the dream car that he's always wanted. My vision for this car is, to be one of a kind. A Duramax in a Trans Am, how cool would it be if we make one snappy, instant power, instant torque? It'd be a SEMA quality build with the functionality of a pro touring track car. This Duramax is a lot bigger than the original V8 this thing came with. So first thing I want to do is test fit a mock-up engine and see how much room we have. I've got a lot of work to do. We're gonna have to modify the K-member as it is to get our rack and pinion suspension in there. James is gonna be hitting the corners hard. He's gonna be pushing the suspension to the limits. We've gotta get our weight distribution right. So I've gotta take this engine and go far back as I can, up into the firewall to get our weight bias correct. We want as much weight on the front as there is in the rear so that this car handles, does everything it's supposed to do. It's always a challenge putting these big, heavy diesel engines in these cars. I mean, heck, they weigh half the weight of the car. They're heavy. And that's not even dressed out. You gotta add the turbo, the injectors, all these little parts. I got it sitting where I think it should sit, very close, minus it needing to go back. So I'm gonna mark and trace out everything I need to cut and trim out so I get the engine shoved back as far as I can. This thing's gonna rip. Instant boost, instant power.
Looks like a monster, like an absolute animal, like it's about to devour your soul. I was really worried about putting the Duramax in here because it's a big engine and it's a V8. We've got control arms in the way, we got a brake booster in the way. Supercharging it, twin turboing it, that's a lot of extra stuff on top of this huge engine already. So we have got our hands full with this, no doubt about it.
All right, so we got our engine in, sitting where we want it. Now the fun part. We're gonna get our suspension geometry set up where we need it, because right now, all this is off. So what we need to do is narrow the lower control arm, roll this lip in on this fender, and bring that wheel in just a touch. You don't want to do too much, because this car needs a wide base. It needs to be able to make the turns. Raise this upper control arm so that it's not at an angle. So every time you're taking a hard corner, it's pushing on the ball joint like this. So we've got to make sure all this stuff's right. Wheel flying off the car, I don't think James will be very happy. We're not gonna be able to get this perfectly level the way the geometry is, so we can at least go up an inch and get it right in that area.
Yeah.
Let's jack it back up, narrow the lower control arm, get it back on the car, then we'll build our top mount off of where the tire's sitting. All right, got it.
All right, so we just got the lower arms removed. We got the ball joints pressed out. I'm gonna mark out what I'm gonna cut out to shorten it. First thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna find my center on this ball joint hole right here. Carry that straight line down to here. So by the time I cut everything, all I have to do is match these two marks up. And do the same to this side, mark my centers. Our angle is about 1 inch out. We'll mark 1 inch out and we'll cut it out. And then we'll just bring everything in and we'll tack it up and then we'll go mock it up and see what it looks like. All right, so we just got everything cut. Just pretty much what it's gonna look like by the time it's said and done. Then we'll have a shortened lower A-arm. The wheel's gonna look like this instead of like that. All right, so I'm lining up my original marks. I just want this ball joint centered exactly where it was. So I'm gonna line these up, we'll weld them out. Eyeballs. I'm gonna do the same thing with this one. I just got everything welded up. I'm gonna make a little fish plate across this top weld, just beefing it up a little bit. Pull some measurements, we'll go cut it real quick. Tack it on here, weld it up, we'll be finished with these A-arms.
This thing's touching. We're going with a much wider wheel and tire on the rear of this 1975 Trans Am. The only way to make it fit in the wheel well is to narrow the rear end. We're gonna have to cut out 1/4 inch on each side. Because this thing's making so much horsepower and torque, Chaz is going to blow us out an extra support for this rear end so we don't have to worry about it moving.
Got the rear end over here from the 75 Trans Am. We're gonna be dumping a lot of torque to this rear end, so we need to beefing it up. We're gonna put a cradle on the back side of it and the bottom side of it. It ought to rip when it gets on the highway. It's gonna be a sweet ride. All right, so I need a 3 3/4 inch clearing from the tubing up to our center point right here, and that'll give us about 3/4 of an inch clearance on our pumpkin. So we're gonna cut out 2 plates just like that. We'll get them tacked on to the rear end. We'll get it square and everything. Tack it. And then we'll cut another plate to box in the top. All right, so we got a jig built on the table to keep this from warping. We're gonna go through here and weld 1 inch pieces at a time. We'll skip 1 inch. That'll just keep the heat the same throughout the whole piece. We're slowly going to weld it out, and that'll keep it from drawing in. We just got the first cradle in here. Everything looks great. I want to go ahead and beefing this up a little bit more, so we're going to brace the bottom side of this axle. We'll just build another cradle on each side of the pumpkin. Yeah, that's pretty. That looks good.
Hey man, what's going on?
Not much, buddy. How you doing?
It's been a couple years since I've seen this thing out enjoying the town.
Yeah.
Today we have a 1969 Roadrunner from a close friend of mine, Dalton. It's been a couple years since I've seen this car, and I'm really excited to talk to Dalton about it, what he wants to have done with it.
I bought this on my 30th birthday as a present to myself, and man, I've always been a fan of the Mopars, and the Roadrunner that was the one I had to have. So.
Yeah, and man, the Mopars don't get enough respect, I don't think. I was gonna ask what's going on with the car to get it here.
I was driving it up until it broke. All right, so the main issue would be the clutch, getting that back running. The reliability, my wife would be a lot happier. But also the handling of it in the corners isn't very good. It's a big boat, lots of sway.
Yeah, get some of that body roll out of there, a stiffer, more adjustable modern suspension underneath it would probably help it quite a bit.
Exactly.
So remind me what engine you have in this. It looks like a 440 hood, but not necessarily the one that's in it.
It's a 426 Hemi, shoehorned in there.
Yeah, even with this big car, that 426 barely fits in the engine bay.
Yeah, it's tight. So with the dual carburetors, the cold start's a big issue. You got to sit there and pedal it till it gets up to temperature. And at wide open throttle, sometimes there's a bit of a lag in there.
Yeah, you think it's just a fuel delivery problem? It's not getting enough fuel into the engine?
Most likely.
Yeah. We can go with the EFI system. There's lots of good ones out there. I think that's going to solve a lot of those issues. Electronic fuel injection system is going to be more beneficial in providing horsepower and performance, whereas carbureted is a little bit archaic in today's standards. They're self-tuning now, so I don't think you're going to have that pedaling issue you're talking about. If we take away the carbureted setup, how many Mopar guys are going to be hating on you?
I'm sure the forums will be lighting up. I'm okay with that. I'm about performance. Also, stop and go traffic like you get around here, the car wants to heat up a little bit, so.
Yeah, not moving enough air through this really kind of condensed engine bay, probably an issue. So I know it doesn't drive, but it still starts up?
Yeah, it runs.
Let's hear this thing. Yeah, I noticed you got a little bit of a rub back there on the frame. No one who owns a real pretty classic vintage car like this is going to be excited to find rust on their car. You notice that right in front of that?
Oh man,
a little bit of a frame issue in there.
That sucks. With rust, if there's one spot, there may be more, and I hope not, because that can change the course of the build real quick.
I think it's a little bit of a silver lining with everything that we've talked about, because we're all going to have the drivetrain out. I think at that point, we just look at pulling the fenders off and then just, add a new piece of the frame on it. Well, I know one thing's for sure, it's not going to be a straight line car when we're done with it. It's going to be reliable.
And the only time my wife's getting scared is going around the corner.
Yeah, well, throw some new suspension underneath there, at least you'll be able to sling it around a couple times and not going to have that body roll, and it'll just be, romp on it and get it.
Heck yeah, man, I like what I'm hearing. Let's get it on the lift.
All right, let's do it.
Let's pick up. The goal for today is to get the engine out of the car. All we do is Hummers all the time. Working on a classic muscle car like this, provide a breath of fresh air. They represent an era that's gone by. Everything was fast and fun, and there wasn't a whole lot of restrictions. Yeah, growing up in Thailand, I didn't know a lot about American culture, and the way I learned those things is through different avenues, like watching cartoons, and Warner Brother was one of them. The Coyotes always chasing after the Roadrunners and never caught them. So it's nice to have a car that's named after something fast that you used to see growing up.
Maybe we should get Mark to dress in a Wile E. Coyote outfit and then chase this thing around in his the Viper.
Hey, up. Can you come forward? Look at that.
We're good?
Yeah. We're gonna take the clutch out. We're gonna look at the friction disc thickness and to see she needs to be replaced or not. And also, we have an oil leak on the back of the engine. We're trying to locate the source of it. There's a chance that the rear main seal needs to be replaced, but we don't know for sure, so we're gonna take a look. Yeah, but look at the heat spots on the flywheel. She either needs to be resurfaced or replaced. I'm cleaning in the groove between the clutch pucks. I want to make sure that it is worn and it's not just full of dust. Yeah, she's worn. Tabs are showing sign of stress when they're abused. Look like the owner had fun. We're gonna put the rear end out of the car, and we're gonna do that, and we're gonna lift the body away from it. The suspension is gonna be just about the same, but we're gonna upgrade the steering rack and all these other things. It has an upper A-arm just like the new suspension, but the bottom, the lower are different, and we're gonna go to the lower A-arm so you don't even have a track bar anymore. Eesh. Whoa.
Those are about to snap.
Yeah, so this goes into the frame, and if it's rotting on the backside of the frame, that means the backside of the frame is corroding. This could break and it cause you to have a wreck.
How much more?
What's that?
How much more?
Man, quite a bit, like an inch or two.
You want to switch?
Yeah, we can do that. All right, we got the front suspension off. Let's lower it. We'll remove the front bumper. And from there, we're gonna start working on removing the frame rails. This frame's been rotting away for years, very dangerous. So that's why we decided we're gonna go ahead and replace this frame rail. And for extra safety and peace of mind, we're gonna go ahead and replace the other side as well, because it got holes.
One of the cool things about working on an old muscle car like the 69 Roadrunner is being able to give it some modern updates. And right now, we're installing a high-performance rear suspension.
Since we're going from a leaf spring to a 4-link suspension, we're gonna install the upper cross member, put it where we want it, weld it, and then we can hang the control arms and the coilovers. These vehicles aren't known for handling. Once we're done with this suspension, you'll have less body roll and better handling. It's gonna be amazing. So right now, I'm gonna install the upper control arm and the lower control arms. And then from there, I'm gonna install the lower control arm bracket to the axle. Now I'm gonna lower the vehicle. I'm gonna attach the lower control arm, find the location of the upper control arm brackets.
I love muscle cars in general. You know, if you give me something weird, something different, something people don't see all the time, I'll jump on it. I love that kind of work.
17 when I bought my first classic car, and it was a 70
Chevy C10. It's a truck. Ever since then, I just
couldn't stop wanting to learn and work on vehicles.
The axle, what I'm gonna do is center it left to right by measuring the wheel to the frame rail.
Okay, it's 4 3/4 on this side, and it's 5 inch on that side. So we need to shift this over 1/8 of an inch. Yeah, that looks good.
We're disconnecting the suspension from the body so we can lift the body out of the way, and that way we can get a full weld on the axle.
looks like we're ready to go up.
Man, this thing looks beautiful. Back in 1975, these Trans Ams and Firebirds, they made a pretty good bit of power, but we're gonna up that. We're putting the LBZ Duramax in this thing, 1,500 to 2,000 horsepower. I just sit here and polish this bearing with this rag. And you're probably wondering, why are you doing that? Well, the bearing, it has this little coating on it. So what you want to do is get that coating off. And if you don't get it off, it's going to go all through that engine. And it's not much. You don't think it would be that much. But that little bit, 500 RPMs. The least amount of resistance, that's what you want, because we're going to spend a lot of RPMs and make a lot of power. And in order to keep it together, you need all these things working together in harmony. One of the problems Duramaxes have is they'll break the crank right here, and that's why we went with this crank, so that will eliminate that issue. I know this thing's gonna spin to the moon and not have any vibration in it at all. Y'all need to turn this yourself. There's something about it. It feels good, really good. You know, it is cool to be able to work on an iconic car that I love growing up. Now I gotta remember which way is which. To do what we're doing with it and take it to a whole nother level brings out the kid in me. You know, I think about those days, you know, when I wanted one so bad. You know, Smokey and the Bandit. Everybody wanted to be Burt Reynolds. Everybody. That was a cool, iconic car. Just from today, from it coming from the machine shop to here, we got rust on it already. So that one part of the bearing is going to be raised up and it's going to wear your crank. So I'll make sure all these things are buffed and cleaned perfectly before I put it on. So, you know, one thing I like to do is every time I add a component back to this engine, I want to make sure nothing's binding up, it's spinning freely. That ensures that as I go, if there is an issue, we can catch it now before we put it all together and then have an issue later. Now the moment of truth. This is the smoothest engine I've ever assembled.
Today, we're in one of those situations that happens all the time around here.
Come on down.
The Duramax engine and transmission are not going to fit in this 1975 Trans Am.
I need that thing to twist like this, right there.
So, we got to make it fit.
You see where that pan right here is? Would you want to cut that out through here?
Yeah, because then we could kind of roll the front of that motor down just a touch.
Right. I got a general idea of where we need to cut this. Now, we may have to put it back and forth 3 or 4 times, but I've got a general idea. What it looks like is 3 or 4 inches we're gonna have to cut out and make room for the transmission studs. Right now, I'm marking out just a general area that we're gonna cut so we can get some stuff out of our way, and then we'll take grinders and stuff and true it up. Tunnel out.
We might have to just cut the little section right there out. So James and Colin got the transmission tunnel finished. Everything looks great. Engine's in here. We got a little bit of trimming to do on the adapter plate. Other than that, this thing fits perfect. We can wrap up today, get it again tomorrow. The owner kept the 75 Trans Am body in real good shape, but we're going to give it a modern twist with these custom door handles. One thing that they did not have figured out in 1975 were these door handles. They look like they came off a truck. You need to give this thing a slick profile. Just subtle, keep it classy, but, you know, function. People are going to think I'm crazy for nitpicking every little thing on this car. Thank you, sir. From the valve stems to the door handles. The more you hone in on touches like that, doing subtle hints here and there that give it a more modern feel, it just makes it cooler, more custom, and they look better, man. They look way better. All right, so here we got the original door handle off the 1975 Trans Am. I mean, it worked, but it did not look good doing it. This is what we're going with. A lot sleeker. I mean, this is gonna make this car real modern, give it that edgy look. Super cool, super smooth, and we're gonna shape it to the contour of the door. It's these types of details that take this car to a whole nother level. On every build we do, I love to throw things in like this, making it one of a kind. It makes it your own.
You know, you want to take it easy. You can't just hammer on it with the welding. It's a lot of heat for this thin metal, so I always like to have a rag close by. You know, as soon as I get the heat on there, I can pull the heat out with that wet rag, and that'll keep everything from warping and getting out of shape. Everything turned out good, so I'm gonna grind everything down, get everything flush and squared, get that sharp edge that I'm looking for.
I hit it.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
We're doing some crazy things with it. It's getting a different look. That's nice. It still functions like it should. It's easy to work, but dude, it looks completely different.
We see this on a lot of vehicles. On the surface, the 69 Roadrunner looks really good. Underneath, not so good. In this case, the frame rails are completely corroded and need to be replaced.
So I'm gonna start on removing the front subframe. I'm gonna start with the driver's side, cut all the spot welds off. So we're replacing this rail completely because there's rust and it's rusted right through. I can see the other side of the frame. For, you know, peace of mind, we're gonna replace the passenger side as well.
Usually the spot welds are really tough to drill because they're hardened metal because of the heat treatment when in bonding process. And still use the spot weld drill bits. And what it does, it cuts around it to where the metal is not as hard. And you come back over it with a grinder to clean that out.
Man, that is bad. It's all rust, you can see through this.
Now that we got the driver's side frame rail out, I'm modifying the new frame rail, getting ready to install. There's some bracket we don't need anymore, so we're gonna go ahead and take that off. If you're drilling on like a flat metal that doesn't have a center punch, the drill will tend to walk off. So by doing that, you have a little bowl for the drill bit to sit in, then it just kind of stay there. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
There we go.
Like more like that, yeah.
It would have been much easier just to get a frame. They're almost up. Am I wrong?
No. In mocking these up, I use Cleco. Clecos are temporary rivets. And so that way, when you align two pieces of metal, you can move it around, get it where you want it, drill a hole, and then use this, and it secures the two pieces together, but they're not permanent if you need to make more adjustments. They came from aviation, and so when you're putting an airplane together, there's a lot of rivets, so they need to make adjustments, and that's what they use. So we got everything mocked up onto here. We drill some holes. We grind the backside so we can do the welding. Go ahead and take it back down, give it some corrosion protection, and then we'll weld it right after that.
We finished the frame and the suspension on the 69 Roadrunner. Dalton, the owner, expressed some concerns about some oil leaks, so we're gonna take a deeper look at the engine, make sure there's no other issues.
Right now, I'm gonna go ahead and do a basic teardown, take the valve covers, intake, pan, and timing cover to further inspect it and see if there's anything else that we need to replace.
Got it.
I got good reflexes. What I'm looking for is like metal shavings or, you know, something rubbing. But from the visual inspection, everything's looking good right now. I'm gonna go ahead and flip it over, remove the oil pan, and inspect underneath. It's hanging up on something.
Gasket needs to stay down.
Remove the oil pan. Everything looks good. Looks like this engine's been bored. Means the cylinder's been widened. My calculations, this makes it a 460 cubic inch block now. So this thing should be pushing some good horsepower. I'm gonna remove the timing cover and check out the cam grind. Well, that is a problem.
One of the problem.
That is a big problem. I knew something sound weird when I was turning it, when I was in the bottom. Like, that's not right. It didn't feel right either. As I was removing the timing cover, the upper timing gear fell off, and the bolts were all stripped or broken. Looks like they just put it in there and threw the bolts in there with it.
No, they put it in. Put it in too tight.
Oh, I don't think these were long enough. Yeah, look, they've been grinding here.
Yeah. To be like level all the way across. It's good that we took it apart so we found an issue before it becomes something even bigger.
Yeah, very.
As much as I hate calling a customer about more issues, this car is not a muscle car without the muscle. So I want to get his approval and I want to send the engine off to get it rebuilt. As much as I want to get this car back on the road, it's up to us as a business to get it to 100% before it does. So when we're done, he's going to be able to drive it another 50 years.
Come on, kitty cat. Back in the day, the Trans Am was known for its power, not so much its handling. But these days, we can give it both. So right now, we're gonna convert it to a rack and pinion. It helps it steer, it's more precise, and it's safer. All right, Chaz.
The rack and pinion.
This stuff's gotta go.
Yeah,
We gotta put this updated stuff in here, especially when we're adding more weight, adding a ton of more power, and we're gonna be pushing everything it's got through these corners. We need to go with the rack and pinion steering setup.
Definitely.
Let's get our measurements correct so we make sure that it's centered perfectly, because gotta have it steering properly each way.
All right, I got 2.5 here, got 2.5 here.
All right, Chaz, I think that's perfect. We got it centered perfectly. Let's get some DOM, weld a nut in on the end of it. We'll make some gussets, and then we'll test it out. If I can't break it, ain't nobody gonna break it. Chaz made these little tabs so we can weld them to the K-member, and our rack and pinion will sit right here.
Ready? Yeah.
As the car takes a corner real hard, it's gonna be pushing, so we gotta make sure that these are super strong. That's why we use DOM. That's why we're gonna gusset each side and then we gusset on the top. That's gonna keep it from going right or left or up and down.
All right, I guess I'm gonna go cut some gussets real quick and then we can wrap this up.
Sounds good, brother. Good job, Chaz, as always.
Yeah.
So now we got all the suspension done. We're gonna test fit everything. We're gonna put the fenders, the front core support on, let the car down at air ride to make sure we have enough travel. It doesn't contact the fender.
Coming down.
Right there, man. Moment of truth, man. Let's see if it still turns. You ready?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, dude.
Ain't hitting no way?
No, bro, we killed it.
Oh, heck yeah, dude.
Look at that. It's perfect.
Perfect.
Let's weld this thing out. We'll start on our headers, supercharger install. Let's get it done.
Let's do it.
Thank you, Chaz.
You bet.
You know, ever since I was 2 years old, I can remember wrenching on trucks, cars. I've loved them since I can remember. Well, the first time I felt the torque a diesel can produce, I was addicted to it. I wanted more. I wanted it to go faster.
Oh my gosh.
From a gas engine that makes 1,000 horsepower and 800 foot-pounds of torque to a diesel that makes 1,000 horsepower and 2,200 foot-pounds of torque.
All right.
I know you're gonna use every bit of that.
I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna try it.
My dream build is definitely the diesel Lamborghini. This thing's gonna have 6 cylinders of awesomeness powered by diesel fuel.
How are you going to fit a Cummins inside of here?
We had 20 people in there on this car at one time getting it done.
It's crazy.
We sat back and looked at the car. And I mean, we were all in tears because a ton of people were like, man, that's impossible. When I started one-way diesel, that was my goal, to do things that no one's done before. The impossible made possible. You know, this car is not just an everyday car. This car is Mr. James' dream car. This 1975 Trans Am, this isn't just a cool build, something different, something unique. It is those things, but it means much more to Mr. James. It means a lot to me, too. It's now got power, speed, and performance. But what would a Trans Am be without that iconic Firebird? So we got it painted and airbrushed. Mr. James, what's going on, brother?
I'm hoping to see a dream car today. I got a phone call. They're supposed to be completely done with my car.
It's been a challenge. There's a lot going on and not enough room for it, but
I can't wait to see it. You didn't put no Cummins in it, did you?
No, I'm not gonna do something like that. Come on, let's go check it out. Hey, you gotta close your eyes. I'm telling you, I know you.
Holy smokes, that's unbelievable. That car's perfect.
I'm glad you love it, brother.
Perfect.
You love it?
The stance is there, the flush fit glass. It's beautiful.
Hey, I was hoping you'd love it like that. I love it.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
Does it make you think of your high school days, Dad?
Oh yeah, yeah, it does. I mean, I was having flashbacks. I really was. That was one of my dream cars back in the day.
Me too. Everybody used to cruise in high school, and the guys that had the Trans Am were the coolest guys out there. This is my absolute dream come true on a car.
I just want to know whose mullet was longer.
Based on hair now, I imagine his was.
It blew me away. It's just over the top. They nailed all the details on everything I asked for. It's exactly what I had in mind. Color's right, the airbrush works awesome. Aerodynamics, awesome. Everything I'm looking at's been modified.
Every inch of it, pretty much.
That bird is perfect. The way you reversed it and used the outlines, it's subtle, but it still tells you exactly what it is.
Yep.
That's a custom Trans Am.
For sure.
Looks like it might have a little horsepower sticking through the hood there.
Yeah. It's got a lot of horsepower. I knew.
Wow.
One of your biggest things, you wanted instant boost.
Yes, sir.
Well, there you go.
That'll do it.
He gave it all the boost.
You know, old school, we like V8s. We like that rumble a V8 does. But we're diesel, so.
There's not a Cummins under there.
No, not a Cummins.
No.
But
Okay.
definitely an LBZ Duramax, built
Wow.
in-house.
That took it to another level.
Yes, sir.
There ain't another one like it. I can tell you that.
With a supercharger on.
Supercharger and twin turbos.
Holy smoke.
This thing's an animal. Right now, we'll start out at 1,500 horsepower. We got enough fuel to make more, but
It's already swirly at that.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. Wow. This all aluminum Duramax, it keeps the weight where it should be. Got way more power than we could have had with an LS. It's unbelievable. The attention to detail on the little parts is what's catching my eye. The flush mount door handles and a recessed lock. These
Yeah.
cars, that wasn't recessed, and that's not something you see. Flush fit glass.
Aerodynamics to a whole nother level.
Are you happy with the wheel and tire combo on it?
It's perfect for this body. That is the perfect wheel for it, and those tires are huge.
They were a pain to make fit. Chase tackled that pretty well.
To get a Trans Am low, they're unibody cars, it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
We had to raise the engine transmission, the transmission tunnel. We put a rack and pinion on it so we get the car lower. All this stuff had to be modified to fit the engine.
We wanted to handle and perform well, so that's why we went with the wheel and tire combo, the brakes, and the air ride. All that works together to just make this thing the best Trans Am possible.
Can you imagine how much trouble we could have got in if we'd have had this back in the day?
We probably wouldn't be here to talk about it.
That's true.
Only be able to see him during visiting hours.
Yeah, that's right. When James first called me and I saw the Trans Am for the first time, it was just an empty shell, an empty canvas. And trusting me and my team to take this project on and finish it means the world. I just want to go hug everyone here and let them know, hey, we did it.
I really appreciate where y'all have gone with this. You took and finished my dream car that I probably couldn't have done on my own. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate y'all.
I want you to know how much we appreciate you.
That's right. We love you.
We love you, brother.
Now let's go drive this sucker.
Let's do it.
I'm driving.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You gonna do park this thing out or what?
Got us another build.
You're joking.
My buddy Ron wants it.
Like a trail truck, the strength of a mega truck. Oh, come on, man. Dad bought this thing probably 6 years ago. It's been sitting out back.
Ain't leaking, buddy.
Well, man, we're gonna do that. We gotta cut everything off, start over. Hey. 2.5 ton Rockwells, 4-link front and rear, 16-inch coilovers.
Not too high, something he can haul the family around in.
I don't know if that's gonna fit.
Dalton dropped off a 69 Roadrunner that wasn't running well. Rust issues.
Oh man, that sucks.
Just like the frame, the 426 Hemi needed an entire rebuild. This involves resetting the timing gear and line honing all the cylinders. Are you ready to see your car?
Man, I'm ready. Yeah, buddy, that's what I'm talking about.
Damn, that is looking good. Check that out.
Here in Texas, we want our rides built bigger, badder, and louder. These 3 custom shops go for speed, performance, and power. This is Texas Metals, loud and lifted.
What's up, Big Ron? What brings you this way?
How you doing, sir? Long time no see.
It's been a while.
Man, it's a hot one, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, I decided to bite the bullet.
Uh-huh.
I want a truck for the family.
Hey, I like this.
Okay. Now, I don't necessarily mean the kind that y'all normally build with the mud trucks. I want something more a little bit family-oriented.
Nothing you're wanting to compete with or nothing?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
Do some camping, fishing, something I don't got to walk to get to somewhere.
Something to get you out there and get you back.
Yes, sir.
Reliable.
Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, you remember the Blazer Daniel used to have?
Yeah, yeah,
Four-door
yeah.
red one.
Yeah.
Something like that. Or if you got that for sale.
Long gone. Why are you after a Blazer?
The room, they're small enough. You know, don't need a big trailer.
I'm glad you're ready to get into the game. I think we got something. You want to go by and back see what we got?
Let's go take a look at the field.
All right, come on. What do you think of that one there, that silver Blazer? She's a fixer-upper.
Well, they all start somewhere.
This is a 2004 Trailblazer. It's been sitting out for a while now. It has its original engine. Last time I checked, it still runs.
So how you gonna make this into something I can try bounty hole, but still enjoy the luxury of cruising around with AC?
Well, we're gonna cut the whole bottom out from underneath it.
Okay.
Change both axles.
That'll work.
Transfer case.
Okay.
This is a 2-wheel drive rig. We gotta make it 4x4.
Bigger, better.
Bigger, better.
Not too tall.
Some medium-sized wheels that'll work
Okay.
for you. It'll be a one-of-a-kind just for you.
That'll work. That's why
Okay.
I'm here.
We'll
Fixing
get
it.
on it. You know, Ron looked at this Trailblazer. It definitely has all that comfort in it that he would like, but we got to make it 4x4. It's got to be able to take that rough terrain and handle the abuse that it's going to get out there on them trails. We're going to have to pull it up here to the shop and cut the whole bottom out from underneath it. Good? Yeah. What do you think, bud?
You gonna do park this thing out or what?
Got us another build.
Another build? Like a truck build?
Not mega truck, just like, you know, something to cruise around at the park, 4x4 type deal.
You're joking.
No, for real.
I thought we were gonna park this out. Well, who's buying this?
My buddy Ron wants it.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't turn him away. He's a good customer.
Well, you know, we usually don't turn these into mud trucks.
He don't want no mega truck, just something not too high, something he can haul the family around in at the mud park.
Okay, like a trail truck.
Yep.
The strength of a mega truck, basically.
Get to the creek, right.
Something he can drive down the road if you need to go to the store.
Yeah.
You know, you can't just drive these big old mud trucks to the store all the time. Well, man, we're gonna do that. We gotta cut everything off, start over.
I know.
We're gonna do 4-link front and rear.
Yep.
Probably 14, 16-inch coilovers. What, you thinking Rockwell? I don't think I've ever seen one on Rockwells, really. You see Jeeps, but never Trailblazers.
It's gonna be different.
We can do that. Get this thing straightened up. We'll get it on the lift. Oh, boy. Oh, come on, man.
All right, ready? Ready?
No,
Go.
we're going the wrong way.
No.
Go, go. All right, it's time to get started on the Trailblazer. Dad bought this thing probably 6 years ago. It's been sitting out back. Y'all know Dad, man. He likes to make that money and hustle. So we need to get this thing running before we can start doing what we need to do for fabrication. Man, what do you get me into all the time? I swear.
So what do you think here? What's the plan?
This thing's rough. Hopefully the gas and the injectors ain't all gummed up. So let's throw a battery in there. Let's see how much gas is in it. If it's got a lot of gas in it, I'm gonna pop the fuel line off and I'll get you to work the key. We'll pull some fuel out.
All right.
Like a lot of guys, we don't want to buy something brand new if we know we can build it or fix it. It's gonna be a lot better and cost effective if we keep this engine, but man, I tell you what, it's been sitting outside for a while, so we need to check this thing out. Got the battery hooked up?
Battery's on, buddy.
I hear the fuel pump running.
Yeah, I heard it.
It says it's empty.
Check it out, man. The headlights are working.
High beams?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you might as well try the horn.
We gotta have that.
We're good to go.
All right, I'm gonna pop that fuel line off anyways, even though it says empty. There's still gotta be fuel in it. All right, turn the key on. Oh, that wasn't good. Do it again. Oh, yeah, it's nasty.
What's it look like?
Don't even smell like gas. All right, we got all the fuel pulled out of this bad boy. Dad's gonna add some new fuel to it. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the fuel line put back on. We got the fuel drained out. We're gonna try to fire this bad boy up.
All right. Check engine light on.
It went out.
That's up. She leaking, buddy. Got a good puddle under there.
Hey, it's leaking.
Yeah, it's leaking pretty good.
Woo! Hey, the transmission fluid looks good and red.
Hey, it looks better than the gas. She pouring.
The converter's pouring. Oh, we discovered we got a transmission leak.
That's probably good, D.
Nah,
I bet it's heavy, huh?
So we're gonna get this thing dropped out, figure out what's going on.
That kind of funky, ain't it?
I mean, it's wet at the bottom. Looks like it's pouring fluid from where the converter area is at, so it's gotta come out. Yeah, look at that, gap. What?
Yeah. Oh, look right there.
Yeah.
There's a bad gap.
Dad ran over to the local parts house to get a new converter and a pump seal, now to see if that fixes our leak. All right, come on.
Yeah, come on. Here's the tube. We went in.
We'll drop the truck down, throw some fluid in it, make sure nothing's leaking.
Yo!
All right, we got the new converter in, new pump seal, no leaks. Sometimes you think you're just gonna jump into something and start building, but you got other problems you gotta fix first. So we got that knocked out. Now we can finally start the tear down of Big Ron's build. All right, we're gonna get the front wheels off. That way we get all the suspension off this thing. That way we have a nice clean slate to start with. We're not gonna reuse any of that stuff. All right, now when you cut it, it's gonna fall.
Good save.
Got it.
Caught it. There we go.
Ejecto rear endo.
All right, all right.
What you think, bro?
What do you got in mind on this drop down? What are we gonna do here? You gonna build a whole cradle or what?
Yeah, we're gonna run straight uppers and curved lowers. Keep this thing as low as we can keep it. There's gotta be all around, be able to do whatever you want with this truck, you know?
All right, well, let's pull some measurements and see what we're looking like, man.
All right, cool. Now that we got the Trailblazer running, we can go ahead and get it off-road ready with a 4-link suspension, starting with a drop-down cradle. So we already marked center on the Trailblazer. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take our pipe, we're gonna come down, we're gonna bend a small little cradle It's gonna hook back up there, and that's what our links are gonna tie to.
Let's see how much we got.
A little bit more bend.
It's gonna work.
But we're only gonna come down 9 inches, keep everything nice and tight. That way you don't high center on anything. He's able to go rock crawling, also go mudding with the same.
This should be perfect. By the time we get it bent, it should squeeze it down where we need it.
And we're trying to keep this tucked up as tight as we can, because the lower you get this, the more stuff you'll hang up on. Like if you're trying to go over some rocks or crawl over an obstacle, it'll actually hit. You'll high center right here.
Yeah, we're right here.
It's a lot of measuring. You know, the more of these trucks you build, you learn. You know, but I've never actually built one of these Trailblazers. This is gonna be the first, so we're learning.
All right.
All right, we got the main part of our cradle laid out. We went ahead and made this a little bit longer than we usually do, more of a drop down. The reason I did that because if Ron ever finds a little bit bigger wheel and tire, he still has room to lift this thing up, you know, or drop it down.
I'm digging it, bro. I like it.
I like it.
Cool.
You know, I really love every build that we do at Wide Open Garage, but I love building this 2004 Trailblazer for our family. I love getting as many people as I can to go off-roading, because once they do it, man, they're hooked. We got the cradle all wrapped up. Now we can start building the suspension. Now we got Dad bringing around this axle so we can hack all this unnecessary brackets that we don't need off of it. This is used axle, it was already under a truck, so we need to start with a clean slate, get rid of everything so we can design our own brackets and get them mocked up on the axle to go under Ron's truck. All right, Robert got everything cut off the axle. We got it all cleaned up. Now we're gonna remove some things that we don't need on this. It has a top hat, which usually we use for our top links, but on this truck, we're trying to keep this thing real low and keep the center of gravity down to the ground. That way if Ron gets off-road, wants to go rock crawling, he can. But this thing ain't really for bounty holes. This is an all-around good off-road rig. So we're gonna be doing a different style 4-link on this that we don't normally do to keep it as low as we can.
What do you think, D?
Looks good, a lot better with that top hat gone.
What you got there, Daniel?
Man, I whipped this little bracket up.
Okay.
I got my 4-link bracket all welded up. That's gonna weld in the center of this pipe here, which is on our cradle. You know, there's several different ways you can do a link suspension on a truck like this. You know, back in the day, they used to do a 1-link. That's real old school. But today we're gonna do a traditional 4-link, and we just gotta keep this thing low. Everything has to be tucked up in here. So you got low center of gravity, but you're not hanging up on rocks and other obstacles you're trying to crawl over. Easy, easy.
Right there. Take a look, make sure.
All right, then.
It's on 01 right now.
That's fine. All right, you see our 4-link bracket here? They're about 15 degrees. So these lower brackets need to be the same degree. So what I've done is I've cut notches in this. What I'll do is I'll go out there in the vise, I'm clamping the vise, I'll heat it, and I'll bend it to the 15 degrees so it matches our uppers. Get them mocked up, we can make our lower link bars. See what I mean here? Got our angle, boom. That weld's on there straight.
$35 3/4.
Now you can see how we got our lowers triangulated.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna take this bracket that we cut out. These are gonna run right to there, to our frame rail, like so. Straight uppers. This bad boy is gonna flex like no other.
Glad you're able to stop by and check out some of the progress. Scabbed in this new frame rail, a little bit of rust issue, so while we're in it. Dalton dropped off his 69 Roadrunner a few weeks ago. It looked really good on the outside, but it wasn't running well. He thought all we needed was a new clutch. I noticed you got a little bit of a rub back there on the frame.
Oh, man.
A little bit of a frame issue in there.
That sucks.
But when we got into it, we found a few big issues. Just like the frame, the 426 Hemi looks good, but it needs a big rebuild. One of the concerns we have is with the timing of the engine. The bolts going into your cam, into your timing gear here. 6 of them are kind of stripped out, and you've got one that's been broken and left into the cam itself.
Right.
All this is going to get addressed. I think we caught it early enough. A secondary issue that Miguel found was under the oil pan. So once he dropped the oil pan, there was some damage to the windage tray. Now this is caused from the bottom of the piston rod actually hitting the windage tray, and there's actually 7 dents into it. So that's also, a suspect of maybe a, questionable rebuild in the past. I think it'll still run as good as new. I think everything's been caught early enough. I'll maybe get a machine shop just to check everything out on it.
Being as I've already had this addressed, I wasn't very happy about the information I'd received. But coming up here today, it puts my mind a little more at ease. And maybe it's the time to just pull it all apart and go through it, make sure everything's right.
Yeah, I think being thorough right now is the thing to do. It's the cheapest time to do it while it's on an engine stand.
All right, well, it's in your hands.
The 426 Hemi is just a great engine for a 69 Roadrunner. A common issue that these engines have after a lot of use, it was the timing gear actually had bolts broken off and sitting in the front cover. We wanted to take Dalton's engine to an engine specialist to do what's called line honing. That involves using a mandrel and stone to shave tiny amounts of metal off of the engine block, which will get this engine running smoothly again.
This is the line hone's mandrel. So what it has on the bottom of it, these are called the shoes, and then you have the stones right here. I'm gonna start putting the mandrel into it and start the strokes to get it to 2 sides. On this dial bore gauge, I have the size set up on 0, so I am making sure that all the caps are being cut the same. So we just got done with the line hone with this block, so we're gonna pull it out. We're gonna flip it over, get it set up to get put into the cylinder hone. The cylinders right now have no cross hatching in them. We're putting a cross hatch back into the cylinder for it to have better ring seal and for it to have the correct clearance that it needs for the piston. Checking the cylinders to see how straight they are and how out of round they are. For that gives me an idea of what I have to do while I'm honing it to get it back straight and round. So the cylinders are pretty straight. They're not really out of round, so that's a good thing. I'm gonna get the torque plate on here and get it torqued down before I'm able to hone it. I'm gonna take my ruler and then I'm gonna check my cylinder length, and it's 6 3/4. So I'm gonna set this up to 6 3/4 or 7 to give it a little bit of an overstroke. I'm gonna take my gauge and see how the stones are honing. All right, it's actually pretty round. And it's looking pretty good. I don't see any shadowing.
That should be it, I think.
We fixed the corroded subframe on this 1969 Roadrunner. Then we looked a bit deeper and the floor pan was rusted out too. This is why builds can change a bit as you get into them.
We removed the frame rail because we have to cut across the floor where the frame rail is, so by removing it, makes it a lot easier to cut. So you're restoring an old muscle cars, you want to use the authentic part when possible. And this one is a genuine, authentic Mopar restoration parts. Okay, so this is the front section of the floor for this Roadrunner. We're gonna put this in today. I'm gonna prep the surface so that way you have a nice clean weld. Yeah, every time I work on one of these old cars, I feel like I'm keeping part of history alive because I'm keeping these cars on the road. You know, over time, they need a little bit of help, and that's why they're here. Okay, I'm gonna put in the new sheet metal, and I'm gonna use all the old Cleco holes to get my alignment. So since everything has been mocked up, all I have to do is align the 2 holes and put this in, and it will hold the 2 sheet metal together for it to be welded. Okay, so everything's all mocked up here, the floor to the rest of the tub. And so I'm gonna hand this off to our talented welder, Braden. Hopefully, if I do everything right, his job will be that much easier.
I'm gonna go around and strategically place tacks all around this floor plate so we have a secure fitment so we don't have any movement. When it comes to welding old cars like this, putting new panels in and stuff like that, just doing the little bit we do to prolong even longer the life of these rides is what's cool about it. So now we'll drop it down and we'll hop inside, wrap everything, and then we'll do the same process on the inside. So you cover everything because everybody makes accidents. Things happen. So just in case you make that boo-boo, you have a little bit better chance of it not being a big boo-boo. Well, when you're a kid, you use blankets and pillows and chairs and structures to make forts. Pretty sure I got a pretty good fort right now. Very expensive fort though. So on these inner floor sides, it's typical. It's thin material to thin material. So you're gonna get some wave action in it. We'll push down with the point here, tack it. Once we tack it, we'll flip it over, give it a little tap so it seats real nice. And we're gonna start bouncing around and start filling all these little holes in, inside and out. Then we'll start the grinding process and the final prep.
All right, now I'm just assembling our straight link bars here. This one's gonna mount here, like so. Perfect, yep. We're really moving on the 04 Trailblazer. We got all the lower links and suspension all mocked up. Normally we would build our upper links off the top hat and go really tall with the suspension. But because the owner wants to take his family riding, we're gonna build them all off the axle to keep this thing low center of gravity. The main thing with doing a forward link is making sure everything is where you left it. Nothing got moved. I've had a truck just like this and I left it overnight. Someone come in and picked the lift up, the sweeper clean. When they let it back down, the rear end turned and it was off. The main thing is just to check and make sure everything is where you left it. Everyone makes mistakes. I've made plenty of them. That's how I got where I'm at today.
You got the tabs cut out, you grind it.
Let's go. Dang, Red, you're gonna have to take this one for a ride before we let Ron and Dad.
If we don't get a test drive first, we'll never get a chance to ride in it.
Oh no. Get this one bolted together here. Red, sit back there and make sure I got this thing pretty straight.
Gotcha. Towards you a little, right there. Oh. That's perfect.
Get our measurement for our pipe.
Right at 32, goddamn.
Get the pipe cut. Bam, we got a completed forward link. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
The bolt fell down right there.
Now we gotta do that 3 more times.
For real, huh? All right, we got the forward link all wrapped up on Ron's truck. Man, it came out great. Not only did we package everything nice and tight on this thing, so it's got a low center of gravity, it's kind of on a budget here. We're trying not to break the bank on this truck and be able to go out there and compete with the rest of the off-road industry. And I feel like we're accomplishing that for him. We got the front forward link all mocked up on the 04 Trailblazer. Now it's time to mock up the shocks. There's some used shocks we got. They're a full nitrogen shock, bottom accumulator, and we're gonna use them on this build here.
Them cleaned up pretty good.
What I've done now is I cut out a bracket for the shock. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the factory strut tower, and I'm gonna weld my own brackets off of here for the shock. I've cut it out so it fits in here and wrap around the factory strut tower, and that's what I'm gonna use to mount our shock off of. Which one, Dad?
You're gonna make that work. Yeah.
Right there.
Give her a little tack, sir.
Yep. Yep. Right. That's my thumb.
Now hold something. What you think, buddy?
Oh yeah, it's gonna work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that shock's kind of way overkill for this truck, but we did pick those up and I rebuilt them.
Man, it's good when we can use all our leftover pieces, you know.
You know, we're building this thing to compete with the best of them out there, but like I said, we ain't breaking the bank.
Cool, I like it.
All right, let's get on that other side.
I got it crowned and cleaned up, ready to go.
Even though we normally work on trucks, there's a lot of respect here for a 1969 Plymouth Roadrunner hardtop with a Hemi. It's just classic. But over time, these engines wear down. Now that the cylinders are honed and the block surfaced, Wayne's putting the engine back together. Then we can do the install and get this muscle car running like it should.
The detailing part of it is just, you know, getting the engine to look like it did when it come out of the factory with the Chrysler orange on it. Once I get it covered, then we'll turn it over and get to work. First things first, we'll put all the main bearings in the block. Biggest deal about putting an engine together is cleanliness. You gotta have it clean. You can't have any dirt. Any of that will mark the bearings up, you know, score the bearings, and you'll have engine problems. Now then we can lay the crank in there. Perfect. We'll torque all the mains to 95 pounds. And then the side bolts will torque to 45. Everything's oiled, all the rings in place, rod cap. And repeat that process 7 more times. Everything turns real nice, everything's good and free. We've got a 426 short block put together and ready for the rest of the assembly.
We're back with the Roadrunner today. The motor came back from the machine shop, and we'll begin assembling the clutch system and move over to the transmission for some measurements. I'm setting up right here what they call a clutch alignment tool. And what happens is you take this rod, it goes in this bearing right here in the center of the crankshaft. And then we assemble our clutch system. Got our first disc here, a friction disc right here, and then another secondary clutch disc right here. And then you got your throwout plate right here. Now that I have everything hanging pretty loose, I'll start a couple of these. We have our clutch assembly all set up and mounted on the flywheel and the motor. We're gonna put the bell housing on next. A better visual to give you, this flat surface right here will be the mating surface of the transmission. The distance of this surface to these teeth, and then we're gonna measure the distance from this surface to that surface, and that will tell me where to set that based off the difference between the two. So I get my caliper here, 3.8 even. We're gonna take another measurement over here on the transmission side, 3.632.
0.168.
Yeah. We've come up and concluded that we're about 0.168 for an air gap set with the shims that we already guessed.
And when the motor is in the car, we can stab the transmission and we'll be set.
Right there, stop. I'm half-inch from my engine now, top of it. All right, there you go. Here we are in the pocket now. In the pocket.
Muscle cars like the 1969 Roadrunner were known more for their power and not so much for their handling. We wanted the power and the performance. We added a modern coilover suspension, brakes with new calipers and rotors, and fixed Dalton's clutch issues. We loved having this at the shop and getting it road ready.
I got a call from Josh at Mob Mafia today. He said my 69 Roadrunner was done. So I'm excited to come down and have a look at it, see all the hard work they put in. Hey man, good to see you.
Today's a great day, man.
I was wondering when I was gonna get the phone call.
Well, you're gonna enjoy it again. I promise you that. You know, we took a car that has a ton of power but wasn't really known for its handling, and we've added all that back to it. You're not gonna recognize when you're in the driver's seat. Man, this project was something, you know, that we thought was gonna be quite a bit smaller, and we just kept unveiling those layers of things that needed to happen. Man, I really think it's dialed in now. Are you ready to see your car?
Man, I'm ready. Let's roll it out.
Really ready to see your car?
I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. Hey, Mark, bring out the car.
Yeah, buddy, that's what I'm talking about. Bring that bad boy out here. Man, that looks good. When I saw Mark driving the Roadrunner out the door, man, I was over the moon. I was so excited to see it and to hear it. Woo!
The beast is out.
That's right. Looks rowdy. Sounds rowdy. The appearance of the car looks about the same, but the goodies is all underneath and inside, the stuff you don't see.
You know it's a whole brand new car at this point, right? I think we left the body alone, but everything else that you don't see is essentially brand new. The biggest concern was the rotted out frame, but it was right behind the suspension mounting point. So I'm glad that's finally been taken out of the car, and you've got brand new rails in there. And while we were doing that, we also found a little bit of, you know, those pinholes in your floorboard. And so we actually removed all the toe pan as well, and removed it from frame rail to frame rail.
I was really excited to see all the suspension work that we went through, going from the torsion bar front to go back into coilovers that are dual adjustable. That's gonna be a wicked improvement, and going from leaf spring in the rear to 4-link with coilovers. Yeah, you can dial that stance in perfect.
I can't really wait to see what they've done underneath and inside is gonna tell the tale of the build. Whoa, that engine bay looks great.
As we were kind of going through that engine, you know, that's when we found some of those issues with the timing gear. At that point, made the decision that, hey, let's just, while the engine's out, we already know it needs a reseal, let's go ahead and go through the engine, decked it and honed it, cleaned the block, and it just looks like a brand new engine now.
I feel great about all the added upgrades, like driving a modern muscle car, but still got the old school look.
Well, she's buttoned up and ready for you to take her home.
Man, I can't wait. As much as I love hanging out with you guys, I'd rather be driving this thing down the road.
One of the great things about working on these older muscle cars is kind of just giving them that second life and keeping them going down the road.
So it had been quite a bit of time since I've heard this engine run, and to hear it fire up for the first time, it's unmistakable. Hearing a nice 426 big block rumble underneath that car. I got to hand it to my team. I think we delivered a great product to him. Everything really came together exceptionally well in this car.
Right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to wash some of this weld off without cutting into the axle. I'm trying to cut as much of this off as I can. That way I'm not here for a week grinding this thing. You know, back in the day, the 2004 Trailblazer was more known as a family vehicle than an off-road truck. It's pretty cool how we get to build the best of both worlds. We got family and all-terrain. The front suspension is done. Now it's time for the rear.
Come on, Daniel, let's bring this thing in and get it mocked up.
Gonna just throw it over your shoulder, take it in there?
Yeah.
The forklift ain't going all the ways in.
I got that little four-wheel dolly. We'll sit it on there and roll it up under there. Come on, buddy, you got this. That's about as close as we can get. Ease it down.
A little furniture dolly works out really well, actually.
Yeah. Well, look, it rolls pretty good, too. Every now and then I come up with a good idea. Look at that.
That worked out pretty good. Let me guess, that's the furniture dolly you used to move here in 1984?
Yep, and see there, you try to make me throw everything away. There's something we could use.
Let's see, that's it. Put it out there. Yeah, right there. I just welded a piece of pipe to the back so we can have a jack stand because this thing's real top heavy. And that had a tendency to roll over because of the center trunk is a top load. So, all right, I pulled a whole bunch of measurements, got this thing centered up, got our plumb bob drop. Basically, it's gonna just mirror image of the front. So we'll get the lower links all tacked up. We'll build the lower links, then we'll do the upper links. You okay?
Yeah, right there.
All right. All right, so on the front of the truck, we cheated. We used a factory strut tower, but the frame is a lot wider back here on this Trailblazer, so you can see the frame rails inside of the wheel tub, so I'm gonna have to bring the shock mount out. I'm gonna have to run a shock hoop on this frame rail for the shock to hook to. This I'm just gonna do a real small notch because I don't want it to take a lot of the height away of this. That way it copes to the other pipe that I'm gonna make. I don't understand why I won't, you know. So we're gonna get a tire wheel up here, make sure we got plenty of clearance. If it clears, we're gonna let it rock. We're gonna bang out the other side.
My father introduced me to a lot of wrenching in the backyard, and it was more of a hobby when I was a kid. I'm Trevor. Here at Mod Mafia, I'm one of the general mechanics and the project coordinator. My dialed-in expertise I developed more specifically for off-road and off-road suspension. To me, it has a lot more fun involved in it, a lot of testing and getting to actually use your application to go have fun with. Transitioning my background to the Hummer platform was pretty easy and smooth. I was already very familiar with making a great off-road trail rig. My time in the Marine Corps using the Humvee platform was a great opportunity to experience what they were originally intended for. In the real world, using the H1 Hummer and the Humvee platform for everyday use vehicles is a little bit outlandish until they come here and we build them to be more practical and use in everyday applications.
We finished up welding up the suspension on a 2004 Trailblazer. So all we got left is installing the really big tires. Man, Ron and his family are gonna have a lot of fun at the mud park this year. What's up, man? What you think?
They're kind of small. What do you think about something bigger?
You know, Ron said he didn't want it too big, though.
I don't think he'll complain. He'll get over it.
Roll one in here. Let me see what you got. We'll meet in the middle here. Okay, that one is a lot bigger. I don't know if that's gonna fit. That's not a little bit bigger. That's a lot bigger. Well, let's roll it over there and see what's up.
Okay.
It's got more offset, so that's good.
Ooh, get a vision of that, buddy.
I ain't gonna lie, it looks kind of cool.
It does look better, don't it?
Damn. I'll tell you what, we run that one, and if Ron wants the smaller ones, he got an option. But I think once he sees this, he's not gonna want that one. Dad kind of came through and just changed the whole plan of this build. He was right on this one, y'all. He said, you know, we should put this tire on there. And I know Ron didn't want this thing too big, but I know once Ron sees it, he's gonna love it.
So why are you bringing me back to the property way back here?
Look, man, this is where you're gonna be driving that thing, you know, over the hills and in the mud.
All I want to do is see my truck. White Elm Garage has got me back here in the woods behind their shop because they say the Trailblazer's ready, and I can't wait to see what they did.
It was a very hard build because you don't see these Trailblazers lifted that much.
No.
We built this thing where you could actually get to the mounting hole.
Okay.
Maybe bounty hole ain't too deep, you can compete with us too. You're gonna have a one-of-a-kind.
Good. That's
Hey.
why we went with it. Can I see this already?
She's ready. She's coming.
Let's go.
On her way.
Damn! That is looking good.
Check that out, man.
Man, I have never seen a Trailblazer look that good. Look at the wheels.
It shined up pretty good, huh?
She sure did.
What's up, bro?
What's up, Beast?
Man, just riding, got the AC blowing.
Man, y'all outdid yourself.
You know, when Dad drug this thing up to the shop, I thought we were junking it, Ron.
Yeah, I know. I was worried.
So then I thought, we're gonna fix it and sell it. Then he hit me with all this stuff he wanted to do,
Gotcha.
And man, it was a challenge.
Tell me what you did here.
I've never built one of these Trailblazers before. First thing we did was pull this thing up there on the lift. I cut everything from under it. Then he told me, this is not a mega truck. Ron wants to drive this thing around, be able to go fishing, still drive it down the street.
Yep.
I'm thinking, how am I gonna package all this mega truck drivetrain under this little bitty Trailblazer?
You did it.
We did it. Went and built you a little cradle, all out of 250 watt DOM, link bars. You got 2.5 ton axles, same drivetrain as a mega truck, just Trailblazer on top, man. Real clean. Almost if it drove by, you wouldn't even think it has the drivetrain.
I noticed that. It's nice, tight, fits up underneath there, and I don't got nothing hanging down way far down.
Man, I sure am glad you're happy with this thing, because I am tired of bending pipe.
I can see. Love the shocks, nice ground clearance.
That's the same shock that's on a monster truck. It's bottom accumulator. If
Wow.
you wanted to drive like me and jump this thing, you'd be able to do that. We didn't break the bank, kind of used as much used parts as we could. Same drivetrain as our mega trucks. You're gonna have no problem breaking axles. Dad rolled in some tires.
Yeah, those are not what we talked about.
No. We had a 44, but, he rolled this 49-inch IROC in there.
Man.
We got to put these
I
on.
was glad y'all took that initiative and did that.
But we want to do something that, you're able to go down to the pond, you can, and still go down to the store and drive this thing around.
Stock exhaust, it's not loud. You can go through the neighborhood and nobody even notice you.
Well, no, they're going to notice me. They're not going to hear me, but they're going to notice me.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
When we started this, I was worried about this not coming through and being what I needed. But now that I see the suspension and the axles with the places that I'm going to get to, my camping spots, my fishing spots, pile on the family, just go out and do what we like to do.
Oh, absolutely.
Man, this beast will get you anywhere you need to go, buddy.
The fact that you said hunting and fishing, Ron, I didn't forget about you and the family, man. Let me show you what I got out back.
Great. Man, that's cool. That's a great place to put that stuff.
Dad found this little rack out back, because he hoards everything.
Yeah.
It actually worked out perfect.
Tie your fishing poles up,
Man, I didn't even think about this. We've got the corn, we've got the fishing poles, we've got my camping equipment.
We got a little pop-up deer blind for you. Wherever you want, you can throw this thing up, you're good to go.
That's what man.
A little deer blind, you on the deer leads, you can throw this thing up, do some hunting.
Exactly what I was looking for. Y'all outdid yourselves on the truck. I couldn't be more happier with what y'all did. The truck looks amazing. All little options that you added in there, outstanding.
Hey, here at Wide Open Garage, we's glad to build it for you.
Yep. Speaking of glad, I'll be glad if you can give me a ride back. I don't want to walk through these woods.
No problem. Hop in, let's go.
Let's roll.
I can't wait to get in this and drive it, see how it feels, because if it drives anything like it looks, it's going to be smooth sailing no matter where I go with this baby.
My dad's old 69 International Scout. It's been sitting out in the weather for years now.
I'm glad you're overseeing this one.
It's pretty fragile.
We need to get a donor body.
What have I done?
This 92 Chevy Silverado is a gift for my wife.
Low and loud.
Low and loud.
Whenever we get this thing down on the ground, it's gonna look so nice.
We're going back with a 350 crate engine.
It's gonna scoop.
This Justin's car? A 91 Fox Body Mustang.
I love this thing.
I want it to be special, like break a record, do something crazy with it.
Race car?
Race car. And diesel power, because this thing is going to be a rocket.
Please tell me it still has an inline 6 in it. I should have known.
Should have known.
Here in Texas, we want our rides built bigger, badder and louder. These 3 custom shops go for speed, performance, and power. This is Texas Metals Loud and Lifted.
Man, Chase, Clay, y'all pulled the old Scout out of the weeds?
Sure did.
Yes, sir. Time to get wrenching.
Time to fix this sucker.
And cutting and welding.
Well, you know more than anyone how important this truck is to our family.
Poppy got this truck in the 70s, and it was camouflaged, and he thought this thing could walk on water. I kid you not.
I heard y'all try to make it walk on water a couple times.
We might have put it in the river and had to swim out once. It sat in the water for about a week because we couldn't get to it.
Holy cow. That would explain a lot, some of the damages on this thing.
Yeah, this thing it's a lot worse than I remember.
Yeah, it's rough.
Because we're so busy with customer builds, we don't have time to work on our own builds anymore. But we all just want to get the Scout back on the road for my grandpa. This is a huge build, so we're gonna have to fit this one in on nights and weekends.
It's a shame for this thing to just be sitting and falling apart to where it is right now, and we're gonna make it drive like a new vehicle. I know we're gonna modernize this and get it into the 21st century. We're gonna make it ride like a Cadillac for Poppy.
And when he gets stuck, he's gotta have enough power to get out. 1,000 horsepower is exactly what he needs.
I knew this was gonna happen. No. Look, we're gonna keep it mild. It's Poppy. He don't need 1,000 horsepower. We're gonna keep it.
He's got a valid point.
No, I got you. I know 450 horsepower, 500 horsepower.
If that.
At a minimum.
The main thing is reliability and drivability. So we need to do new tires, new wheels, new suspension, new engine, new transmission, AC, new paint, and 90% of the body has to be replaced, but that's besides the
point. The whole
point.
body on it.
99% of the body needs to be replaced.
I'm glad you're overseeing this one.
Look, guys, we need to have a better attitude towards this. This is for Poppy.
That's the only thing it has going for it is it's for Poppy.
Better go get the acetylene bottles filled because you're going to be cutting this one apart.
I think I'm going to take it to sandblasting first.
Well, let's get busy, bro.
All right, bro.
All right, guys, let's get after it. Have fun.
Woo. What have I done? I need to start on tearing down the Scout. I need to get new tires and wheels put on it so I can actually roll this thing around and then start tearing it down. We got the Scout in here. We got to dive into it and really see how bad it is. I think we can save it. Just kidding. So the longer stuff, older stuff sits around. Things are gonna fight you trying to come apart later on down the road. It's gonna rust more and more. It's gonna lose its lubricants on everything. And it's gonna fight you all the way out. I'm not even halfway there. How long do you think it's been since this thing's been on the road?
I think around 1995.
Oh, so
yeah,
when I was born.
When you were born, yeah. I guess we can take this tunnel cover off.
Get the engine out.
Get the engine out of it.
And she's pretty much ready.
Or we can go find some AC and think about it. All right, let's get that off. I'll get the dry set loose. Woo!
Oh. Now you're just gonna come right out. There's gonna be no problems. You're not gonna fight us at all.
Ta-da!
Yeah.
Today, Derek's bringing in his 92 Chevy pickup truck. Derek does a lot of work for us on the graphics side, wraps, other type stuff. Now we get to do some work for him. Hey, man, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on?
Good seeing you.
What do you think?
Well, it's the truck you're talking about, right?
This is her. This is a 92 Silverado single cab short bed. And I bought this for my wife. This is the same truck our father had when she was young.
Okay.
And after we got it here just recently, he passed away. And so now it's more important than ever to get this done right, get it fixed, and honor his legacy, hopefully with your help.
Oh, yeah, happy to help, man. All builds are special, but sentimental builds are always that notch above. Because these aren't just vehicles, they're connections, they're memories, they're relationships.
Definitely.
It coming in on a record is never a good sign. So what'd you do?
It's been a valve spring out.
Oh, okay. That's bad.
Yeah, I think it's time to go through it and just do everything. So I'm looking to do suspension, the wrap, which I'm taking care of.
Yeah.
The transmission.
Yeah.
And of course, put a new engine in it.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, you couldn't pick a car that has more options available to do. It's almost too many options, which is great. First, you got to figure out exactly what's wrong with it, right? Get into technical, and then we can get more of a understanding of how to go forward. But definitely getting the stance down low and level will obviously make it look better, handle better, perform better. But also, we got to look at like traction mods as well.
I like to go more than normal too, like maybe 4.6.
Okay.
And get it all the way down.
Yeah. No, we can do that. I like the style of the wheels that you have on it now, but I think we can go to larger diameter and more importantly, width, so we can get a lot more tire on the road.
Like a 20?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Let's take a look at what's underneath the hood.
Yeah, let me show you what's going on.
Yeah.
Here's what we got.
All right, well, I can see that valve spring issue.
Yes, sir.
That's some interesting header wrap you got going on there. I think we're gonna have to address that.
Yes, I hope so.
Well, we're looking at probably doing a crate engine for this, right? So this originally was a 350, but is now a 383. The 383 has a lot more torque, which is great, especially to have in a truck. And it fits in the same dimensions, stuff like that. It's all internal work, so it's a really good choice.
Much more power in the same size package.
Yep, it's a good add, especially when you're, getting another crate engine.
Awesome.
Like, what kind of horsepower numbers are you looking for?
Melissa's driving this for the most part.
Right.
Normal driver. She's not spinning the tires or any of that.
Yeah.
When I get in it, though, I'm looking for big horsepower, lots of noise, like 450 to 500.
Okay, yeah, that's significant. That's Corvette numbers. That's gonna sound great. It's definitely gonna hit that loud requirement.
There you go,
Yeah.
there you go, I like that. Her dad was in the hot rod scene, so that's what we're trying to build here is a...
So low and loud.
Low and loud,
Okay.
exactly.
I love the mid-90s Chevy stuff. It just brings it back to a day when everything was simpler.
Very nostalgic vehicle. Like looking at it, it's like a time capsule. It takes you back to those times. And
Cars are about connections. It's not just transportation. This is an experience.
I'm excited to see what you guys come up with and get done on this.
You're excited. Hell, man, I'm excited. Let's start getting to work.
Sounds good.
All right. The first thing we're gonna do is tear down this 1992 Chevy. Pull out the old suspension, transmission, and the engine, and start all over.
All right. Gotta get the transmission out, gotta get the engine out. So I'm starting taking the drive shaft, I'm gonna work my way towards it. Man, you hardly ever work on these trucks these days. Tools like this rarely get to use. This is a tool you can grab onto the flywheel itself and be able to turn the engine over without having to go into the front of the engine, without having to be able to mess with the whole lot. Well, hopefully it's high enough to get this transmission out. Yeah, it's a little sketch. So we can try to prevent this from falling off. I've got the transmission out. Now I'm going to start stripping the motor down. There's not much holding this engine in here. A lot of these engines these days got all kind of wire and harness. This is very simple. We got temp sensor, going to our compressor, alternator. Biggest thing's taking this carburetor off. All right. Perfect, right there. All right, let's go. Good.
We can go.
I didn't think that part through, bro. I just thought about getting it off. Yes. Yep. That's it's this dang radiator. Aha. All right, now we can come out. Poquito más. All right, we got the engine and transmission out. We're gonna get onto the suspension and go from there. I got a million lights. Lights, and more lights.
Because the customer wants more of a hot rod look to this 92 Chevy pickup truck, we're gonna drop the back 6 inches by making a C-notch on the frame rails.
Normally, I don't even use this air ratchet anymore, but it's got so much more power than my electric stuff. So I'm like, you know what? It works, and it's for tighter spaces. So we got the shock and the spring off on this side. We're gonna get on to C-notching it now. We're gonna cut the frame first. We're gonna mock up the template, because it gives us a good baseline of where to cut. That's when you know you're really modding it out, is whenever you're cutting out pieces of it. You know, you can't get much more than that.
There's many ways to do a C-notch on a frame, but the most important thing is it's stronger after you're done. We do this by adding some brackets and some bolts to help make the frame more rigid.
Now we got all of our holes paint pinned. We're gonna pull the bracket back off, get all the holes drilled out, and then install the bracket. So now I'm gonna move on from drilling the holes out to notching out the bed to make room for the bracket to fit. Whenever we get this thing down on the ground, it's gonna look so nice. I'm gonna go ahead and get this painted. So normally, we would take a little bit of time to tape off and kind of prep for painting. The customer's already told me, don't worry about it. He's wrapping the truck. He's changing things up. He's not worried about a little overspray. He'd rather save some money on not taping it off and just do the paint job on the frame. Final coat, and then we're gonna get the leaf spring installed and get this thing sitting on the ground and looking right. Break.
Derek wants that hot rod look, but the reliability of a daily driver. So we're installing a new suspension and brakes.
That's how you do that. So we took all the old suspension out. We're going back with new upper and lower control arms. We have drop shocks, drop springs, and lower knuckles to give this thing a little more low profile. With the truck being a little lower, it's gonna be more stable, not as much body sway, and that's gonna make this thing go straight as an arrow. The customer's looking for a little more style with this truck. When dropping it, it's gonna give it a lot better profile and just make it look. All right, we got the new uppers and lowers in. We got the new springs in, the lowering springs in, and we got the shocks in. We're gonna go back with the spindles and the brakes from here. This spindle here is gonna help us with the drop. It's a little shorter than the stock one, so that way you get a much bigger drop. Now that I got the spindle on, I'm gonna put on the tie rods, the dust cover, and grease up the bearings and put the rotor on. So this is the rotor. It also carries the bearings to go on the spindle, so that way the wheel spins. The drilled and slotted rotors help to dissipate heat a lot better when braking, so that way your brakes don't overheat or glaze up as quickly. And this provides a lot better stopping power.
Nice.
Bro, is this Justin's car? Yeah. What's it doing here? I still can't believe it, but he actually gave me this car.
You're kidding me.
I'm not joking. He gave it to me.
So once Justin got his car, what we got to do to it?
Well, fun fact, he gave that thing to me today. I didn't believe it until it rolled up just now.
I love this thing.
I met Justin through Bill Carlton. Several years ago, when I met Bill, Justin was at his shop. We kicked it off immediately. Me and Justin bonded first off, because we like to do the same things. We like the same kind of cars. We love turbocharging things. We nerd out on stuff like that. I've done a lot of tuning stuff for him. Just seriously one of my best friends. Justin said, he's like, I know that's your dream car. I know that's, you know, you used to have one, or your dad did, and you cried when he sold it. You kept making fun of me about that. But anyways, you know, he said, I just don't have the facilities, the time. I don't have the means to finish it, and God told me to give it to you. I think we need to do something cool with it.
Yeah, what do you got in mind?
Well, I know one thing. I want it to have a lot of horsepower.
Of course.
And I want it to be special. You know, like us break a record, do something crazy with it.
Cool thing about this car is it's already set up to take whatever we want to throw at it.
You know what we got to do with this?
Race car?
Race car.
Heck yeah, man.
And this is a perfect candidate. It's beautiful.
It is. These are light cars. They have a really great chassis setup. They're real nimble. They're very, very responsive, and they can take a lot of power.
I want this to be the beast.
Well, I think we can do that with a diesel.
Of course, it's got to be diesel. Let's pop the hood and see what's even under there.
Yeah, let's do it.
It does have a motor.
So the first thing there is, being that, you know, we're one-way diesel, we got to put a diesel engine in it. I want a big bore, 6.8 liter. I want to make it fast. I want big horsepower, you know, 2,500 to 3,000 horsepower. But it's got subframe. Dude, this thing is set up, guys.
It is.
We're gonna have to cut that firewall and shove that engine as far back as we possibly can. We gotta find some areas to put an intercooler and radiator that's gonna cool this thing.
A radiator in the rear would not be a bad idea. It keeps less heat going right onto the engine because, you know, you're cooling that hot air and it's getting pushed onto your engine. Get that out of the way of the intercooler, you can put a bigger intercooler in here too.
That's true.
The first things first, we need to get a Cummins engine in here and get it mocked up and see what we gotta cut.
Absolutely. I'm excited, man. This thing's gonna be an animal.
Yes, it is.
Let's get it.
All right, guys.
Let's do it. Well, we're missing half our head bolts, so this ought to be easy to get out.
All right, so one of the first steps on this 91 Fox body is getting this gas engine out. You know, gas engines are cool. These engines, especially the bar engines, I mean, they're really unique, especially here in the United States because they're an Australian engine, but that's not the inline six that needs to be in this thing. This thing needs to make 3,000 to 3,500 horsepower, and the only way to do it successfully, and, you know, the only way one-way diesel does things is a diesel power. Cummins, 6, 8 liter, somewhere in there. Lots of horsepower, lots of torque, where we can spend, you know, 6,500 RPMs. Go out here, be competitive in the, you know, small tire X275 class, because this thing is going to be a rocket. You good? Yeah. There it is. A lot more. That's it. That's it. So me and Clay got the engine out. We're going to sit here and take some measurements, you know, based off of what a normal Cummins is, how long it is. We're gonna kind of get an idea of where we need to start. Then we're gonna get our phone block, stand back and look at it, get our mock-up charger on it, start putting the puzzle together.
I can already tell I'm gonna have to cut into the firewall just by this quick glance of setting it in here. I have a ton of weight hanging over the front of the tires. That's not what we want. We never want weight over the front of the car. We want as much balance as possible. And the best way to do that is set the engine as far behind the front tires as we can. That's why a lot of supercars do mid-engines, even Porsche, they do it over the rear axle of the car. It's because the more weight you have over the rear, the better traction you have, and you want the most traction you can out of anything. So I'm gonna get my measurements, mark out where I need to cut, and obviously there's stuff behind the firewall. There's a dash, there's a HVAC system, so I'm gonna have to get inside, get anything out of the way that I don't wanna mess up when I'm cutting through the firewall, and get this engine sitting where we want it. Now the fun begins. Fox bodies are one of my favorite Mustangs because they're just an all-around good car. They're light. You can throw anything in them and they're fast. And they're pretty good-looking cars. So I've always loved this car. It's awesome to get to put our own spin on it and make it a one-way car. So I'm honored to get to work on it.
All right, so we got everything rough cut right now just for the block to sit into this car. We're to the point now where we can start actually building the firewall. So I still got a bunch of junk metal I need to cut out of the way. So I'm gonna knock the paint off real quick. We'll get some marks on it. We'll cut everything out, and then we'll actually start piecing this firewall together.
Everything's gonna be a rough cut. We'll fit the valve cover and everything. Just getting the main part out of the way. We'll fine tune all these cuts throughout the process of building this firewall. So there's a big old motor going into this car. So I cut out all that extra metal that we don't need. Now we got plenty of room to run some custom headers, a huge turbo, and a huge exhaust. This is gonna be one bad Mustang.
Now that Chaz has the mock-up engine in the 91 Fox body, now the next step is getting the right angle.
All right, so we got the mock-up motor inside the Mustang. As you can see, it's a big motor in a little bitty car. I still don't like the angle that the motor's sitting at. It's about 10, 11 degrees, and that's not really ideal. I normally try to get them around 6 or 7 degrees, just for the oil circulation. You know, you don't want the oil to sit all the way at the back of the pan, you know. Still want it to circulate at the front. So in order for us to get this motor at the right degree, we need to notch this floor because it's hitting right now on the overdrive housing. So we'll notch out the floor a little bit. We'll pick up the back end of this transmission about 2 or 3 inches, check our degree, get that right, and then once that's right, we'll just box everything back in. We got to be careful when we install everything back in. You know, we want to put that support all the way back in here because it's pretty much the whole support of this floor of this car is running right through the middle of the floor. As you can tell, this is all boxed in too, so it just carries all the way around the transmission and then ties into this side over here. You really want these beams in here, you know, that'll keep the floor from buckling and all that stuff. So we'll add some 1/4 inch plates, some heavy duty to extend it up higher, just get that strength back in there. Floor won't move or anything like that. These are the plates I'm gonna use to cap off each side of the floor beams. Once I get these tacked in, we'll cut the bridge to fit these plates and then we'll bridge everything over and then we'll start boxing everything in. We get that back in here, we can start working on our transmission tunnel, and then move up to the firewall.
You know, my dad's old 69 International Scout. It's been sitting out in the weather for years now, and it's full of rust. So Clay and I are getting ready to pull this body off the frame, and you know, I'm really concerned about how structurally sound this thing is. This thing has got a lot of rust, so we got to be very careful.
It's pretty fragile. We got the engine out, transmission out. Now we need to separate the cab from the frame. We got to be as careful as possible because it's really holey and rusty, and we don't want it to come apart on us while we're separating it. And something we got to do to get it sandblasted. We need to get the tires back on it, roll it outside, and try to get this thing picked off of it in one piece.
We're trying to get this body off this Scout, and it's got so much rust. There's nothing really solid to hold this thing together, so we're gonna use some ratchet straps to brace this thing up so we can get it off the body. Hopefully these ratchet straps, strategically placed, will do the job. You know, this thing has a lot of issues, and we got to be very careful because it could just fold in half and fall apart, you know, and I really, deep down, really want to keep this thing all original, but it just may not be possible. You know, Clay, this thing's in worse shape than what I'd ever thought it would be. I hate to say it, we need to get a donor body.
Luckily, we can save some of it, like the doors, the hood, and then the roof.
Oh yeah, the cab especially. So with that said, I guess I better get on the horn and try to find another body. In the circle of people that we run with, I knew in my heart of hearts that somebody in my circle would have a Scout body, and sure enough, we found one.
Check it out, man.
Looks like it's been through some things.
Yeah. Chase wants us to break it down, so I figured we take off the hood, get the bumper off, tear down the fenders and everything. Pretty much just knock it down to bare frame.
Let's do it, bro.
Let's do it, bro.
Got a little thorn bushes in it.
Oh, man, that ain't no good. Hey, y'all come over here. Come look at this.
What you got, bro?
And we ate up with rust.
Oh my goodness, man. We can't win for losing on this thing.
It's crazy.
Everything is like held off of this right here as far as your doors, your upper fender.
We'll have to go look to make sure, but I think that piece on Dad's original Scout body is still good.
This is the one time I'm gonna say this, Dad. I'm glad you didn't throw the rest of that thing away.
Hey,
I told you.
tell you, I don't throw nothing away, and I get in trouble for it. And then now I've saved the day.
Look at you. Next, we're gonna roll it out. So we're gonna move it into the shop, put it on the lift, and we'll separate the frame from the body. We'll get the body hauled off the sandblast.
You know, now we got this donor body, way better condition. We're in a good spot. We have the bones that we need to build my dad the truck of his dreams. And for me to do this for him means more than words can say. Because, you know, every dent, ding on that original Scout, I was either driving it, one, or I was riding it with my dad. So we're gonna spice this thing up. We're gonna put a diesel engine in it. We're gonna 4-link, we're gonna independent suspension, custom interior. I want it to have everything that a brand new vehicle has. When he gets in there and drives it, I just want him to enjoy it, because he deserves it.
This truck originally came in with a 383 stroker. We're going back with a 350 crate engine. But in this case, the size doesn't matter as much because we'll have a lot more power.
Kind of stoked about this one. It's a pretty nice engine. It's got a lot of chrome on it, a little purple. This thing's gonna have 500 ponies pushing it down the road. It's gonna scoot. This engine's got a lot of stuff on the front of it, so I'm hoping everything clears and we're not having any kind of clearance issues. If not, we'll have to revise from there. The brake booster's hitting. Some of the original designs of this truck that actually came with a 454 big block. So this is only a 350 small block. This is a baby motor compared to what could be going in it. But this one's got more horsepower built like this than the original 454 stock would have. A little bit more and we'll be in. Stab a couple bolts in there, secure it. It's gonna sound good, it's gonna look good, and it's gonna move.
We're starting the wrap on this 92 Chevy Silverado, getting all the pieces cut down to size and shaped up so that we can get going. We're peeling the liner up. We're gonna go ahead and hinge this in the middle so we can walk it in and there's not any tension on the material. So this 92 Chevy is a gift for my wife. I'm designing this truck based on stories of her and her father riding around in a truck just like it. The color scheme and everything that we're going for on this truck is much like her. Flashy, but you don't really want a whole lot of attention. And so, you know, how do you put that into a wrap? Well, we have a mostly black wrap that in a certain light will have flashes of purple jump out of it. This color is achieved by painting a purple and then putting a candy or a clear black over the top of it. As we apply heat, it basically turns the film into like a saran wrap and it melts into place. We push it down, let the adhesive stick, and then as it cools, it thickens back up and tries to return to its previous shape. For those of us that are bothered by things, this is the most gratifying job that there is. You have little bumps, creases, wrinkles. You can apply this heat, just kind of kiss it with the flames, and everything disappears right before your eyes, and you're able to just smooth it out and have a paint-like finish in seconds. Going from a beat-up old truck to what we've turned it into is really gratifying, and I can't wait to present this to my wife and let her see all the hard work we've put into this and where it's come from, as she is wondering where it's been.
One of the great things about building custom trucks is they're all personal to the customer. It means something to them. This 92 might be a little bit more because it's such a special gift from Derek to his wife. It's been a little bit like Christmas morning because today is the day she gets to see it for the very first time.
So I'm really excited to put my heart and soul into it. Lots of work. I hope it's not too overcome with emotions whenever she sees this. It really means a lot to us, and there's a lot to take in, so we're gonna see how she handles it.
This is my old blue truck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
A lot has gone into it from a lot of people.
My dad would die if he saw this.
My dad got me into cars, and so I kind of understand that bond, and it's more than just transportation. We really wanted to help deliver that in this and make it something that's really unique, special for you, and obviously your family and your dad's memory.
I can see my dad standing at my door talking to me because we never opened my headers. So when my truck broke, a few weeks after he passed away, I just knew that I couldn't get rid of it.
So I hope that it brings you back to him every time we drive it.
The most shocking part is that I thought my truck was just gonna have some parts to my engine replaced. I had no idea I was gonna get a whole new vehicle. So let me ask you this. So now when I come up to red lights, are people gonna wanna line up with me?
They're gonna want to, then they're gonna regret it.
Yeah, no
Oh
chance.
my God, none?
No chance.
And leave them in the dust?
Just take them to Gapplebee's.
Oh man,
Show them
not
taillights.
Gapplebee's!
Show them taillights.
Oh my gosh.
I think her in this truck's gonna sneak up on lots of guys that think they got it and they don't.
So you bought me this old blue truck for my birthday last year, and now it's purple.
This is the Plum Crazy Purple I always talked about from the Charger back in the day.
Yeah.
With our own little twist on it, of course.
Right.
It's like purple during the day, but at night it's gonna look like, like Batmobile. Like, what was that? It just passed me.
Yep, the satin finish and everything really accentuates all the curves and really brings out and makes you look at it in a different light.
I really like the stance, how it came out.
It looks great. How did you do it?
So we did a 4/6 drop. So we dropped the front 4 inches and the rear 6 inches. And we C-notched the frame so the axle has enough room to go up and down. And that's why it's looking real level. I think the wheels were a big improvement. You're on 20s. Looks like a sports truck now instead of like something to be used on the farm.
So it looks really nice, but can you show me the engine? I can't wait. I'm dying to see it.
All right,
Show me the
go.
rest.
Let's go. So being your dad and you were such into hot rodding back in the day, we couldn't just put any old 350 back in there. You know, we had to go with a 484 horse 350. That's a lot of power. It's gonna romp.
Oh my God, they're gonna definitely hear me coming now.
Coming and going. And it's got a really nice mild to big cam in it, so it's still streetable. We get a lot of power out of it. Still kept it carbureted, so still got that old school sound, smell.
Smooth running, idle, turns on, turns off like it's supposed to, all the good stuff.
Should provide, for a lot of fun, a lot of good weekends, cruising.
My dad would love this truck. He would love everything, how fast it is, how big and loud and crazy. Like my dad and I. He was my best friend. This really is the greatest gift, more than anyone could have.
Yeah, that's exactly why we did this. I mean, you can't help but have a smile on your face when you drive this.
You can't frown while you're smoking tires. It doesn't happen. It's gonna be all smiles.
Yep.
Thank you for trusting us with this project. Kind of come together for a really good cause. Besides all that really cool stuff, this is an awesome truck.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Derek, it means the world.
It's never a dull moment around here. Even though we're just starting out on the Scout, we're at the finish line on the 91 Fox body. We're at the stage now where the firewall's done and we're ready for paint. I've always thought it looked great in ruby red, and that's exactly what this car is getting.
So we got everything wiped down. We're gonna go ahead and mix up our color for the 91 Fox body engine bay. We got 7 different toners I pulled up on my computer here. We're gonna get it all mixed together so we can get this thing sprayed and get it out of here. So this color is gonna be a tri-coat. It's got a base and a mid-coat. And that's how you get the effect with the pearls and metallics and different stuff going on sometimes. It's just an added step to the process. So with this particular car, we're gonna be blending it just in these areas up here to the fenders and stuff. The engine bay is not real critical, but we're still gonna get it as close as possible. This one's a little tricky because it is a tri-coat, but we got our coats down, we did our checks already, and we're all good to go. So I just shot down my cover color just to get all the primer covered up. We'll go right into shooting the actual color so we can get this color blended right before I shoot my mid coat. So we got our base and our mid coat laid down on the Fox body engine bay. Once I get this clear laid down, I'll be able to get it back over to the guys, get the motor back in, and call this thing a day. So that's the last of the clear coat right there. We let this dry and be back on the road.
this is our custom cut cam that we're putting in the Mustang engine. In order to install this, we got to take this gear off and press it onto this camshaft and then install it in the engine. There you have it. Now we've got our cam installed, we've got our timing marks on our crank and on our cam gear lined up like they're supposed to be. So now it's time to put the pistons in this thing, and then we're one step closer to firing this dude up. 5 more to go. We got a head from industrial injection. I'm gonna super glue these rings into this receiver groove to ensure that these things don't move around as we're installing it. All right, got this thing torqued down. Let me go get the guys. Let's get this thing in this car. That sucker looks fast, just sitting there. Growing up, I always had a fascination with anything with wheels on it. It didn't matter what it was. I would tear it apart. I would try to make it better, faster. You know, me and my dad would pull engines in the backyard. You know, we didn't have a shop. We had an oak tree with a sturdy limb on it and a pair of come-alongs. And that's how we changed engines. And we would rebuild complete engines in the backyard. My dad never let us go without, never. But did we have a lot of money? No. So I had a very primitive set of tools. But I want to thank my dad for having that primitive set of tools, because I had to come up with innovative ways to build things. And I have taken that today, and I get to teach my sons that same mentality that I had. It's not, I can't do it, it's how am I going to do it, regardless of what tools you have. I mean, I use that skill that I was taught, I use it every day. So I can't thank them enough.
We'll get an aluminum one. We'll have to plate that up and move it here, and plate that up and move it over there. That actually gives you plenty of clearance if you do it like that, though. So what we're doing today is we're going to mock up this GT55 huge frame charger on the Mustang Fox body. Out of each cylinder, we'll have a pipe that goes into the collector, and then one big 3.5-inch pipe that goes back into this T6 flange. I mean, this is a lot going on, not a lot of room. I mean, they say, you know, the Lamborghini is the wildest swap ever, but there's a lot of room in the rear of the car to do this kind of stuff. This one's real tight. We're running a large frame charger. So we gotta make sure we have a strong bracket to hold it. We'll continue on from there.
Welding makes me happy.
Make sure our piping is where it needs to be, because one's too short, one's too long, you get different cylinder temperatures, but we gotta make sure they're the same so we can keep the flame driving the charger and everything working like it should, because we don't want one cylinder getting too hot, one cylinder getting too cold. That's when we lean one out, melt pistons, drop valves, you name it, we've done it. Innovation is what drives businesses, drives companies, and takes the car scene to another level. Making stuff like this work, not just look cool, but actually work, making it drive. There's a method to the madness and there's a science to it as well. Today's a real big day for me. Justin's coming to the shop and can't wait to show it to him. He doesn't know it's done. It's a big moment, man. I want to see his reaction because I know how much this car means to him and how much it means to me.
Please tell me it still has inline 6 in it.
Oh yeah, we kept the inline 6.
Hi.
Yeah.
I just had like a flood of emotions. Like I didn't know to cry, to be happy, to be sad, to what, but being able to see it in the garage underneath the lights, man, that thing was beautiful.
Man, if you look close, you can notice we've done a little bit of modifications to the transmission tunnel.
Oh, I see it.
Pretty much to right past your e-brake, all that's been fabricated.
It's crazy how much work they had to put in to get it, like, to fit in there. The transmission for me was one of the holdups, and I was like,
it's got a GM transmission in it. I mean, I'll just leave it at that. We still haven't got to the best part.
we hadn't.
When you pop the hood, you're gonna put 2 and 2 together.
I think I got an idea with you, you know what I mean? It kind of says it on y'all shirts.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I can't keep messing with you.
I should have known.
Should have known.
Should have known, right? We shoved a 6.7 Cummins into a Fox body Mustang.
Hey, I still love it, though.
Hey, it's unique.
Well, I guess you didn't lie. I mean, it's still inline 6.
I know, yeah.
First thing I noticed was how much they had to bring that firewall back to fit that Cummins engine in there.
You know, this is a little bit heavier than what you had in here, so we had to get that weight distribution as far back as we could get it.
Yeah, it's like right at 15 inches right over there. You know, Chaz and the guys knocked it out of the park. You know, all the engineering that we all had to do to get it to this point is a huge reward to me and my team.
The other setup was going to make about 1,300. What is this one going to do?
It's a conservative 2,700 horse, 2,500 horse in there, depending on what we got it set up for. It's just going to be a fun street car.
You know it ain't a street car without windshield wipers, right?
Wait, that's why you had to make sure it had them still.
Oh, they're still
The whole
gonna...
thing comes out, yeah.
Oh, sweet. Never in a million years would I have thought I would have given that car away. But I knew that the only way that it would ever get finished and somebody appreciate it was to give it to Chase. Even though I wasn't able to finish in it, somebody that I care about a lot was. It means a lot to me to see that car in the condition that it is, and the way that he was able to pull it off. They did a great job.
The cool thing is, your family.
Yeah.
This is a family car. So, hey, you can still load up in it.
Man, I'd be happy just to sit in the passenger seat and,
We're gonna make that happen.
We're gonna make that happen.
I've always built cars not because I enjoy out there driving them or racing them. I just enjoy the build. And for me to not be able to finish it, it kind of hurt, but it's nice being able to see the car done. And I guess you have like a sense of peace knowing that it's finished and it's done right and that somebody will be able to enjoy it.
So we can sit here and look at it and drool over it, but I'm hungry. I want to go get some food.
That's one thing I am not going to argue with you about, Mr. Thomas.
I hear you.
Man, I can't wait to ride in this thing, man.